commodore companion and was a firm believer that there was no such thing as too many dogs. "No, the goddess gave Philip a griffin," Matthew said. "It seems he's a weaver like his mother." Jack didn't bat an eye at this announcement, but gamely followed Matthew into the kitchen. After he'd had something to drink and we'd caught up on Jack's less alarming news, we went in search of Agatha, Sarah, and the twins. They had been playing outside in a brightly colored tent that Agatha made by draping old sheets over some chairs. The four of them were huddled inside, playing with every knight, horse, and stuffed animal that could be found. Apollo was also there, keeping a beady eye on the rest of the menagerie and occasionally reproaching one of its members for an imaginary infraction with a sharp peck. Once everybody was free of the tent, which collapsed in the excitement of Jack's arrival, the hellos were exchanged and the children were cuddled and kissed to their satisfaction. Jack crouched down by the griffin. "Hello, Apollo." Jack stuck out his hand in greeting. Apollo immediately placed his talon on top of it. Apollo's long tongue came out, and he touched it to Jack's hair, his ear, his nose, and his cheek, as if he was getting to know the newest member of the pack. He began to cluck, bobbing his head up and down in approval. "Jack!" Becca held up her stuffed parrot. "See! Bird! Mine! Nice, Becca. I'll come play with her in a minute." Jack narrowly avoided getting a griffin tongue up one nostril. "Can he fly?" "Oh, yes," Sarah said. "Ysabeau carried Apollo around like a hawk and trained him to catch mice in mid-air." Jack laughed. Becca, who felt Apollo was getting her fair share of attention, flung her parrot at Jack. It hit him in the shoulder, and he reared back in surprise. She snarled, her lip curling. "Rebecca Ariel," Matthew said, voice firm. He swooped down and picked her up. "We've talked about this. No throwing." Becca opened her tiny mouth. I thought she was about to yell. Instead, she lowered it toward her father's hand with the quickness of a striking snake. She bit down, hard. The silence that followed was absolute, as we all stared at father and daughter in astonishment. Matthew was white as paper, and his eyes were black. The bite had set Matthew's blood rage alight. And definitely no biting. Matthew stared down at his daughter with an intensity that caused Becca to raise her blue eyes to his. As soon as she saw the expression on her father's face, she opened her jaws and released him. "Diana, please take Philip and Apollo back to the house." "But," I began. One wild, desperate look from Matthew had me swinging Philip into my arms. I headed toward the house without a backward glance. After a moment, Matthew sent the rest of the family away. "What's Matthew going to do?" Sarah asked, joining me and Philip in the kitchen. "Dad's shunning her," Jack said, sounding unhappy. "Do I smell blood?" Marcus asked, entering the kitchen with Marte. "Becca bit Matthew," I replied. Through the thick, wavy glass, I saw Matthew say something to Becca. He then deliberately turned his back on his daughter. "Wow," Jack said, "that's harsh." When an older, more powerful vampire turns his back on you, it's both an insult and a rejection, a sign that you've done something wrong, Marcus explained. "We don't like to be at odds with the leader of the pack." "That's an awfully subtle message for a toddler to grasp," Sarah said. The expression on Becca's face suggested that she understood it perfectly, however. She looked devastated. "Milady Rebecca must apologize," Marte said. "Then Seor will forgive her, and all will be well again." She gave me a comforting pat. "Becca isn't good with apologies," I fretted. "This could take a while." "Sorry," Philip said, his eyes filling with tears. Our son, on the other hand, apologized all the time, even for things he hadn't done. "Thank God," Marcus reported, sounding relieved. She apologized. Matthew picked Becca up and kissed her on the top of her head. Then he carried her into the kitchen. Becca's expression was worried as she faced her family again for the first time. She knew she had done something terribly wrong and wasn't sure of her reception. "Hello, Princess," Jack said, giving her a wide smile. "'Lo, Jack," Becca said, her anxiety evaporating. Feeling unsure of what to do in the midst of all these vampires and their unspoken rules, I stood with Philip and waited until the rest of the group had welcomed Becca back into the fold. Philip squirmed to be put down and ran off in the direction of the pantry with Apollo, no doubt in search of congratulatory Cheerios for his sister. Finally, Matthew put Becca in my arms. I kissed her and held her tight. "Brave girl," I said, closing my eyes for a moment in silent thanks that this episode was over. When I opened them again, Matthew was gone. Matthew was running through the forest beyond the moat as if the hounds of hell were pursuing him. I located him with the help of Rakasa, who was almost as fast as he was, and a magical tracking device I'd been working on to help watch the children. I called it a dragon eye because the central shining black orb reminded me of Korra, and the shimmering wings that shot out from each side resembled those of a dragonfly. It was a useful bit of magic, inspired by the drawings in a copy of Ulisse Aldravandi's Historia Monstrarum I'd found among Philip's books. I caught up with Matthew only when he stopped to draw breath under a wide oak on the other side of the wood that marked the point where 4 fields came together. Once it had provided shade for the plow horses and estate farmers when they took their midday break. Today, it was providing a different kind of protection. Matthew's fingers gripped the rough bark, his lungs working harder than normal. I slid down from Rakasa and tied up her reins. "Are you and Rebecca all right?" Matthew's voice rasped in his throat. Even in this state, his first concern for the creatures he loved. "We're fine," I said. Matthew put his back to the tree and slid down it, eyes closed. He buried his head in his hands. "Even warm-blooded children bite when they're frustrated, Matthew," I said, trying to comfort him. "She will grow out of it. A vampire won't see it that way. A bite is an act of aggression. Our every instinct is to bite back, to fight back. If Rebecca bites the wrong vampire and they react as their genetics tells them to do, they could kill her in an instant, crush her tiny bones to powder." Matthew's eyes were still dark with blood rage, even though physical exertion usually brought him temporary relief from its symptoms. It took all of my self-control not to react. Would another vampire exercise the same restraint if he were in my place? Would Gerbert? "She's just a child," I protested. "This is why making children into vampires is forbidden," Matthew replied. "Their behavior is unpredictable, and they don't have sufficient self-control. Newly reborn vampires exhibit some of the same tendencies, but at least they have adult bodies that can survive punishment." A horse and rider approached. It was Marcus. I had never seen him on horseback before, and he rode with the same practiced assurance as the rest of the family. In Marcus's case, he hadn't even bothered with a saddle and bridle. He'd simply thrown one leg over the animal's back and left the rope attached to the horse's halter. "Just checking to make sure you're both okay," Marcus called to us, trotting closer. This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. Jack was worried, so I told him I'd make sure you'd found each other. I was worried too. Matthew's blood rage wasn't abating as quickly as it normally did. "You handled that better than most vampires would have," Marcus commented. "She's my daughter. I love her," Matthew replied, looking up at his son. "But I came close, so close to lashing out, like I did with Eleanor. And Eleanor had died. It had been a long time ago, in a different world, and under very different circumstances. But Matthew had discovered in one horrible instant that loving someone was not always enough to protect them from harm. "Like I did with Cecilia," Matthew whispered, burying his head in his hands again. Marcus wasn't the only one in the house who was struggling with his memories. "You aren't the same man you were back then," I said firmly. "Yes, he is." Marcus's voice was rough. "Marcus!" I was shocked. "How can you?" "Because it's the truth. John Russell always said you were too sincere to be a de Clermont." Matthew gave a humorous laugh. "He said I was mad to make you a vampire." "Why did you do it then?" Marcus asked his father. "You fascinated me," Matthew replied. "I knew you had secrets, but you were honest and true in so many other ways. I couldn't figure out how you managed it." "So it wasn't my gift for healing," Marcus said sardonically. "That was part of it. Matthew's blood rage was being carried away on a tide of recollection. He settled more easily against the tree. But the question really shouldn't be why I changed you from a human to a vampire, but rather why you accepted my offer." Marcus took his time before he answered. "Because I had nothing left to lose that mattered," Marcus replied, "and I thought you might be the father that I had been searching for." Words of 2 syllables, the New England Primer, 1762. Absent, abhor, apron, author, babble, became, beguile, boldly, capen, cellar, constant, cupboard, daily, depend, divers, duty, eagle, eager, enclose, even, father, famous, female, future, gather, garden, glory, gravy, heinous, hateful, humane, husband, infant, indeed, incense, island, Jacob, jealous, justice, julep, labor, laden, lady, lazy, many, merry, motive, music. 21. Father, October, 1781. The hospital outside Yorktown echoed with the quiet sounds of death. Agitated limbs fought with worn sheets and blankets, making a soft rustle, and every few minutes sighs floated through the air as the soldiers' ghosts flew free. Marcus lay on the cot in the corner, his eyes locked shut against the ghosts, unable to respond to calls for help that once would have had him rising to tend and comfort the sick. Tonight he was just another soldier, far from home, dying among his brothers in arms. Marcus swallowed against the dryness in his throat. It was parched and raw from fever, and it had been hours since someone came through with the bucket and dipper. So many men in Washington's army were ill with camp fever. Too many to care for now that the war was nearly over, and the able-bodied were on their way home to their former lives. He heard low voices at the entrance to the ward. Marcus clawed weakly at the sheets, hoping to get the orderly's attention. "What does this French soldier look like, Matthew?" Lantern light flickered against Marcus's closed eyelids. "Dieu, John, how do I know?" The voice was familiar, tugging on Marcus's memory. I barely knew him. "It's Gil who wants him found." Marcus's sticky eyes cracked open. His throat worked to make a sound, but nothing came out but a whisper that was far too low for anyone to hear. "Chevalier de Clermont." Booted heels stopped on the dirt floor. "Someone called my name," the Chevalier de Clermont said. "Speak up, Lebrun. We've come to take you from here." The lantern swung closer, closer. Its brightness pierced the thin skin of Marcus's eyelids, sending rivers of pain through his fevered body. Marcus moaned. "Doc?" Cool hands touched his forehead, his neck, pulled the sheets from his clawed hands. "Christ alive, he's on fire! I can smell death on the fellow's breath. the other man said. His voice was familiar too. There was a jostle of water against wood. De Clermont pressed the chipped edge of a dipper, slick from men's spittle, against his lips. Marcus was too weak to swallow, and most of the water ran from the corners of his mouth. Take his head, gently, Russell, and hold him, just so, there. Marcus felt himself raised up. Liquid tipped into his mouth, cool and sweet. Tilt his head back, just slightly, de Clermont instructed. Come, Doc, swallow. But the water dribbled out again. Marcus coughed, racking his body and wasting more of his pitiful strength. Why won't he drink? The other man asked. His body is shutting down, de Clermont said. It's refusing its own salvation. Don't be so bloody Catholic, Matthew. Not here, surrounded by all these proper Puritans. Whoever was speaking, when had Marcus heard that voice before? Was trying to lighten the atmosphere with soldier's humor. Marcus opened his eyes and saw the dead rifleman from Bunker Hill named Cole, the same man he'd seen at the hospital in Trenton wearing the clothing of a Virginian. You're not Russell. Against all odds, Marcus's throat moved to swallow, and a drop of moisture slid down the parched tissues. You're Cole, and you're dead. So, sir, are you, or near enough by the smell of you, he replied. You know Doc. De Clermont's voice registered his surprise. Doc? No. I knew a boy named Marcus MacNeil once, a brave lad from the frontier with a marksman's eye and a reckless disregard for orders, the man from Bunker Hill replied. Name's Galen, croaked Marcus. Galen Chauncey. The Chevalier de Clermont tipped water into his mouth again. This time a few spoonfuls made their way down Marcus's raw gullet and into his stomach. The effort left him gasping. As quickly as it had gone down, however, the water came back up. His body wanted no part of it. A cool, damp cloth wiped the crust from his eyes and traveled down to remove the residue of bile and water from his mouth and chin. Someone rinsed the cloth with fresh water before it mopped at his cheeks and stroked softly across his brows. Ma? No one else had ever touched him with such tenderness. No, it's Matthew. His voice, too, was tender. Surely this wasn't the same Chevalier de Clermont who had cowed Dr. Shippen and silenced John Adams. Am I dead? Marcus wondered aloud. If they were all gone to hell, then tonight would make better sense. Marcus didn't remember that any of the vivid descriptions of the netherworld Reverend Hopkins had shared from the Hadley pulpit on Sundays had included an army hospital. But the devil was nothing if not creative. No, Doc, you're not dead. De Clermont pressed the dipper to Marcus's mouth. This time Marcus sipped and swallowed, and the water stayed put. Are you the devil? Marcus asked de Clermont. No, but they're on very close terms, Russell replied. Marcus saw that de Clermont's companion was no longer wearing a hunting shirt or buckskins. Now the man was dressed in the smart red uniform of a British regimental. You're a spy, Marcus pointed a trembling finger. Wrong man, I'm afraid. It's Matthew who gathers the intelligence. I'm just a soldier. The name is John Russell, 17th Regiment of Light Dragoons, Death and Glory Boys. Formerly, John Cole, 1st New Hampshire Regiment. Russell patted the breast of his coat, which gave off a strange crinkling sound, like it was full of paper. Come, Matthew, there's a war to finish. Go. You've got the terms of surrender, de Clermont said. I'll sit with Doc. Why did the Brotherhood wait so damn long to do something? We might have been spared this whole summer of campaigning, not to mention save this boy's life. Ask my father. De Clermont sounded as weary as Marcus felt. Or Baldwin, if you can find him among the Jaegers. Oh, well, it's no matter. If not for war, what would creatures like us do each spring? Russell asked with a snort. I don't know, John. Plant gardens? Fall in love? Make things? De Clermont sounded wistful. You're a sentimental old fool, Matthew. This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. Russell extended his right arm. De Clermont took it, clasping it at the elbow. It was an oddly old-fashioned farewell, one that seemed more appropriate to armored knights and Agincourt than to Yorktown's battlefield. Until next time. With that, Russell vanished. Marcus's grasp of time and place loosened further after Russell's departure. His fevered dreams were filled with odd, sharp fragments of his past, and he found it increasingly difficult to answer the Chevalier de Clermont's questions. "Is there someone I should write to?" de Clermont asked. "Family? A sweetheart you left back home?" Marcus shuffled through the ghosts of Hadley who haunted his waking hours. Kindly Tom Buckland and his caring wife, Anna Porter, probably married by now, old Ellie Pruitt, probably dead, Joshua Boston, who had enough worldly cares without Marcus adding to them, Zeb Pruitt, his hero, who could barely read. His friends in the Philadelphia Associators had moved on with their own lives. For a moment, Marcus considered writing to Dr. Otto, who had given him a chance at a better life. "No family," Marcus said. "No home." "Everyone has a family." De Clermont's expression was thoughtful. "You are a curious man, Marcus MacNeil. What made you give up your name? When I met you at Brandywine, you were already Doc. And Galen Chauncey is an assumed name if ever I heard one." "Am a Chauncey." Marcus found talking exhausting, but would force himself to do so on this important point. "Like my mother." "Your mother? I see." De Clermont sounded as though he understood. "Tired." Marcus turned his aching head away. But the Chevalier kept asking him questions. Whenever Marcus's delirium abated, he answered them. "What made you become a surgeon?" de Clermont asked him. "Tom. He fixed me up, taught me things." Marcus remembered the lessons in anatomy and doctoring he'd learned in Buckland's Northampton surgery. "You should have gone to university, studied medicine properly," de Clermont said. "You are already a fine physician. I suspect you might have been a great one, given an opportunity." "Harvard," Marcus whispered. "Ma says Chaunceys go to Harvard." "Far be it from me to contradict your mother, but these days the best surgeons go to Edinburgh," de Clermont replied with a smile. "Before that, it was Montpellier or Bologna. Before that, it was Salamanca, Alexandria, or Pergamum." Marcus sighed, wistful at the prospect of so much knowledge, forever out of reach. "I wish." "And if someone could grant you that wish, could give you a second chance at life, would you take him up on the offer?" De Clermont's face bore a strange, avid expression. Marcus nodded. His mother would be so pleased if he went to college, even if he didn't attend Harvard. "And what if you had to wait a time before you could begin your studies? Establish a new name, learn a new language, polish your Latin?" de Clermont asked. Marcus shrugged. He was dying. Polishing his Latin seemed easy in comparison. "I see." De Clermont's shrewd eyes darkened. "And what if you had to hunt every day of your life just to survive?" "Good hunter," Marcus replied, proudly thinking of the squirrels, fish, turkeys, and deer he'd shot to keep his family alive. Hell, he'd even gotten a shot off on a wolf once, though they were supposed to be gone, and Noah Cook said it was just a mangy old dog. "Marcus, did you hear me?" De Clermont's face was very close, and his eyes reminded Marcus of that gray and grizzled animal who yelped and ran away, never to be seen again. "You don't have much time to decide." In his bones, Marcus felt he had all the time in the world. "Pay attention, Marcus. I asked if you would be willing to kill someone for this chance to live a doctor's life. Not an animal, a man." De Clermont's voice held a note of urgency that cut through Marcus's fever and the fog of disorientation and pain that accompanied it. "Yes, if he deserved it," Marcus said. Marcus slept for a while after that. When he woke, the Chevalier de Clermont was in the midst of a story that was more fantastic than Marcus's own dreams. He said he had lived for more than 1,000 years, that he had been a carpenter and a mason, a soldier and a spy, a poet, a doctor, a lawyer. De Clermont spoke of some of the men he had killed, someone in Jerusalem, and others in France and Germany and Italy. And he mentioned a woman, too, someone named Eleanor. There were frightening parts to the story, elements that made Marcus think he was in hell. The Chevalier talked about his taste for blood, and how he drank from living creatures and tried not to kill them. Surely such a thing was impossible. Would you drink from a man's veins to survive? Even in the midst of his story, the Chevalier de Clermont kept asking questions. Marcus was burning up with fever, his mind addled with the heat and the pressure in his veins. If I did, would the pain stop? Marcus asked. Yes, de Clermont replied. Then I would, Marcus confessed. Marcus dreamed he was flying, high and fast above the hospital. The floor below was stained with vomit and worse, and mice foraged for scraps to eat. Then everything turned green as the hospital tent vanished and the filthy floor became grass. And the grass turned to forest. The forest grew deeper, greener. Marcus moved faster and faster. He never climbed higher, but his rapid progress turned the whole world to a blur of green and brown and black. Marcus felt the air, cold against his fevered body. His teeth chattered like the skeleton in Gertie's front room in Philadelphia. Day became night, and he was flying on a horse. Someone slapped him, hard. Don't die. A man with dark eyes and pale skin stared down at him. Not yet. You have to be alive when I do this. The Chevalier de Clermont was in his dream now, and so was Russell. They were in a sheltered glade, surrounded by trees. With them was a band of Indian warriors who obeyed de Clermont's orders. What are you doing? Russell asked de Clermont. Giving this boy a second chance, answered de Clermont. You have a war to finish, Russell said. Cornwallis won't be in any rush to agree to the terms of surrender. Besides, I have to collect the mail, de Clermont said. Marcus finally understood why the colonial mail service was so expensive and unreliable. It was run by devils and dead men. He laughed at the image of Beelzebub mounted on a black horse, carrying a sack of post. But the mirth split his head in two like a rotten apple, and his mouth filled with the bitter tang of blood. Something had hemorrhaged. No more. For Marcus, those 3 words encapsulated a lifetime of disappointment and broken promises. War is a hellishly difficult time to become a werehum, Matthew, Russell said, worried. Are you sure? Now Russell was asking questions too. Yes, Marcus and de Clermont said at the same time. A sudden, searing pain at his neck told Marcus that his carotid artery had ruptured. It was too late. He would surely die now, and there was nothing that anyone could do for him. With a deep, rattling breath, Marcus gave up the ghost trapped in his body. Hell, he discovered, was strangely cold now that his soul had flown. There was none of the fire and brimstone Reverend Hopkins had promised, and the heat of his fever was gone, too. Everything was icy and still. There was no screaming or howls of pain, but only a slow, stammering drumbeat. Then that faded, too. Marcus swallowed. When he did, there was a sudden cacophony of sound, louder than Washington's band. Crickets trilled, owls bugled. The limbs of the trees beat out a rat-a-tat-tat. Christ, no, de Clermont murmured. Marcus fell from a height and landed with a thud. His skin prickled with awareness, the night air and the rush of the wind sending every hair on his head aloft, every hair on his neck rising along with it. What is it, Matthew? What did you see? Russell asked. The sound of Russell's voice prompted images to flash through Marcus's mind, as though they were printed on Gertie's deck of cards, and she was shuffling through them at lightning speed. He seemed to be looking out at the world through a different set of eyes, eyes that saw everything in crisp detail. At first, the images were of John Russell in a dark tunic, his expression bitter and hard. A sword slicing into John Russell's neck through a chink in plates of armor, a death blow. John Russell sitting, hale and hearty, at a table in a dark tavern, a woman on his knee. John Russell taking blood from a woman's arm, drinking it, devouring it. And the woman liked it. She cried out in ecstasy, her fingers working between her legs as Russell fed. His family. De Clermont's voice sounded like broken glass, jagged in Marcus's newly sensitive ears. At the word family, the flood of images twisted and turned direction. A golden-haired woman, a mountain of a man with critical eyes, a pale, slender creature with a baby in her arms, the dark glance of a woman in yellow, her eyes hectic and wandering, a gentleman who reclined in the eyes of another man, this one dark and handsome, an old woman with a round, creased face and a kind expression of welcome. Family. His father. Hands took Marcus by the arms and grasped them so hard that he feared his bones might snap. Father. This time, the word shaped the images that followed into a story. Matthew de Clermont, his hands holding a chisel and hammer, his clothes stained with sweat and covered in gray dust, walking home on a summer night, met on the way by the same woman Marcus had seen before, the one with the child in her arms. Matthew de Clermont, leaning on a shovel's handle, face damp with effort or tears, his expression bleak, staring into a hole that contained two bodies. Matthew de Clermont, falling to a stone floor. Matthew de Clermont, covered in blood and gore, exhausted and kneeling. Matthew de Clermont, fighting with a hard-faced young man not much older than Marcus, who gave off an air of bitter malevolence. "I know why MacNeil changed his name," de Clermont said. "He killed his own father." From that point on, they were constantly moving, and always at night. Marcus's delirium gave way to a desperate thirst that nothing would quench. His fever abated, but his mind was still addled and restless. Marcus's life became a patchwork quilt of jagged impressions and conversations stitched together with blood-red thread. Russell left them to return to the armies at Yorktown. De Clermont's Indian friends led Marcus and Matthew along paths no wider than a deer trail and impossible to follow unless you knew the subtle signs that marked the way. "What if we get lost?" Marcus asked. "How will we find our way in the dark?" "You're aware her now," de Clermont said briskly. "You have nothing to fear from the night." During the day, Marcus and de Clermont took refuge in houses along the road, whose doors opened without question when the Chevalier appeared, or in caves tucked into the hillsides. The Indian warriors who traveled with them kept their distance from the farmhouses, but always rejoined them after the sunset. Marcus's body felt unwieldy, both oddly weak and strangely powerful, slow one moment and then quick the next. Sometimes he dropped things, and other times he crushed them with no more than a touch. While they rested, de Clermont gave him a strong drink that had a medicinal metallic tang. It was thick and sweet and tasted heavenly. Marcus felt saner and calmer after he had it, but his appetite for solid food did not return. "You're aware her now," de Clermont reminded him, as if this should mean something to him. "Remember what I told you at Yorktown. All you need to survive is blood, not meat or bread." Marcus dimly recalled de Clermont telling him that, but he also remembered there was some mention of never getting ill again, and it being difficult for him to die. And de Clermont had told him that he had been alive for more than 1,000 years, which was preposterous. The man had a thick head of raven-colored hair and a smooth complexion. "And you're aware, too?" Marcus asked. "Yes, Marcus," de Clermont replied. "How else did you become one? I sired you. Don't you remember agreeing to it when I gave you the choice of living or dying? And Cole Russell is aware as well, and that's why he didn't die at Bunker Hill." Marcus kept at his efforts to assemble the events of the past week into something that made sense. No matter how hard he tried, the result was always something more fantastic than Robinson Crusoe. They had reached the border between Pennsylvania and New York when Marcus's powerful thirst gave way to different urges. The first was curiosity. The world seemed a brighter, richer place than it had before Yorktown. His eyesight was sharper, and scents and sounds made the world crackle with texture and life. "What is this stuff?" Marcus asked, drinking deeply from the tankard that de Clermont offered to him. It was like nectar, fortifying and satisfying at once. "Blood, and a bit of honey," de Clermont replied. Marcus spit it out in a violent stream of red. De Clermont cuffed him on the shoulder. "Don't be rude," the Chevalier said, his voice purring in his throat like a cat. "I won't have my son behaving like an ungrateful lout." "You're not my father." Marcus swung at him, his arm whipping out. De Clermont blocked it easily, cradling Marcus's hand in his own as if there was no force behind it. "I am now, and you'll do as I say." De Clermont's face was calm, his voice even. "You'll never have the strength to beat me, Marcus. Don't even try." But Marcus had grown up under another iron fist and had no more intention of giving in to de Clermont than he had to Obadiah. In the following days, as they continued to travel farther north and deeper into the woods of New York, Marcus fought with de Clermont about everything, just because he could, just because it felt better to wrestle with him than to keep everything bottled up inside. Marcus now had 3 powerful desires: to drink, to know, and to fight. "You cannot kill me, much as you might like to," de Clermont said, after a wrestling match over a rabbit left them both temporarily bloodied, the rabbit torn to pieces and Marcus's arms, both of them, broken. "I told you that on the night you were made aware." Marcus didn't have the courage to confess that he didn't remember much about that night, and what he did remember made no sense. De Clermont reset Marcus's right wrist with the practiced touch of a skilled physician and surgeon. "Your arm will heal in moments. My blood, your blood, now, won't allow sickness or injury to take root in the body," de Clermont explained. "Here, give me your other arm. I can do it myself." Now that his right wrist was working properly again, Marcus pushed his left forearm back together. He could feel the bones fusing, his blood crawling of power. That sense that something was invading his body and taking it over reminded him of being inoculated. Marcus was thinking about what it might be in de Clermont's blood that would make him immune to sickness or harm, when the Chevalier asked the question that had hung between them unanswered since that night in Yorktown. "Did you kill your father because he beat you?" de Clermont asked. "I saw what he did. It was in your blood when I took it at Yorktown. He beat your mother, too, but not your sister." But Marcus didn't want to think of his mother and Patience. He didn't want to think of Hadley or Obadiah or life before. He had killed his father, but had always retained a small hope that he might return home again. Now that he drank blood, he knew that was out of the question. He was no better than a ravening wolf. "Go fuck yourself," Marcus snarled. De Clermont rose to his feet without a word and stalked off into the darkness. He didn't return until the sun rose. De Clermont brought him a small deer, and Marcus fed on it, better able to stomach the blood of a four-legged creature than another person. Finally, Marcus and de Clermont reached the hills and valleys of a part of New York that Marcus had never seen before, far north, almost into Canada. It was there that they took shelter with the Oneida. Marcus recalled the spring of 1778 at Valley Forge, when news had swept through camp that the Marquis de Lafayette and his French companions had brought a troop of Oneida allies to fight the British. As the Indians who had guided them here were welcomed home by friends and family, Marcus realized that the Oneida had been ensuring their safety. In New York, Marcus was at last allowed to hunt. He found relief running after deer and game, and pleasure in taking their blood. De Clermont also encouraged him to compete with the young warriors. Marcus might be fast and impervious to injury, but he was no match for the Oneida when it came to tracking animals in the forest. Next to them, Marcus felt clumsy and foolish. "He has much to learn," de Clermont apologized to a battle-scarred elder who was watching Marcus's hapless attempts to trap a duck with ill-concealed scorn. "He needs time," the elder replied, "and as he is your son, Dagawentient, he will have plenty of that." The punishing regimens Marcus went through with the other young men of the tribe did take some of the fight out of him. Marcus wanted to sleep, but couldn't seem to shut his eyes and rest. He still didn't fully understand what had happened to him. How had he survived the fever? And why was he now so strong and fast? De Clermont kept repeating the same information over and over again, that Marcus would heal from almost any wound, that he would be difficult to kill, that he would never be ill another day in his life, that his senses were now far beyond what most humans enjoyed, that he was a werebutt. But there was something missing in the account, some larger perspective that would explain how all this could be true. It was the hunting, not the fighting, or the questions, or even the drinking of blood, that finally brought the fact that he was no longer human home to Marcus. Every day and every night, de Clermont took Marcus hunting. They tracked deer at first, then moved on to other prey. Ducks and wild birds were difficult to capture, and contained only a small amount of the precious blood that kept Marcus alive. Boars and bears were rare, and their size and drive to survive made them formidable opponents. De Clermont would not let Marcus hunt with a gun, or even a bow and arrow. "You're a werebutt," de Clermont said once more. "You need to run your prey down, catch it with your wits and your hands, best it, and feed. Guns and arrows are for warm bloods." Warm bloods? Here was another new term. Humans, witches, demons, de Clermont explained. Lesser creatures. You will need human blood to survive, now that you are growing and developing. But it's not time to take it yet. As for the witches and demons, their blood is forbidden. A witch's blood will eat away at your veins, and the blood of demons will sour your brain. Witches? Marcus thought of Mary Webster. Had those old legends in Hadley been true after all? They smell. De Clermont's nose flared in distaste. "Don't worry, they fear us and stay away." Once Marcus could bring down a deer quickly and feed from it without tearing the animal apart, they left the Oneida and traveled east. Along the route, they met with fleeing soldiers, some wounded and others perfectly hardy. Some were British soldiers running away from the war. Others were loyalists trying to escape into Canada and freedom now that they could see which way the fight would end. Many more were Continental soldiers who had grown weary of waiting for a formal declaration of peace and decided to go home to their farms and families. "Which one do you want?" de Clermont asked. They were crouched in the tall grasses that grew beside a meandering stream, watching a group of British soldiers on the opposite bank. There were 4 men, and 1 was wounded. None. Marcus was happy with deer. You must choose, Marcus. But remember, you must live a long time with your decision, de Clermont said. That one. Marcus pointed to the smallest of the lot, a wiry fellow who spoke in a broad, unfamiliar accent. No. De Clermont pointed to the man lying by the water, groaning. Him. Take him. Take him? Marcus frowned. You mean feed from him? I've seen you feed from a deer. You won't be able to stop drinking from a human once you start. De Clermont sniffed the breeze. He's dying. The leg is gangrenous. Marcus took in a gulp of air. Something sweet and rotten assaulted his nose. He practically gagged. You want me to feed off that? The infection is localized at the moment. He would smell worse otherwise, de Clermont said. It won't be the sweetest blood you'll ever taste, but it won't kill you. De Clermont vanished. A shadow passed over the narrow, pebbled ford. The British soldiers looked up, startled. One of them, the largest, most muscular of the soldiers, gave a frightened shout when de Clermont seized him and bit into his neck. His 2 companions ran away, leaving their few possessions behind. The wounded soldier, the one with the dying leg, began to scream. The smell of blood sent Marcus after de Clermont. He arrived on the opposite bank more quickly than he would have dreamed possible before. We're not going to kill you, Marcus knelt beside the man. I just need to take some of your blood. De Clermont's prey was slowly sinking toward the ground as his blood was drained. Christ, please, don't kill me, the wounded soldier begged. I have a wife, a daughter. I only ran away because they said we would be put on a prison ship. It was every soldier's nightmare to be flung onto one of the foul vessels anchored offshore, with no food, no fresh water, and no way of surviving the filthy, crowded conditions. Shh! Marcus patted him awkwardly on the shoulder. He could see the man's pulse skittering at his neck. And the leg. Lord, John Russell had been right at Yorktown. Warm bloods did give off a terrible stench as their flesh died. If you would just... Strong white hands reached in and took the soldier by the collar. The man began to weep, his begging now constant as he faced what seemed like sure death. Stop talking. Bite him here. Firmly. You'll be less likely to kill him if you latch on to him like a babe on his mother's breast. De Clermont held the soldier still. Do it. Marcus bit, but the man whimpered and moved, and that urge Marcus had been feeling to fight and fight some more roared back to life. He snarled and sank his teeth into the soldier's neck, shaking him slightly to quiet him. The man fainted, and Marcus felt a pang of disappointment. He wanted the man to challenge him. Somehow, Marcus knew the blood would taste better if he did. Even without the fight, human blood was intoxicating. Marcus could taste a sourness that he supposed was from the gangrene and whatever other illnesses were pulsing through the soldier's veins. But even so, Marcus felt fortified and stronger with every sip. When he was finished, he had taken every drop in the man's body. The soldier was dead, his neck torn open, with a gaping wound that looked as though an animal had attacked him. His friends, Marcus said, looking around. Where are they? Over there. De Clermont jerked his head toward a grove of trees in the distance. They've been watching. Those cowards just stood there and watched while we fed off people they knew? He would never have let de Clermont feed on Vanderslice or Cuthbert or Dr. Otto. You take the little one, de Clermont said, dropping a few coins by his soldier's face. I'll have the other. By the time they reached the Connecticut River, Marcus had fed from old men and young men, sick men and hale men, criminals and runaways, and even a rotund innkeeper who never woke up from his fireside slumbers while Marcus drank. There were a few tragic accidents when hunger got the better of him, and one rage-filled attack on a man who had been raping his way across New England, and who even de Clermont agreed deserved to die. Marcus and Matthew boarded a ferry and crossed the water. This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. When they landed on the other side, Marcus realized that he was close to Hadley. He looked at de Clermont, unsure of why his father had brought him here. "You should see it again," de Clermont said, "through new eyes." But it was Marcus' nose that first registered the familiarity of the place. It was filled with the sense of fall in western Massachusetts, leaf mold and pumpkins, cider presses filled with apples, wood smoke from chimneys long before the MacNeil farm came into view. The place was in much better condition than it had been on the day Marcus killed his father. A woman laughed. It wasn't his mother's laughter. He would have known that silvery, infrequent sound in a heartbeat. He stopped his horse to see who lived here now, and de Clermont stopped with him. A young woman of 20 or so came from the hen house. She was blonde, sturdy-looking and strong, with a red and white apron over a blue dress that was simple but clean. She had a basket of eggs in one arm and a pail of milk slung over the other. "Ma," the woman called out, "the hen's laid. There are enough eggs to make custard for Oliver." It was his sister. This young woman, she was his sister. Patience. Marcus kicked his horse and started forward. "It's your decision whether or not you speak to your family," de Clermont said. "But remember, you can't tell them what you've become. They wouldn't understand. And you can't remain here, Marcus. Hadley is too small to harbor a weregills. People will know you're different." Then his mother came from the back door of the house. She was older, her hair white, and even at a distance Marcus could see the wrinkles that were etched into her skin. Still, she didn't look as tired as the last time he had seen her. In her arms was a baby, wrapped in a homespun blanket. Patience kissed it on the forehead, talking to it with the rapt adoration that new mothers lavished on their children. "My nephew," Marcus realized. "Oliver." Catherine, Patience, and Oliver formed a small family knot around the door. They were happy, healthy, laughing. Marcus remembered when fear and pain hung over the house in a dark pall. Somehow, joy had returned when Obadiah and Marcus departed. Marcus' heart stopped in a spasm of grief for what might have been. Then it started up again. This was no longer his family. Marcus did not belong in Hadley anymore. But he had made it possible for his mother and sister to find a new life for themselves. Marcus hoped that Patience manifest, if she still had one, and he had not been killed in the war, was good and kind. Marcus turned his horse's head away from the farm. "Who is that?" Patience's question floated through the air. Had he not been a weregill, Marcus might not have been able to hear her. "It looks like," his mother began. She stopped, seeming to consider whether her eyes were playing tricks. Marcus faced resolutely forward, eyes on the horizon. "No, I was mistaken," Catherine said, her voice tinged with sadness. "He's not coming home, Ma," Patience said. "Not ever." Catherine's sigh was the last thing Marcus heard before he put all that he once was and might have been behind him. 22. November, 1781. Portsmouth's harbor was filled with ships waiting to load and unload their cargo. Though it was well past midnight, the docks still bustled with activity. "See if you can find a ship called the Arethusa," de Clermont told Marcus, passing him the horse's reins. "I'll ask at the tavern to see if anyone spotted her." "How big?" Marcus studied the sloops, schooners, brigantines, and whaleboats. "Big enough to make it across the Atlantic." De Clermont pointed to a ship at the very edge of the harbor. There. Marcus squinted into the dark, trying to make out the name. But it was the French flag flying off the stern that convinced him De Clermont was right. De Clermont jumped into a small skiff and pulled Marcus in after him. The sailor on watch was horribly drunk and barely noticed that the vessel in his charge had been taken. De Clermont did quick work of reaching the Arethusa, pulling mightily on the oars so that the boat's pointed bow rose up with every stroke. When they reached the ship, someone flung a rope ladder over the side. "Climb," De Clermont commanded, holding the skiff steady against the hull. Marcus eyed the ship's steep side with concern. "I'll fall off into the sea," he protested. "It's a long way, and the water is cold." "You're better off taking your chances on the ladder." A disembodied voice floated down to them. Then a square-jawed, clean-shaven face appeared over the railing, wreathed in shoulder-length golden hair that had escaped from the cocked hat perched backward on his head. "Hello, Uncle." "Gallowglass." De Clermont touched his hat in greeting. "And who's this with you?" Gallowglass asked, squinting at Marcus with suspicion. "Let's get him up there before you start questioning him." De Clermont took Marcus by the scruff of the neck and lifted him up the first 2 rungs of the rope ladder, while the skiff rocked underneath them. When he reached the top, Marcus fell onto the deck in a dizzy heap. He was not, it turned out, very good with heights anymore. He closed his eyes to let the sea and sky return to their proper positions. When he opened them, there was a giant weregill hovering over him. Jesus! Marcus scrambled away, afraid for his life. He might be hard to kill now, but he was no match for this creature. Christ and his apostles! "Don't be daft, boy," Gallowglass said with a snort. "I'm hardly going to attack my own cousin." Cousin? The family connection did nothing to soothe Marcus's fears. In his experience, family members often posed the greatest danger. An arm the size of a howitzer shot forward, palm open, bent at the elbow. Marcus remembered how John Russell and de Clermont had said their greetings and taken their farewells. Weregills must all be Masons, he thought, or perhaps this was a French custom. Marcus gingerly clasped the proffered arm, elbow to elbow, aware that his cousin could break it like a twig. Anxious at the prospect of further injury, Marcus's fingers tightened on Gallowglass's muscular arm. "Easy there, pup." Gallowglass's eyes creased in warning as he lifted Marcus to his feet. "Sorry, don't seem to know my own strength these days," Marcus mumbled, embarrassed by his inexperience. Gallowglass's mouth tightened as he released his grip. De Clermont swung himself from the ladder to the deck with the lithe self-assurance of a tiger. The man he called Gallowglass turned and, in a blur of fists, landed 2 blows to de Clermont's jaw. Cousin or no cousin, Marcus's protective instincts howled to life, and he launched himself at the stranger. Gallowglass's paw held him off with lazy ease. "You'll be wanting to ripen a bit more before you take me on," Gallowglass advised Marcus. "Stand down, Marcus," de Clermont said, once he had realigned his jaw and worked it open and closed a few times. "What the hell were you thinking, Uncle, making a baby in the middle of a war?" Gallowglass demanded of de Clermont. "The circumstances of your own rebirth were not so different, as I recall." De Clermont's aristocratic black eyebrows shot heavenward. "Hugh sired me after the heat of battle was over, when he was picking through the field looking for dead friends," Gallowglass said. "This boy is too young to have seen battle. You found him loafing about on some corner, I warrant, and took the stray in." "The boy has seen more than you know," Matthew said, in a tone that discouraged further conversation on this point. "Besides, the war is all but over. Both armies are riddled with fever and tired of fighting. And Gil, you didn't just leave him there." Gallowglass swore a blistering oath. "You had 2 jobs, Matthew. See to it the colonials won the war, and return the Marquis de Lafayette to France in one piece. Pierre is with him. Baldwin is among the Jaegers, And John Russell has a place in Cornwallis staff, and the terms of surrender in his pocket. I've done my job." Matthew straightened the seams on his gloves.
"This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. The morning is upon us. To business, Gallowglass." Gallowglass led them to a small cabin below decks that had a view of the water through a wide rectangular window. The room was sparsely furnished with a desk, a few stools, a heavy-bottomed chest, and a hammock strung up between two posts. "Your letters." Gallowglass opened the chest and drew out a small oilskin pouch. He tossed it to de Clermont. De Clermont loosened the ties and riffled through the contents. He drew out a few pieces and hid them away in the breast pocket of his coat. "You missed one." Gallowglass plucked out another that was sealed with a heavy daub of red wax. "Mademoiselle Juliette sends her regards." "And here is Grandad's post." The second bag Gallowglass pulled from the chest was considerably larger than the first, and full of interesting bumps and bulges, one of which looked like a bottle of wine. "Madeira." "For General Washington," Gallowglass said, tracking Marcus's wandering attention. Grandad thought he might share it with Mrs. Washington after his back home. Marcus knew that the Marquis de Lafayette was dear to General Washington, but had no idea there was a connection between the Chevalier de Clermont and the commander of the Continental Army. "How kind," Marcus said, filing this bit of intelligence away for further reflection. "Oh, I doubt it," Gallowglass said cheerfully. "Philippe will want something in exchange. He always does." "And how is Philippe?" de Clermont asked. "And my mother?" "Davy says they're finer than frog's hair," Gallowglass replied. "That's it," de Clermont said. "That's all the news from France? I haven't got time for a saucer of tea and a lengthy reunion, Matthew. I want to catch the tide." Gallowglass sniffed the wind like a hound. "You're hopeless." De Clermont sighed and handed over a small stack of letters and a silk bag. "These are for Juliette. Don't lose the strand of beads." "When have I ever lost anything?" Gallowglass's blue eyes widened in indignation. "I've been to the edges of the earth running errands for this family, and even got that bloody leopard from Constantinople to Venice so that Grandad didn't leave the Sultan's gift behind." Marcus liked this brawny Scot. Gallowglass made Marcus wonder what his own Scots grandfather might have been like as a young man. "True, these are for Philippe. General Washington's letters are on top. See, he reads those first." De Clermont handed him another parcel of mail. He pointed to Marcus. "And, of course, there's him." Gallowglass was dumbfounded. So, too, was Marcus. "Oh, no, no, absolutely not." Gallowglass held his hands up in horror. "Me?" Marcus's head swung from Matthew to Gallowglass and back again. "I can't go to France. I'm staying with you." "I have to get back to Yorktown to oversee the peace, and you're not ready for that much society," de Clermont said. "What about my ship?" "Life at sea is hardly suitable for a newly made Werha," Gallowglass exclaimed. "He'll eat the crew before we reach France." "I'm sure one of them will feed him, for the right price," de Clermont replied, unconcerned. "But there's nowhere to hunt at sea. Have you lost your mind, uncle?" Marcus wondered the same thing. "Can he even feed himself?" Gallowglass demanded. "Or must he be bottle-fed like a mewling infant?" "I fed on a man in Albany," Marcus replied, indignant. "Ooh, Albany. Very nice. Had a bit of farmer and a nibble of fur trapper?" Gallowglass snorted. "You'll get naught but stale beer and rat with me. It's not enough to keep a baby alive." "Baby?" Marcus's arms windmilled toward Gallowglass in a gratifying whirl of speed. Sadly, they never made contact with their target. "No more arguments from either of you," de Clermont said brusquely. "You're taking him to France, Gallowglass. See to it he gets there alive." "I promised him an education."
We'll need more chickens, Gallowglass remarked. And what do I do with him once we reach Bordeaux? Deliver him to Maman, de Clermont said, making his way to the door. She'll know what to do. A bientôt, Marcus. Obey Gallowglass. Wait just a minute! Gallowglass strode after de Clermont. Marcus watched from the quarterdeck as the two men had a heated argument. When Gallowglass sputtered into silence, de Clermont swung over the rail and disappeared down the rope ladder. Gallowglass watched him descend. He shook his head, then turned to face Marcus and sighed. Then the giant Werha cupped his hands around his mouth and let out a deafening whistle. "Cast off, lads!" Marcus watched the vanishing speck of shoreline from the quarterdeck and wondered whether it might be wise to swim back to shore after all. The big sailor crouched down next to him. "We still haven't been properly introduced." One arm shot toward Marcus. "I'm Eric. Most people just call me Gallowglass. Marcus MacNeil." He took Gallowglass's arm again. This time the gesture felt right, familiar. "Most people call me Doc." "Marcus, eh? A Roman name. Grandad will be pleased." Gallowglass's eyes were permanently creased at the corners, which made him look as though he were about to burst into laughter. "The Chevalier de Clermont didn't tell me he had a father," Marcus said, daring to reveal his ignorance. "The Chevalier de Clermont?" Gallowglass tipped his head back and roared with laughter. "Christ's bones, boy! He's your maker! I understand your reluctance to call him Papa. Matthew is as paternal as a porcupine in full needle, but you might at least call him by his first name." Marcus considered it, but found it impossible to view the austere, mysterious Frenchman as anything but the Chevalier de Clermont. "Give it time," Gallowglass said, patting Marcus on the shoulder. "We've got weeks to share stories about your dear dad. By the time we arrive in France, you'll have far more colorful names for him than Matthew. More fitting, too." Perhaps the journey would not be as tedious as Marcus had feared. He felt the slender, familiar outlines of common sense in his coat pocket. Between Thomas Paine and Gallowglass, Marcus could spend the entire voyage reading and figuring out what it was going to take to survive as a vampire. "I felt some of the Chevalier's history," Marcus wasn't sure, whether this was something he should discuss. Blood lore is tricky. It's no replacement for a proper story. Gallowglass ran a gloved finger under his nose, which had gone watery in the rising wind. This was another unfamiliar word, like Werha and Maker. Marcus's curiosity must have shown. Blood lore is the knowledge that's in the bones and blood of every creature. It's one of the things we crave as Werhas, Gallowglass explained. Marcus had felt that hunger to know, to hunt, to drink blood, and to fight. It was comforting to realize that his lively curiosity, a curse his father Obadiah had called it, was now a normal, acceptable part of who he was. "Didn't Matthew explain how the world really works and what you were about to become before he made you?" Gallowglass looked concerned. "He might have. I'm not sure," Marcus confessed. "I had a fever, a bad one. I don't remember much. The Chevalier told me I would be able to go to university and study medicine." Gallowglass swore. "I have some questions," Marcus said hesitantly. "I imagine you do, lad," Gallowglass said. "Fire away." "What's a Werha?" Marcus asked, his voice low in case a member of the ship's crew was nearby. Gallowglass buried his face in his hands and groaned. "Let's start at the beginning," he said, rising to his feet with the practiced grace of a man who had spent his life afloat. Gallowglass extended a hand to Marcus and lifted him up. "You've a long journey ahead of you, young Marcus. By the time we get to France, you'll understand what a Werha is and what you've taken on by becoming one." Once they were on open seas, Gallowglass had all the flags lowered save one that was black with a silver snake carrying its tail in its mouth. This kept most vessels at a respectful distance.
"This is fantasy," Gallowglass explained, pointing up at the standard that flapped and crackled in the wind.
Grandad is more gruesome than any pirate. Not even Blackbeard wanted to be on his bad side." During the voyage, Gallowglass told Marcus a story about what it was to be a were that finally made sense of the week since Yorktown. At last, Marcus understood the nature of not only wares, but witches, demons, and humans too. He was fairly sure, looking back over his life, that the healer at Bunker Hill had been a witch. And he knew for certain that John Russell, the man he first knew as Cole, was a were. As for demons, Marcus didn't think he knew any, although Vanderslice was the most likely prospect. Gallowglass also impressed upon him what it was to be a de Clermont. Oddly, it seemed that becoming a blood-drinking, nearly immortal, volatile, two-legged creature was the easier task. Being a de Clermont seemed to require knowledge of a great many prickly characters and mastery of a list of rules a mile long. Based on Gallowglass's description of the family and how it operated, it did not seem that the de Clermonts had read Common Sense. There was certainly no hint that they had embraced the new world of liberty and freedom that Paine outlined in his work. While Marcus lay in his berth, reading and rereading the worn pages of his treasured book, he had time to wonder what his new family would think of Paine's assertion that virtue was not hereditary. After more than a month of blockade running, stiff winds, and rough, frigid seas, the Arethusa arrived in the French port of Bordeaux. Gallowglass had made excellent time in the crossing, thanks to a combination of utter fearlessness, an encyclopedic mastery of the currents, and the fact that the de Clermont standard frightened off every privateer and blockade runner in the Atlantic, as he had promised it would. As they sailed down the Gironde, Marcus eyed the French countryside with a mixture of relief and trepidation, now knowing what awaited them on terra firma. Marcus had never strayed much beyond the Connecticut River growing up, and though the varied origins of the Philadelphia associators had introduced him to a world beyond the colonies, he as yet had no direct experience of it. The air in France smelled different, and the sounds that came from the shore did too. The fields were bare, except for rows of vines held up by wooden supports that would bear the fruit for the wine wares drank to quench their thirst when blood was not available. The brilliant leaves that had still been on the trees in Portsmouth were nowhere visible in France in late December. Marcus had grown accustomed to seeing nothing but canvas and water, and to being in close quarters with only Gallowglass in the crew. Bordeaux was a bustling port like Philadelphia, filled with creatures of every description, including females. Once they had docked and filled out all the paperwork that was required to unload the Arethusa's cargo, Gallowglass led him off the ship. His cousin's hand was firm on his elbow. Even so, the press of warm bodies, along with the bright colors and strong senses of the port, left Marcus dazed and a trifle confused. "Steady on," Gallowglass said in a low murmur. "Stop and take it all in. Remember what I told you. Don't be following wherever your nose leads, like a boy trailing after every pretty girl." Marcus swayed on unsteady legs, feeling the ground moving beneath him and his full stomach sliding along with it. Stephen, the Arethusa's plump cook, had fed him that morning while they were anchored outside the harbor, waiting for the customs men to inspect their wares. Stephen not only provided sustenance to the warm bloods in the form of hardtack and brog, but fed the wares from his veins, too. "A bientôt," Stephen said cheerily as he passed, carrying the ship's last remaining chicken down the ramp, clucking and scolding in its wicker cage. "Until next time, Stephen." Gallowglass handed him a fat pouch that made a satisfying clinking sound. "For your trouble." "Naw," Stephen demurred, though he was already weighing the coins and calculating how much he could buy with them. "I was paid before we set sail, milord." "Consider it a boon, then," Gallowglass said, "for taking care of young Marcus." Marcus's mouth gaped. He had never dreamed of being worth so much money. Monsieur Marcus was a gentleman. It was my pleasure to serve him. Stephen bowed low, sending the chicken hurtling forward in his cage with an angry squawk. Marcus bowed in return. The cook's eyes widened. Had Stephen been a chicken, he would have squawked too. Gallowglass hauled Marcus upright and steered him away. "Don't be bowing to the servants, Marcus," Gallowglass muttered. "You are a de Clermont now. Do you want the gossips noticing your strange ways?" As a were who drank the blood of living creatures for sustenance, never slept, and could reduce a mizzenmast to splinters with his bare hands, Marcus felt sure that bowing to servants was the least of what warmbloods might notice. "I suppose we can attribute your oddness to being American," Gallowglass mused, surveying the Bordelaise on the docks. Every last one of them was festooned with ribbons of red, white, and blue. The French were more visibly patriotic than most of the citizens of Philadelphia. Great Jesus and his sainted mother! Who is that? A small, dark ware with a pronounced squint approached them through the crowd with two spirited horses in tow. Marcus could tell what he was from the way the man smelled, which was so much less gamey and ripe than a warm blood. The man was slightly bow-legged, as though he had spent too much time on horseback. "This is Matthew's latest project," Gallowglass said. "Marcus, meet Davy Gams. We call him Hancock." "Pleased to meet you, sir," Marcus bowed. Davy's eyes popped. "He's American," Gallowglass said apologetically. Davy glowered at him. "You Americans have caused a great deal of trouble and cost a packet, too. You better be worth it." Not knowing how to respond, Marcus adopted the silent, attentive attitude that he had perfected while working for the doctor's auto. "How old is he?" Davy demanded of Gallowglass, who was studying the faces of the people passing them. "Bonjour," Gallowglass called to one particularly attractive young woman wearing a red, white, and blue rosette on her bodice, who was shopping among the hucksters at the wharf. He turned back to Davy. "Somewhere in his 50s, I warrant. Matthew didn't give me exact facts and figures." "Damn frogs," Davy spat on the ground. "They talk a good game with their cockades and coffee, but you can't trust them. Not even Matthew." "I'm only 24, Gallowglass. I was born in 1757, Marcus said, swallowing down the stab of desire that shot through his loins at the sight of that Bordelaise bosom, fair and freckled. "Gallowglass means days, not years. And don't contradict your elders," Davy said, cuffing Marcus on the chin. Once it would have broken his jaw. Now the blow registered only as an unpleasant reverberation. "It doesn't matter in any case. You're as useless as a fart in a jam jar. Fuck off." Marcus made a rude gesture, one he'd learned on the Arethusa from Farage, the ship's pilot. He could now curse in Arabic as well as Dutch, French, German, and English. "I suppose we'll have to take him to Paris." Davy let out an ear-splitting whistle. "For that, we'll need a carriage rather than horses. You can't travel on horseback when you've got a baby with you. More needless expense." I know. Gallowglass clucked with sympathy and clapped Davy on the shoulder. "I tried to put in at St. Malo, but the seas weren't having it. Bloody Matthew and his daft ideas." Davy's finger shot up in warning. "One of these days, Eric, I'm going to strangle that boy." "I'll hold him down while you do it," Marcus said, still smarting from all that he'd discovered about his new life from Gallowglass. High-handed bastard! Davy and Gallowglass stared at him, astonished.
This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. Then Davy began to laugh in the gasping, unpracticed wheezes of one who hadn't been amused in some time. Not yet 60 and already angry with his sire, Davy said, wheezing and coughing some more. "I know," Gallowglass said fondly. "The lad has real potential."
Marcus had never ridden in a carriage before, only a wagon. He found that he did not like it. Mostly he was able to make it outside before being sick. Hancock soon grew impatient with their frequent stops and resorted to holding Marcus's head out the open window so that he could continue vomiting while they traveled. His eyes streaming from the grit from the road, Marcus clamped his teeth shut against the rising bile. His guts were empty of blood and wine by this point, and strained to overhear the conversation in the carriage before the words were blown away by the wind. "Granddad will have a stroke," Gallowglass said. Wasn't Matthew strictly forbidden? Hancock's next words were inaudible. Wait until Baldwin discovers. Gallowglass sounded both alarmed and pleased by the prospect. Another bloody war will break out. At least Granny will dote on him like an old woman. Watch your tongue around Martha, or she'll better idea to take him there if she's in town. Auntie Fanny won't be at home. We'll have a devil of a time to posit him with Francoise and then have a drink. It is a lot to take in, fucking boat home to his family. The strange names, Martha, Fanny, Francoise, swirled through Marcus's swimming brain, along with the realization that he had not only a grandfather, but a grandmother as well. After years of being alone in the world, Marcus felt he was now part of a family. Warm feelings of obligation filled his hollow veins with gratitude. Even with his head bouncing on his neck like a pumpkin on a stalk as they careened along the Bordeaux-Paris road, Marcus was aware that he owed this fourth chance at a new life to the Chevalier de Clermont. This new life would be his last, Marcus promised himself. Remember, don't bow to anyone in this house. They won't like it. Gallowglass straightened Marcus's limp, stained neckcloth. I'm sure your mother was a lovely woman, but you're in France now. Marcus put this bit of intelligence into a crowded compartment of his mind that he was reserving for future study. Soon you will meet a woman called Francoise. She is not to be trifled with, no matter how appetizing she smells. Charles will beat you with his rolling pin if you so much as look at her, Gallowglass continued, twitching Marcus's coat into place. And do not, under any circumstances, play cards with your Aunt Fanny. An arresting combination of aromas, including pastry, lemons, and starch, filled the carriage. 3 male wear-offs sniffed the air like wolves tracking an alluring new animal. Marcus looked out the window, eager to see the creature attached to this irresistible scent. "Oh, la vache!" shrieked a raw-boned woman of impressive height and lung capacity. "Qu'est-ce que c'est? Mademoiselle Francoise!" "Do not be alarmed," Hancock said, leaping out of the carriage and taking her hand. "He is nothing but a mewling infant and poses no danger to you." "Infant?" Marcus exclaimed. He'd killed British soldiers, saved dozens of Americans and French patriots, assisted at several amputations, and fed off a cutthroat thief before accidentally killing him in Newburyport. He was no infant. Marcus was, however, still a virgin. He eyed Francoise's quivering lips with interest. They were full and moist and promised pleasure, and the woman smelled heavenly. Francoise's eyes narrowed, and she pressed those lush lips together into a taut, forbidding line. "This is Marcus. He belongs to Matthew. We thought we could leave him with Fanny." Gallowglass climbed out of the carriage and gave the woman a dazzling smile. It might have worked on a warm blood, but not on a wear-off. Francoise crossed her arms, which made her look twice her already ample size, and snorted. "You cannot leave him here. Madame Fanny is out," she said. "That does it. Take him to Philippe. Then we can make a run for it and be as far from Paris as possible when he explodes." Davy wiped his brow with his cuff. "Where is she?" Gallowglass sailed forth through the front doors, undeterred. Francoise bustled after him. Denmark? Septours? Burgundy? London? No, my lord. Mademoiselle Fanny is at Dr. Franklin's house, helping him with his correspondence. Correspondence, eh? Why, that old lecher. Hancock began to gasp and wheeze again. We'll just wait in the salon for her, if you don't mind, Francoise. And perhaps Charles could fix a bit of something for young Master Marcus, Gallowglass said cheerfully. He's feeling piqued from all the excitement, poor lamb. Francoise deemed Marcus too common and filthy for Fanny's salon, and banished him instead to the kitchen. Charles, the wear-off who ruled that subterranean lair, was not female, and did not smell as appetizing as Francoise did, but within 30 minutes of meeting him, Marcus felt nothing but love for the man. Charles took one look and put Marcus in a wing-back chair near the fire. He then began rummaging in cellars, larders, and game pantries for something to tempt his appetite. And soon he was sipping a heady mixture of red wine from Burgundy. He had never tasted anything like it. And blood from a Normandy wood pigeon, when a tall, blonde wear-off strode into the room. The creature was a bewildering mix of female and male, allure and aggression, sweetness and swagger. The long flaxen curls and frothy skirts indicated it was female. The crisply tailored army coat with brass buttons and braid, the triangular cocked hat embellished with a red, white, and blue rosette, the gun strapped to the hips, the culottes that peeked out from lace petticoats, and sturdy shoes suggested the opposite. Bon sang, what is that smell? Is Matthew home from the war, his tail between his legs? The warm contralto voice settled it. This was a woman. Remembering his manners, but not that he was now a wear-off, Marcus shot to his feet to make the necessary courtesies to a member of the fairer sex. His wine went flying, and one of the padded arms of the chair gave a sharp crack. "It's a baby," she cooed, blue eyes round in amazement. "Definitely female." Marcus bowed. "Why ever are you doing that?" she asked, in strangely accented English. "You must stop it at once. Charles, why is he bowing?" "Le bébé est américain," Charles said. His mouth pursed as though he'd bitten into something sour. "How useful," she declared. "The family doesn't have one of them." "I'm Margale Chon." Marcus trailed into confused silence and then regrouped. "I'm Matthews." "Yes, I know. You still reek of him." She extended her arm, bent at the elbow, palm open. "I'm Freya de Clermont, your aunt. You may call me Fanny." Marcus took Fanny's elbow, and she took his. Her grip was firm and steely. It was going to take Marcus some time to absorb, never mind the reality, of female wear-offs. Women were meant to be soft and sweet, in need of nurture and protection. Neither Fanny, Freya suited her far better, Marcus thought, nor Francoise fit this description. Gallowglass's strict instructions that Marcus never play cards with his aunt made abundant sense now that he'd met her. "Is Matthew with you?" Fanny asked. "No. The Chevalier is at Yorktown, ending the war," Marcus replied. He still couldn't call de Clermont by his Christian name. "Oh, the war is over. At least that's what all the papers say." Fanny deposited her hat crown down upon a mountain of flour. Marcus expected this to draw a sharp rebuke from Charles, but the chef was gazing at Fanny with adoration. "Have you supped, Mademoiselle Fanny?" Charles asked. "You must be famished, working all morning with Monsieur Franklin. Antoine is in the stables. I could send him to your room, or Guy if you prefer. I'll have my breakfast in bed." Freya paused, considering her options. "I believe I would like Josette."
This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. Charles bustled off to make arrangements. Marcus tried desperately to unpick the meaning of Fanny's words. Surely she didn't plan on... "I often crave something sweet at this hour," Fanny explained. Fanny was going to feed off Josette. In bed. What else might happen there stirred Marcus's imagination. Fanny sniffed the air and smiled. "You can have her when I'm done, and she's had a chance to recover. Josette is very generous, dear girl." Fanny sat in the wing chair Marcus had vacated, resting her booted feet on the fireplace's stone surround. This sent her skirts sliding toward her hips, revealing a long, shapely pair of legs. "You're terribly young to be so far from your sire. I am just over 60, mademoiselle." Marcus was trying to think of his age in terms of days rather than years, but it still sounded strange. He sat gingerly on the edge of the bin that held wood for the fire. "No wonder you are having licentious thoughts." "You must explore them," Fanny commented, "if you expect to achieve self-mastery." "Thank God you are no longer with Matthew. He would raise you as a monk and forbid you all congress with women." That was precisely what had happened in Pittsfield, where Marcus had been slavering for a taste of a young woman, but had had to make do with a rum-soaked male instead. "Matthew says I mustn't feed off women. He says it's too easy to confuse desire with hunger. He says," Fanny hushed him with a gesture common to the soldiers of the Philadelphia Associators, "it is terribly fortunate for you, then, that Matthew is not here. We are living in a different time, a different world. We must embrace carnality, not flee from it." Marcus was now so hard it was painful, his desire fueled by Fanny's libertine ideas. These days his lust was as bottomless as his other appetites. On the Arethusa, even the snap of the canvas had prompted lewd thoughts. Charles delivered an aromatic cup of black coffee to Fanny. "Josette is drawing your bath, mademoiselle. Have her take a long soak and wait for me." Fanny sipped her coffee and let out a sultry sigh. The hot water will bring all the blood rushing to the surface of her skin and put her in a more relaxed state. Marcus filed Fanny's wisdom away for future use, shifting on the edge of the bin to give himself more room. "So, tell me your news. How did it go with Farr?" Fanny fixed her frosty blue eyes on Marcus. Marcus had no idea who Farr was. He shrugged. Fanny's expression turned sympathetic. "Give Philippe time." Fanny reached over and patted him on the knee. "Once father has figured out what use you are to him and given you names, he will thaw. Until then, you will stay with me. I will teach you how to be a werehand. Do a far better job than Matthew would have done. Even Farr will be astonished at what I have achieved." Marcus bit back a sigh of relief. He wasn't sure Fanny would make a better parent, but he was confident she would make his education a more interesting, not to mention pleasurable, experience. Fanny embraced the challenge of Marcus's education with enthusiasm, supplying him with dancing and fencing masters, French and Latin tutors, a tailor, and a wig maker. Marcus's days were filled with appointments, his nights with reading and writing. Still, Fanny fretted about how Marcus might develop, and aspired to do everything she could to see him become a credit to the family. "We must occupy your mind with new experiences, Marcus," Fanny declared one night. "Otherwise, you might slip into ennui and come out jaded like my sister Stasia. Do not worry. I have sent a message to a friend. She will have marvelous ideas about how to perfect you. Stephanie Félicité Ducrest de Saint-Aubin, Comtesse de Genlis, received Fanny's cry for help and left the opera at once to lend assistance.
She arrived like a spring sunset, swathed in lavender and blue silk, sparkling with tinsel braid, and topped with a powdered, puffed wig that resembled clouds. The Comtesse peered at Marcus through a pair of spectacles worn around her neck on a sky-blue ribbon. "A remarkable creature," she pronounced in perfect English once her examination was complete. "Yes, but he is still an infant," Freya said sadly. "We must spare no effort in preparing Monsieur Marcus to meet his grandfather, Stephanie. You will move in straight away." Together, Fanny and Madame de Genlis poked and prodded him, firing off questions and comments so rapidly, in English the questions and French the comments, that Marcus couldn't keep up. Marcus stopped trying to anticipate whether the next topic would be his experience with women, tragically limited, they agreed, his education, shockingly poor, or his manners, quaintly old-fashioned, but really he must stop bowing to servants. "It is a very good thing le bébé doesn't require sleep," Madame de Genlis commented to Fanny. "If we work night and day, he might be ready to meet your father, le Comte, at midsummer." "We do not have 6 months, Stephanie," Fanny said. "You will be lucky to have 6 days," was Francois's dour prediction. 6 jours! Madame de Genlis was appalled. "Francois, you must do something. Talk to Madame Marthe. She will get Philippe and Isabelle out of Paris. Isabelle hates Versailles. Besides, news travels between Paris and the palace too quickly," Fanny fretted. "Surely they would enjoy spending the winter months in Blois, or even at Sept Tours. You could suggest it, Fanny." "Father would know I was up to no good," Fanny said. "No, Stephanie, we must be brave and ruthless, and teach le bébé all we can as quickly as we can. The fear of discovery will sharpen our focus and enliven us to new possibilities. Energy and persistence will conquer all obstacles, as Dr. Franklin says." Marcus's days and nights passed in a dizzying world of activity. He didn't much care for the Latin, the French, or the dancing lessons. The fencing lessons were better. But his favorite moments were discussing politics and philosophy in Fanny's opulent library. Marcus had never seen so many books in one place. Madame de Genlis was quick-witted and well-read, which meant that Marcus had to work hard to keep up with her, even when the subject of their conversation was Thomas Paine. But it was their outings into the city streets that Marcus loved above all else. "Paris is the best teacher," Madame de Genlis proclaimed as they crossed over the Seine and into the narrow, twisting thoroughfares of the Ile de la Cité. Together, they watched cows being butchered and the prostitutes in Madame Gourdon's brothel taking their afternoon ablutions. Fueled by his unfulfilled desire for Francois, they spent a glorious morning amid the Bateaux Lavois on the Seine, drinking in the heady scents of starch and soap, and giving washerwomen a few sous in exchange for a cup of their blood. Gunpowder was next, after they stumbled across a tense duel while hunting at dawn in the Bois de Vincennes. Print shops followed, the damp pages and tang of the ink drawing Marcus like iron filings to a magnet. Though Marcus had seen a few news sheets roll off the presses in Philadelphia, Paris's booksellers operated on an entirely different scale. Books in French, Latin, Greek, English, and languages Marcus couldn't recognize were typeset in wooden racks. Sometimes the metal letters were still glistening with ink from their previous jobs. Then it was off to the press, to be aligned, inked, and imprinted. Reluctantly, Marcus handed over his copy of Common Sense to a bookbinder so that it could be kept from falling apart. He watched the man select the stiff backing for the new leather cover and paste fresh paper down to protect the worn contents. When the bookbinder returned it, now wrapped securely in brown leather stamped with gold, Marcus held in his hands a volume that would not be out of place in the finest of libraries.
This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. Marcus was so entranced by the world of books that Fanny paid a beefy printer with a daughter in need of a dowry half a year's earnings so that he could drink his blood and imbibe a truer sense of what it was to be involved in the book trade. Alors, it was an experiment, Madame de Genlis said with a tinge of disappointment, after Marcus confessed that most of what he'd seen in the man's blood concerned his wife, a real harridan, if he were to be brutally honest, and his futile efforts to get out of debt. "We shall try again," Fanny said, unfazed by failure. Nothing was off limits to him so far as Fanny and Madame de Genlis were concerned, even though Marcus's keen sense of smell led him around by the nose, as Gallowglass had feared. He found the scent of young women irresistible. "I know just the place to go," Fanny confided to Madame de Genlis. "A brothel where the women are young and enthusiastic." Then Marcus smelled something even more enticing than a woman. Stop! What is that? Marcus discovered he could slow Fanny's progress by planting his feet so firmly on the street that his shin bone cracked under the stress. "The Hotel Dieu." Madame de Genlis pointed to a vast, fire-scarred building stretched along the banks of the Seine in the shadow of Notre Dame Cathedral. Parts of it had collapsed. The rest of it looked like it might tumble into the river at any moment. "Hotel?" Marcus asked. "The hospital," she replied. "I want to go inside," Marcus said, just like his father. Fanny looked disappointed at Marcus's decision to leave off his pursuit of women in favor of death and disease. But then her face brightened. "Perhaps there is something to be learned from the similarity. What do you think, Stephanie?" Aromas of camphor, lint, coffee, and spices assaulted Marcus's nose when he entered, followed by the sweet smell of decay and darker notes of opium and death. He drank it in, along with layers of copper and iron scent. So much blood, he realized, each person subtly different. Marcus trailed through the wards, using his nose, that powerful part of the vampire body, rather than a manual examination to diagnose illnesses and patients' conditions. The hospital was enormous, larger even than Philadelphia's Bettering House, or the hospital the Army had occupied in Williamsburg. And night had fallen before he was through exploring. By then, Marcus's coat was stained with blood and vomit. He hadn't been able to ignore the patient's pleas for water and care. He was also ravenous and wanted to go to a tavern and order a pint of beer and a piece of well-seasoned beef, even though he knew it would no longer satisfy his hunger. He got Josette instead. Marcus was in the library the next morning, conjugating Latin verbs, when there was a commotion in the front hall. A petite woman burst into the room, followed by Fanny's footman, a strange-looking fellow named Ulf, whose arms were too long for the rest of his body. Trailing behind was another small, elegant female. "Aware, you see," the woman cried, clasping a folded piece of paper to her breast. She was draped in yards of red and white striped silk, and wore a redding coat along with a ridiculously tiny cocked hat set on her powdered wig at a jaunty angle. The woman was childlike in her appearance, with small features. "He is just as my Gilbert described, is he not? I knew him the moment I spotted him from my carriage, entering the Hotel Dieu." The female wearer inspected Marcus through a filmy veil that floated from the brim of her hat and covered her piercing green eyes. "Madame de Clermont, Madame la Marquise, let me call," Ulf said, flapping his large hands in consternation. "Isabeau!" Fanny arrived in a whirl of pale blue and green.
She was followed at a more sedate pace by Madame de Genlis, who continued to sport the colors of the Revolution and was today dressed in naval blue with golden braid. A model of a ship in full sail was pinned to her wig in lieu of a hat. And the Marquise de Lafayette. Madame de Genlis swept her skirts into one hand and curtsied. "What brings us this honor?" Marcus stared at his former patient's wife. She did not look old enough to have a husband, but then again, Lafayette hadn't seemed mature enough to be a husband either. "I came to thank my husband's savior." Adrian rushed at Marcus, her lips pursed to bestow kisses on him. "Please, madame, there is no need." Marcus's protests were cut off by an enthusiastic embrace. "How will I ever repay your kindness?" Adrian wept into his coat, clinging to him for dear life. "Your skill as a physician? Your—" "I have come to see my grandson," the veiled woman interrupted, clearly out of patience with Adrian's effusiveness. She lifted the scrap of fabric, revealing her face. It was perfectly formed and exquisitely beautiful, but there was a ferocity to her features that would warn any prudent warm blood to stay away. "Grandmother," Marcus whispered, taking a step in her direction. "Marcus is not yet ready," Fanny began. A cold glance stopped her. "If you insist," Fanny said smoothly, though Marcus could hear that her heart was beating more quickly than usual. "Marcus, this is Isabeau de Clermont, Matthew's maker, and your grandmother." His grandmother? Marcus's blood beat out a staccato tattoo of pride and respect. He took one step toward her, then another. Marcus studied his grandmother as he did, intrigued by the affinity he felt for this stranger. He was struck by the beauty of her face and features, the sharp delicacy of her bones, and the blue-tinged porcelain quality of his skin. Her eyes were the color of jade, and so penetrating that they seemed to flay Marcus to the bone. Her dress was a froth of creamy silk, but the layers of fabric wrapped and puffed around her slender frame did nothing to diminish the woman's presence. Isabeau de Clermont was powerful, and powerfully intelligent. Marcus couldn't stop himself. He bowed. His grandmother was the finest lady he had ever encountered. Adrian cooed and clapped in approval, wiping a tear from her eye at the touching domestic scene unfolding in Fanny's front hall. Cold, delicate hands touched him on the shoulders, a quiet command to rise. "Yes, you are Matthew's son," Isabeau said, her eyes holding his. "I hear his blood song in your veins. This will fade in time as you become your own creature. But you are still too young for such independence. It is important that vampires understand who you are until you can protect yourself." "Vampire?" Marcus looked to Fanny in confusion. "We do not use that old-fashioned word where anymore," Fanny explained. "Vampire is fresh, modern." "It matters little what you are called," Isabeau said, her voice dismissive. "All that is important is who you are, Matthew's son and a de Clermont." 23, 30 June. "Do you have your phone?" "Yes, Miriam." Phoebe waited by the window, impatient for her first glimpse of their visitor. "And some money?" "In my pocket." Phoebe patted the hip of her jeans, where a mixture of small bills for taxis and large bills for bribes was neatly folded. "And no ID?" Miriam said. The need to go out hunting without any identification, in case the unimaginable happened and someone was killed, had been drummed into Phoebe. Nothing. Phoebe had even taken off the diamond key her parents had given her on her 21st birthday, in case the stones were registered and could somehow be traced back to her. The emerald ring that Marcus had slipped on her finger when they were engaged remained where he had put it, however. "Stop gawping at the window," Miriam said, sounding peevish. Phoebe tore herself away from the view of the street. She would be out there soon enough. She was going for a walk in Paris at night. With Jason. He was a member of Miriam's family, now Phoebe's family, a male and the son of Miriam's former mate. Tonight marked Phoebe's next step in becoming an independent vampire.
This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. The significance of this rite of passage had been impressed upon her by every member of the household, including Frasia's driver, who had taken Phoebe for a ride along the same streets she would be traveling tonight on foot. Miriam told her that if all went as planned, Phoebe might be allowed to hunt with Jason, though not to feed. She was not yet mature enough for that. Given that incentive, Phoebe was determined to succeed. She pored over the arrangements, rehearsed every moment of going out into the city in the privacy of her room, and felt ready for any eventuality. A knock sounded at the door. Phoebe practically leaped into the air with excitement. She was about to meet a member of her new family. Françoise gave her a stern look when it seemed as though Phoebe herself might rush to the door and fling it open. Phoebe stilled her feet, folded her hands before her, and waited in Frasia's salon. This act of self-control earned her a slightly approving glance from Miriam and a small smile from Françoise as she left to see to their visitor. "Milord Jason," Françoise said. A wave of unfamiliar scent washed over Phoebe, fur and the dark scent of mulberries. "Serena, Miriam is in the salon." "Thank you." Jason's voice was low and pleasing, accented in a way that Phoebe had not heard before. When he entered the room, Jason pinned his hazel eyes on Miriam. He ignored Phoebe completely, walking past her without a second glance. Jason was about Marcus's height, perhaps an inch shorter, and of a similarly compact, muscular build. "Miriam." Jason kissed Phoebe's maker on both cheeks. The greeting was respectful and affectionate, but by no means warm. "Jason." "Miriam," studying her mate's son. "You look well." "As do you." "Motherhood suits you," Jason replied dryly. "I'd forgotten how hard it is to raise a vampire," Miriam said with a sigh. "Phoebe, this is Bertrand's son, Jason." Jason turned toward Phoebe as if noticing her presence for the first time. Phoebe stared at him with open curiosity, even though she knew this was the height of rudeness. She took in his open, honest expression, the slight bump on the bridge of his nose, the streaks of gold in his brown hair. "Forgive her. She's still a child," Miriam said disapprovingly. Phoebe remembered that she was supposed to be good and bit back a defensive retort. Instead, she extended her hand. Phoebe had been imagining this moment for days. She knew it would not be possible to walk toward him. She might run him over in her excitement. Even so, could she behave like a human and simply shake hands without crushing Jason's fingers? Jason stood before her, eyes slightly narrowed in appraisal. Then he whistled. "For once in his life, Marcus didn't exaggerate," he said softly. "You are as beautiful as he promised." Phoebe smiled. Her hand was still extended. She lifted it slightly. "Pleased to meet you." Jason took her hand, raised it to his lips, and pressed a kiss upon her fingers. Phoebe withdrew her hand as if she'd been slapped. "You're supposed to shake it, not kiss it." Phoebe's voice trembled with fury, though she didn't know why the innocent gesture angered her so. Jason stepped back, a grin on his face and both hands raised in a gesture of surrender. Once the tension in the hall subsided, Jason spoke. "Well, Miriam, she didn't accept my overture, nor did she strike me, bite me, or run out the open door." Jason nodded with approval. "You've done well." "Phoebe has done well," Miriam said, her voice tinged with something Phoebe had not heard in it before. Pride.
I just provided the blood, Miriam continued. Frasier and Francoise have done the rest, and Phoebe herself, of course. That's not true. Phoebe was startled to hear herself contradicting Miriam. Not just blood, but history, lineage, an understanding of my duty as a vampire. Very well done indeed, Miriam, Jason said softly. Are you sure she's only 31 days old? Maybe Frasia's modern parenting ideas aren't as ridiculous as they seem, Miriam mused. She shooed Phoebe and Jason in the direction of the front door. Go, get out of my sight. Come back in an hour, maybe 2. Thank you, Miriam, Phoebe said, already headed out of the room. And for God's sake, stay out of trouble, Miriam called after them. The streets of the 8th arrondissement were by no means empty at this late hour. Couples were returning from their suppers at favorite restaurants. Pairs of lovers strolled arm in arm along the wide boulevards. Through illuminated windows, Phoebe could see night owls watching television, the canned laughter and gloomy newscasters forming a strange chorus. Snatches of conversation traveled through open bedroom windows as warmbloods took advantage of the June air. And everywhere there was a low, constant drumming. Heartbeats. The sound was so mesmerizing that Phoebe barely registered when Jason stopped, hands tucked into his pockets. He had been speaking to her. Sorry, Phoebe said, focusing her attention back on her stepbrother. Are you okay? Jason's eyes were more green than brown, Phoebe noticed on closer inspection. There were faint creases at the corners of his eyes, too, even though he looked no older than she did. Phoebe had seen lines like these before, on friends who sailed and spent lots of time on the water. Where are you from? Phoebe asked. You shouldn't ask, Jason said, his feet moving forward. Never ask a vampire their birthplace, age, or real name. But you're not any vampire. You're family. Phoebe caught up with him easily. So I am, Jason laughed. Still, you need to be careful. The last creature who asked Miriam her age is buried on the bottom of the Bosporus. Your maker's fierce. Don't cross her. Phoebe had crossed her, in Frasia's dining room. Uh-oh. Your heart rate just spiked, Jason observed. What did you do? Challenged her. Did you end up wishing you'd never been born? Jason's expression was sympathetic. Miriam hasn't mentioned it since. Phoebe bit her lip. Do you think she's forgiven me? No chance, Jason smiled cheerfully. Miriam has the memory of an elephant. Don't worry, she'll make you atone. One day. That's what I'm afraid of, Phoebe said. Miriam will wait until your guard is down. It won't be pleasant, but at least then it will be over. Jason turned to face her. If there's one thing everybody knows about Miriam, it's that she doesn't hold grudges. Not like Marcus's father. I still don't feel I understand Matthew, Phoebe confessed. Ysabeau, Baldwin, Frasier, even Varen, I feel somehow connected to all of them, but not to Matthew. I doubt Matthew understands himself, Jason said quietly. Phoebe was chewing on that tidbit of information when they turned off the Avenue Georges V and onto the banks of the Seine. The Palais Bourbon across the river was brightly illuminated, as were the bridges that spanned the river. Beyond the Pont Alexandre III, the spokes of the Rue de Paris glowed blue and white. Phoebe moved toward the bright colors, mesmerized. Hang on, Phoebe. Jason's hand was on her elbow, his weight an anchor holding her back. Phoebe tried to shake him off, dazzled by the prospect of all that light. Jason said something, his voice sounding far away and muffled by the loud drumming of hearts, and made inconsequential by the brilliant hues that surrounded them. He spun Phoebe around. She snarled as the lights and color fused into a dizzying whirl. You're light-struck. Jason's eyes were pinwheels of green and gold. He swore. Phoebe's knees crumpled, and she sagged toward the pavement. Too much champagne, darling, a woman laughed. White, middle-aged, American, based on the accent. A tourist. Phoebe lunged. The tourist's eyes widened in sudden terror. She screamed.
Passers-by, those strolling lovers, seemingly lost in their mutual adoration, stopped and turned. Qu'est-ce que c'est? A national police officer, fully kitted out in navy and white, was on patrol alone. She planted her feet wide and put her hands to the belt that held her communications device and weapons. But the question came too late. Phoebe was already at the tourist's throat, her hands grabbing at her thin sweater. A flashlight shone directly into Phoebe's eyes. She winced and let the struggling woman go. "Are you all right, madame?" the officer asked the tourist. "Yes, I think so," the American said, her voice shaking. "This is outrageous. We were walking back to our hotel when that woman attacked us," the tourist's companion said. Now that the danger had passed, he was full of bluff and swagger. A wave of contempt flooded Phoebe. Pathetic warm bloods. "She's high on something," the woman said, "or drunk. Probably both," her friend said, a nasty edge to his voice. "You wish to file a report?" the police officer asked. There was a long pause while the tourists weighed their umbrage against the inconvenience of spending the rest of their night and most of tomorrow filling out paperwork and answering routine questions. "Or you could leave this with me." The officer's voice dropped. "I'll make sure she doesn't trouble anyone else. Give her time to sober up." The flashlight was no longer moving across Phoebe's eyes. Instead, it was a steady beacon. Phoebe's attention remained fixed on it, unwavering. "Lock her up," the man recommended. "A night in a cell will sort her out." "Leave it to me, monsieur," the police officer replied with a chuckle. "Enjoy the rest of your evening." "I'm sorry, Jason," said to the couple. He pressed something into the man's hand. "For the sweater. Keep your girlfriend on a tighter leash." The man pocketed the money. "I find it does wonders for their disposition." Phoebe snarled at the insult, the light keeping her where she was. Had the flashlight not been there, Phoebe would have ripped the man's tongue out so that he could never say something so demeaning again. "I'm her brother," Jason explained. "She's visiting. From London." "Come on, Bill," the woman said, her feet shuffling against the stones. "The police will take it from here." The officer didn't switch off her flashlight until the couple's footsteps and conversation had faded into silence. "That was close," Jason said. "Too close, and too soon." "30 is too young to be out at night," the officer said. "Frasier?" Phoebe blinked, bringing her eyes into better focus. There, standing in front of her, was Matthew de Clermont in a navy all-weather jacket, her tactical trousers tucked into heavy black boots, and a cap set on her head at an angle. Her hair was scraped back into a tight ponytail. "I promised Marcus I would take care of you." Frasier slid the flashlight into a loop on her belt, anchoring it near a formidable-looking gun. "Where did you get the costume?" Phoebe was intrigued by the possibilities for freedom and adventure this implied. "Oh, it's no costume," Frasier said. "I've been in uniform since they first let women serve on the National Police Force as assistants in 1904. "How do you explain why you—" Phoebe was distracted by a passing ambulance's blaring siren and flashing red lights. "I don't explain. I'm a de Clermont. Everybody in Paris who is in a position to question me knows exactly what that means," Frasier said. "But we're supposed to be a secret. I don't understand." Phoebe was tired and hungry, and her eyes stung. If she weren't a vampire, she would swear she was getting a migraine. "We are, Phoebe dear." Frasier put a hand on Phoebe's shoulder. "It just happens to be a secret that many people share. Come, let's get you home. You've had enough excitement for one night." Back at Frasier's house, Phoebe was given a pair of oversized Chanel sunglasses, a cup of warm blood, and a pair of slippers. Francois steered her to a seat in front of the fire.
unlit on this June evening. Miriam was reading her email. She looked up from her phone when Phoebe and her entourage entered the room. "Well," Miriam smiled like a cat, "how was your first taste of independence?" 24. The Hidden Hand, 15 June. Remind me never to host another birthday party. It was late afternoon, and I was in the kitchen, decanting a bottle of red wine. The family was in the garden, where the tables were set and the candles were waiting to be lit, sitting in deep wooden chairs or reclining on chaise longues under bright umbrellas. Matthew's brother-in-law, Fernando Gonzalez, had joined us. Even the head of the de Clermont family, Matthew's brother Baldwin, was in attendance. Fernando was in the kitchen with me, helping Marthe to arrange trays of food. He was, as usual, barefoot. His jeans and open-necked shirt emphasized his casual approach to most things in life, one that was strikingly different from that of Baldwin, whose only concessions to a family celebration had been to take off his jacket and loosen his tie. His lordship is calling for more wine. Marcus strode into the kitchen carrying an empty carafe, his blue eyes sparking with dislike. Normally, he and Baldwin got along, but the news from Paris had soured things. Vampires might be immune to all sorts of human illnesses, but they seemed to be plagued by other conditions, including blood rage and ennui, and being light-struck. "I'm working on it," I said, wrestling with the corkscrew in the bottle. "Here, let me do it." "How is Jack?" I asked, dumping a tub of yellow cherry tomatoes on the platter of crudités. Agatha had designed it, and the thing was worthy of a wedding reception at the Ritz, adorned with curls of cabbage, kale, and mulberry leaves, which provided a colorful backdrop for trimmed carrots, bright yellow tomatoes, strips of pepper, radish rosettes, and cucumber sticks. A celery root in the middle of the tray sent up leafy stalks that resembled a tree. He's sticking close to Matthew. With one deft twist, Marcus freed the cork from the bottle. "And Rebecca," Fernando said, his sharp eyes belying his casual tone. "She's on Baldwin's lap, perfectly contented." Marcus shook his head in amazement. "He dotes on her." "And Apollo is still in the potting shed?" I wanted to break the news of Philip's familiar to Baldwin in my own way, and at a moment of my choosing. "So far." Marcus decanted the wine into a pitcher. "I'd bring out some blood, Marthe. Deer or human, if you have it, just in case." On that cheerful note, Marcus returned to the garden. Marthe picked up the platter of vegetables and followed. Maybe Matthew is right. Maybe these family birthdays aren't a good idea, I said. "Vampires do not, as a rule, celebrate birthdays," I retorted, unable to keep the frustration from my tone. "Sorry, Fernando. Things have been unusually challenging," Fernando smiled. "When have they been anything else between de Clermonts?" We got through the hors d'oeuvres and chit-chat with flying colors. It was when we sat down for dinner that the seams of our togetherness began to fray. What started the unraveling was Phoebe. 30 days is much too soon to be gadding about in Paris after dark, Baldwin said disapprovingly. Of course, Phoebe got into trouble. Miriam's laxity doesn't surprise me, but Frasier knows better. "I wouldn't say trouble, exactly," Isabeau said. "Miriam's children have endured some terrible situations in the past. Do you remember Layla's mating, Isabeau?" "What a poor choice," Baldwin said, "and Miriam let her make it." "Layla ignored her mother's warnings," Fernando said. "Not all children are as cowed by their makers as you were, Baldwin. And just because you're older than dirt doesn't mean you know everything." Jack was toying with the stem of his wineglass, which still contained the last of a strong mixture of blood and red wine. "What was that, pup?" Baldwin's eyes narrowed. "You heard me," Jack muttered. "Uncle."
This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story.
His final word came a bit late to qualify as a title of respect. "I'm sure Miriam considered Phoebe's night out carefully," I said, hoping to pour oil on the water before we were engulfed in waves. Sarah, who was sitting next to Jack, took his hand. The gesture was not lost on Baldwin. My brother-in-law had reservations about letting Matthew establish his own recognized branch of the family, a branch that had not only witches in it, but blood rage vampires too. He had made me promise that I would do anything in my power to keep other creatures from realizing that the de Clermonts were harboring family members with the illness. I had even promised to spellbind Jack if need be. Jack poured himself another hefty measure of blood from the pitcher in front of him. Like Matthew, Jack found that ingesting blood helped to stabilize his mood when he was struggling with the disease's symptoms. "You're hitting the blood rather hard tonight, Jack." Baldwin's remark got a strong reaction from the younger members of the family. Marcus sat back in his chair, eyes rolling heavenward. Jack went on to pour so much blood into his glass that the contents reached the brim and sloshed over the side. Philip scented the rich blood and reached both hands toward Jack. "Juice," Philip said, tiny fingers flexing. "Please." "Here, have some of this instead." I quickly cut some nearly raw steak into small pieces and put them on the mat in front of my son, hoping to distract him. "Want juice," Philip scowled and pushed the meat away. "Juicy juice." Becca, who was sitting next to Baldwin, drummed her feet against her chair. As far as she knew, there were two marvelous elixirs in the world: juice, milk mixed with blood, and juicy juice, blood mixed with water. Becca preferred the latter. "Aren't they feeding you enough, Kara?" Baldwin asked Becca. Becca scowled at him, as if the idea that there was enough food in the world to satisfy her appetite was completely preposterous. Baldwin laughed. It was a rich, warm, and entirely unfamiliar sound. In nearly 3 years of knowing him, I had never heard him so much as chuckle, never mind laugh out loud. "I'll trap a pigeon for you tomorrow," Baldwin promised his niece. "We'll share it. I'll even let you play with it first. Would you like that?" Matthew looked a bit faint at the prospect of Baldwin and Becca going hunting together. "Here, Kara, drink this," Baldwin said, holding his blood and wine to her lips. "There's too much wine in it," I protested. "It's not good." "Nonsense," Baldwin said with a snort. "I grew up drinking wine at breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And that was before Philippe sired me. It won't harm her." "Baldwin," Matthew's voice sliced through the rising tension in the air. "Diana doesn't want Rebecca to drink it." Baldwin shrugged and put his cup down. "I'll mix her some blood and milk. She can have it before she goes to bed," I said. "That sounds revolting," Baldwin shuddered. "For God's sake, leave it alone." Marcus threw his hands in the air. "You're always meddling, just like Philippe." "Enough, both of you." Ysabeau was in the unenviable position of sitting between the two feuding vampires. I had warned her in advance that she had drawn the short straw and would be placed between Marcus and Baldwin, but neither protocol nor prudence would permit any other arrangement. "Nuncle!" Philip cried out at the top of his lungs, feeling left out. "You don't have to shout to get my attention, Philip," Baldwin said with a frown. He clearly held his nephew to a different standard than his niece, who had spent most of the afternoon making noise. "You shall have pigeon tomorrow, too. Or is hunting forbidden as well as wine, sister?" The room held their breath at Baldwin's challenge to me. Jack shifted in his chair, unable to bear the weight of the tension in the room. His eyes were inky and huge. "Agatha, tell them about your plans in Provence," Sarah suggested, still holding Jack's hand. She shot me a look across the table as if to say, I'm doing my best to save this party, but no guarantees. Jack! Philip now tried to get Jack's attention by blaring out his name like a klaxon. I'm okay, Flittermouse, Jack said, trying to soothe Philip's agitation by using his pet name for him. May I be excused, Mum? Of course, Jack. I wanted him as far away from this brewing storm as possible. You need to keep him better regulated, Matthew. Baldwin cast a critical eye over at Jack as he stood to go. I will not have my grandson declawed, Ysabeau hissed. For a moment, I thought she might strangle Baldwin, which was not a bad idea. Thirsty! Philip's voice was high, piercing, and very, very loud. Help! For God's sake, can someone give him a drink? Jack snarled. I can't bear to hear him beg for food. Marcus was not the only one struggling with his past. Jack was too. His memories of starvation on the streets of London returning with Philip's cries. Calm down, Jack. Matthew had Jack by the collar in a blink. But Jack was not the only creature to be distressed by Philip's call for help. A tawny animal bounded in our direction, wearing the frame from the potting shed window around its throat like a necklace. Oh no! Agatha tugged on Sarah's sleeve. Look! Apollo felt the tension that surrounded his small charge. He shrieked before launching himself at Philip so that he could protect him from harm. Sarah flung a handful of seeds into the air, which rained down on the griffin, stopping him in his tracks. She then removed a long chain from around her neck. Hanging from it was a golden stone that nearly matched the color of Apollo's fur and feathers. Apollo shook his head in confusion, scenting the air with caraway. Sarah slipped the chain around his neck. The stone rested on the griffin's breast. He quieted down straight away. Amber, Sarah explained. It's supposed to tame tigers. Caraway seeds keep my chickens from straying. I thought it was worth a try, and I thought peace water might leave spots on the table. Good thinking, Sarah. I was impressed by her creativity. Baldwin, alas, was not. When did my nephew acquire a griffin? Baldwin asked Matthew. Apollo came when my son uttered his first spell, Matthew said, emphasizing his greater claim to Philip. So he takes after his mother, Baldwin sighed. I had hoped he would be more vampire than witch, like Rebecca. We can still hope, I suppose, that time will change him. Becca, who knew a good opportunity to make mischief when she saw it, took advantage of the distracted adults by reaching for Baldwin's cup of blood. No, Baldwin said, moving it out of her reach. Becca pouted, her lower lip quivering. But tears would not dissuade her uncle. I said no, and I meant no, Baldwin said, and you can blame your mother if you're still hungry. Even at the best of times, which this was decidedly not, Becca was not interested in complicated assignments of responsibility and blame. As far as she was concerned, Baldwin had betrayed her trust, and he deserved to be punished for it. Becca's eyes narrowed. Rebecca, I warned, expecting a tantrum. Instead, Becca lunged, embedding her sharp teeth in Baldwin's finger. The finger of her uncle, the man who was the head of her vampire clan, the creature who expected her complete obedience and respect. Baldwin looked down at his niece, astonished. She responded with a growl. Still sorry Philip takes after his mother's side of the family? Sarah asked Baldwin sweetly. Becca didn't mean to do it, I assured Baldwin. Oh, she most certainly did, Ysabeau murmured, sounding impressed and a trifle envious. We had withdrawn to the parlor. The children were asleep, both of them exhausted from the day's excitement and the copious tears that had been shed in the wake of Rebecca's behavior. The adults were drinking whatever they required in order to stabilize their nerves, be it blood, wine, bourbon, or coffee. There, Sarah finished placing a superhero bandage over Baldwin's already healed wound.
I know you don't need it, but it will help Becca connect actions with consequences when she sees it on you. This is what I feared might happen when the two of you announced your wish to strike out on your own, Matthew, Baldwin said. Thank God I'm the first creature Rebecca bit. I looked away. And, just like that, Baldwin knew. I'm not the first. Baldwin looked at Matthew. Did the tests I ordered show blood rage? Tests? I stared at my husband. Surely he wouldn't have tested the children's blood for genetic anomalies, not without telling me. I don't take orders from anyone when it comes to my children. Matthew's voice was cold, his face impassive. They're too young to be poked and prodded and labeled. We need to know if she inherited your mother's disease, Matthew, as you did, Baldwin replied. If she has, the consequences could be deadly. In the meantime, I want her kept away from Jack in case his symptoms make hers worse. I glanced at Ysabeau, who looked dangerously calm, and at Jack, who looked devastated. Is it my fault she's behaving badly? Jack asked. I'm not talking to you, Jack. Baldwin turned to me. Need I remind you of your promise, sister? No, brother. I was trapped in a web of my own weaving. I had promised him that I would spellbind any member of our family whose blood rage threatened the well-being and reputation of the de Clermont clan. It had never occurred to me that I might be forced to do so to my own daughter. I want both Jack and Rebecca spellbound, Baldwin announced, until their behavior stabilizes. She's only a baby, I said, numb with the implications this might have for her. And Jack, I forbid it. Matthew's voice was low, but there was no mistaking the warning in it. Not on my watch, Baldwin. Marcus crossed his arms. The Knights of Lazarus won't allow it. Here we go again. Baldwin jumped to his feet. The Knights of Lazarus are nothing without the support of the de Clermont family. Do you want to test that theory? Marcus's question was quietly challenging. Doubt flickered in Baldwin's eyes. You could, of course, say the same about the de Clermonts. They would be nothing without the brotherhood, Marcus continued. You cannot raise a vampire without discipline and structure, Baldwin said. The way we were raised won't work for Rebecca or Philip. Matthew, in the unlikely role of peacemaker, stood between his son and his brother. It's a different world now, Baldwin. Have you forgotten how modern methods of child-rearing failed Marcus? Baldwin said, striking back. I cannot believe you would want them to suffer as Marcus did in New Orleans. When young vampires determine the course of their own lives, they leave death and chaos in their wake. I was wondering when you'd bring up New Orleans, Marcus said. Philippe would not have allowed you to compromise Rebecca's future, nor will I, Baldwin continued, his attention focused on Matthew. You're no Philippe, Baldwin, Marcus said softly. Not by a long shot. Every creature in the room held their breath. Baldwin's only reaction was to twist his lips into a smile that promised retribution. Philippe's son had not survived the Roman army, the Crusades, 2 world wars, and the ups and downs on Wall Street by being hasty when it came to revenge. I'm going back to Berlin. You have 2 weeks to run the tests, Matthew. If you don't, I'm going to hold Diana to her promise, Baldwin said. Sort your family out, or I will. Why on earth did Philippe choose him for a son? Sarah asked when Baldwin was gone. I've never understood the attraction, Ysabeau admitted. Martha gave her a sympathetic smile. What will you do, Matthew? Fernando asked quietly. Tabitha sat in his lap, purring like a motorboat while he scratched her ears. I'm not sure, Matthew said. I wish Philippe were here.
He would know how to manage Baldwin and Rebecca. "Oh, for fuck's sake!" Marcus exclaimed. "When is this family going to stop holding Philippe up as the perfect father?" Sarah gasped. I, too, was surprised by the outburst. It was difficult to think of Philippe as anything but a hero. "Marcus?" Matthew looked at his son in warning, then slid his eyes in Ysabeau's direction. But Marcus would not be silenced. If Philippe were here, he would have determined the course of Becca's entire future by now, and to hell with what you, or Diana, or even his own granddaughter might have wanted, Marcus said. And he would be doing the same with Phoebe, interfering in every decision we made and managing every aspect of her life. Philippe materialized in the corner, his outlines hazy. He was substantive enough, however, that I could see the proud expression on his face and the respect with which he regarded his grandson. "He always was unfailingly honest," Philippe said, giving Marcus an approving nod. "Philippe was a meddling old busybody who tried to control everything and everyone," Marcus continued, his voice rising along with his anger. "The hidden hand, isn't that what Rousseau called it? Lord, grandfather loved Emile. He would quote passages from it all day if you let him. Your grandfather was the same way when it came to Musonius Rufus's notions of how to raise virtuous children," Fernando said, taking a sip of his wine. "All you had to do was mention the fellow's name, and Hugh would groan and leave the room. I thought I was trading a life of powerlessness for one of freedom when I became a vampire," Marcus continued. "But I was wrong. I simply exchanged one patriarch for another." 25. Depend, January 1782. Swords at the ready. Master Arrigo stepped away from Marcus and Fanny. "En garde!" Fanny flourished her rapier, cutting the air so cleanly that the blade sang. Marcus tried to imitate her, but only succeeded in nearly impaling the Italian swordsman and slashing his own sleeve from elbow to wrist. It was an unseasonably warm January afternoon on the Rue de Saint-Antoine, and Fanny had relocated Marcus's fencing lesson from the house's grand ballroom with its slippery parquet floor to the wobbly cobbled courtyard. Madame de Genlis was seated out of harm's way in an upholstered chair carried down from the dining room, basking in the watery winter sunshine. "Pray," Master Arrigo said. Marcus tightened his hold on his rapier and held it at the ready. "No, no," Master Arrigo said, stopping the proceedings with a frantic wave. "Remember, Monsieur Marcus, do not grip the hilt like a club. You must hold it lightly but firmly, like your cock. Show it who is master, but do not squeeze the life out of it." Marcus shot a horrified look at Madame de Genlis. She was nodding enthusiastically. "Exactement." Madame de Genlis rose from her chair. "Shall I demonstrate, maître?" "Good Lord, madame," Marcus protested, waving his rapier in hopes of persuading her to come no closer. The tip wiggled and quivered. "Stay where you are, I beg you." "Stephanie is not troubled by your Puritan morals, Marcus," Fanny said. "Unlike you and Matthew, she has no fear of flesh." Marcus took a deep breath and readied himself once again to attack his aunt with a lethal blade. "Pray," Master Arrigo barked, adding, "With care, monsieur, with care." Marcus tried with all his might to imagine his sword into a cock, and to handle it with just the right blend of discipline and gentleness. A niggle of awareness ran along his spine, distracting Marcus from his fencing lesson. Someone was watching him. His eyes swept the windows that overlooked the courtyard. A shadow moved past the glass in an upstairs room. "Allez," Master Arrigo said. Someone twitched at the drapes. Marcus strained to see who was there. He felt a small prick on his shoulder, no more annoying than a bee's sting. Marcus waved it away. "Touché, Mademoiselle Fanny!" Arrigo clapped his hands. "Zut!" He barely noticed. Fanny pulled the rapier's point free from Marcus's shoulder, disgusted. "What's the point of fighting blade to blade if you don't even wince when I pierce your flesh, Marcus? You're taking all the joy out of combat."
"Let us try again," Master Arrigo said, gathering his patience once more. "On guard." But Marcus was across the courtyard and up the stairs, already in search of his quarry. When he reached the upper stories of the house, there was a faint scent of pepper and wax, but nothing else to indicate anyone had been there at all. Could he be seeing things? But the uncanny feeling Marcus experienced in the courtyard didn't leave him over the next few days. It accompanied him to the opera when Marcus escorted Madame de Genlis to a performance of Collinette à la Cour. He borrowed her opera glasses and peered through them at the members of the audience, all of whom were similarly more interested in the other attendees than they were in Monsieur Grétry's latest masterpiece. "Of course you are being examined," Madame de Genlis retorted when Marcus complained of feeling scrutinized during a burst of applause. "You are a de Clermont. Besides, why else does one go to the opera, except to see and be seen?" Marcus's survival instinct, which had been honed to a fine edge during the years he'd lived under Obadiah's tyrannical rule, had grown even sharper since he'd become a vampire. He would have liked to ask his grandmother about the prickling sensation that washed over him in the market when he was studying the types of waterfowl that might tempt his appetite with Charles, or outside the Hôtel Dieu, which he didn't dare enter again in case the scent of blood drove him insane, or in the bookstores, where he read snatches from the newspapers while waiting for Fanny to make her purchases of the latest novel and imported copies of the Royal Society of London's Transactions. "Perhaps music is too passionate for such a young vampire," Madame de Genlis mused the morning after their disastrous second trip to the opera, her feet crossed on a low, padded stool and a cup of chocolate in her hand. Marcus had been so uncomfortable and so convinced someone was spying on them that they left after the first act. "Nonsense," Fanny protested. "I was on the battlefield, axe in hand, within 7 hours of my transformation. It was a baptism by blood and fire, let me tell you." Marcus leaned forward in his chair, more eager to hear Fanny's story than he was to retreat to the library and conjugate more Latin verbs, which was his assignment that day. Before Fanny could begin her tale, however, Ulf arrived, ashen-faced and bearing a silver salver. On it was a letter. Ulf had arranged it so that its wax seal was on top, a distinctive swirl of red and black. Nestled in the pool of color was a small, worn silver coin. "Mort," Fanny took the letter. "It is not for you, Mademoiselle Fanny," Ulf said in a sepulchral whisper, his long face grim. "It is for le bébé." "Ah!" Fanny waved Ulf toward Marcus. "Put it in your pocket." "But I don't know what it says." Marcus studied the address on the outside. It was penned in dark, distinctive strokes. "To Monsieur Marcus l'Américain, of the Hôtel Dieu and Monsieur Neveu's shop, who now resides at Mademoiselle de Clermont's house, a reader of newspapers and a student of Signor Arrigo." Whoever had written the letter seemed to know a great deal about Marcus's business, not to mention his daily routine. "I do," Fanny sighed. "It says, 'Attend on me at once.'" "It was only a matter of time, ma chérie," Madame de Genlis said, trying to comfort her friend. Marcus cracked the seal and freed the coin. It dropped toward the ground. Fanny caught it in mid-air and deposited it on the table next to him. "Don't lose this. He'll want it back," she warned. "Who will?" Marcus unfolded the paper. As Fanny had divined, the letter contained only a single line, brief and exactly as she had predicted. "My father." Fanny rose. "Come, Marcus, we are going to hotel. It's time to meet your farfar."
Fanny and Madame de Genlis packed, protesting all the way, into a carriage. This one was equipped with better springs than the one that had brought him from Bordeaux to Paris, but the rough city streets were not conducive to a smooth ride. Then they reached the rutted dirt path that stretched out into the countryside to the west of Paris, and Marcus knew he was going to be violently ill if the bouncing and swaying didn't stop. He'd crossed the Atlantic with nothing more than a touch of seasickness, but carriages, it seemed, utterly defeated him. "Please, just let me walk," Marcus begged, feeling as green as the wool hunting jacket they'd found in an upstairs cupboard, discarded by one of Fanny's lovers after he discovered she was a vampire and fled the house in the middle of the night. The coat almost fit him, though it was too snug in the shoulders and too long in the arms, which made Marcus feel both pinched and drowning. Marcus had ruined the only coat that fit him properly at the hospital and was forced to make do with this second-hand garment. "You are too young, and it is broad daylight," Fanny said briskly, the feathers in her hat swaying this way and that with the movement of the carriage. "It will take too long to walk there at human speed, and Farfar does not like to be kept waiting. Besides," Madame de Genlis added, "what if you meet with a maiden or a cow, and are overtaken with a pang of hunger?" Marcus's stomach flopped over like a fish. "No," Madame de Genlis said with a decided shake of her head. "You must direct your thoughts away from your discomfort, and rise above them. Perhaps you could compose your remarks to Comte Philippe." Oh, God! Marcus covered his mouth with his hand. He was expected to perform for his grandfather, like the trained monkey outside the opera who tumbled and danced for a fee. It reminded him of being dragged to Madame Porter's house when he was a child. "You should begin, I think, with a few verses," Madame de Genlis advised. "Comte Philippe greatly admires poetry and has such a memory for it." But Marcus, who had been raised in the fields and forests of western Massachusetts, where verses that were not found in the Bible were suspect, knew no poetry. Madame de Genlis did her best to teach him some lines from a poem called Le Mondain, but the French words refused to stick in Marcus's memory, and his constant retching kept interrupting the lesson. "Say it after me," Madame de Genlis instructed. "Regrettera qui veut le bon vieux temps, et l'âge d'or, et le règne d'Astrée, et les beaux jours de Saturne et de Ré, et le jardin de nos premiers parents." Marcus obediently did, over and over again, until Madame de Genlis was satisfied with his pronunciation. "And what comes next?" his martinet of a schoolmistress demanded. "Moi, je rends grâce à la nature sage," Marcus managed to get out between belches. His sense of the poem's meaning was hazy at best, but Fanny assured him it was entirely appropriate to the occasion. Ulf, who was accompanying them to Hôtel, looked unconvinced. "Qui, pour mon bien, m'a fait naître en cet âge, tant décrié par nos tristes frondeurs." "And do not forget the final line. You must say it as though you mean it, Marcus, with conviction," Fanny said. "Ce temps profane est tout fait pour mes mœurs." Ah, how I miss our dear Voltaire. Do you remember our last evening with him, Stephanie? At last the carriage slowed to pass through the wide gates of a house that stretched along the hilltop. It was vast and made of pale stone, flanked by gardens that were more impressive than anything Marcus had ever seen. Though they were largely empty at this time of year, he could imagine what they would look like in summer. Marcus looked at Fanny in amazement. "They belong to Martha," Fanny said. "She is uncommonly fond of gardening. You will meet her, no doubt." But it was not a woman who waited for them at the base of the wide staircase in the forecourt, but a dignified vampire with silver-flecked hair. Like the rest of the house, the forecourt was grand in scale and neat as a pin. There was a quiet hum of industry coming from the kitchens, as well as appetizing aromas. Grooms led fine horses out of their stalls.
Servants and tradesmen shuffled in and out of a warren of offices and rooms in the service buildings that were tucked behind a stone wall. "Milady Freyja," the man bowed. "Monsieur Marcus, Alan." It was the first time Marcus had seen Fanny looking anything less than confident. "Pepper." Marcus recognized the vampire's scent. "You're the one who has been watching me. Welcome to the Hôtel de Clermont. Sieur Philippe is expecting you," Alan said, stepping aside so they could enter through the central arched door and into the hall. Marcus crossed the threshold and entered a house that was far grander than the one he had promised to own one day. The black and white marble floors of the hall were polished to a high sheen that reflected the light and made the entrance glimmer. A stone staircase curved up to a broad landing before spiraling up to another floor, and then another. A forest of white pillars added substance and style to the airy space, creating an arcade between the doors through which Marcus had entered and the doors opposite them, which led to an expansive terrace that provided a prospect over the river and beyond. Marcus' sense that he was being watched returned, stronger than before. Bay leaves and sealing wax and a fruit Marcus had no name for, tangled with the aroma of pepper from Alan, Madame de Genlis' musky scent, and the sweet hint of roses that always hung around Fanny. There were other, fainter notes as well: wool, fur, and something slightly yeasty that Marcus had detected in some of the older patients at the Hôtel Dieu. It was the scent of aging flesh, he supposed. Marcus took careful inventory of what his nose noticed, but he kept returning to the laurel and sealing wax. Whoever belonged to them was the center of gravity in this house, and he was behind him where Marcus was most vulnerable. His grandfather. The man called Phare by Fanny, and Comte Philippe by Madame de Genlis, and Sieur by Alan. Marcus wished that Gallowglass, or even the disapproving Hancock, were there to give him advice on what would be expected of him. He had learned much about how to wash clothes, make medicines, and handle horses since arriving in France. But Marcus had no idea how to properly greet a vampire, except for the hand-to-elbow grip that Gallowglass and Fanny used. And so Marcus fell back on his Massachusetts upbringing. First, he gave his most polished bow. Now that Marcus was a vampire, any ragged edges or infelicities of line had been smoothed into a perfect, graceful movement that would have made his mother proud. Then he plumbed the depths of his conscience and reached for the honesty that had been drilled into him from pulpit and primer. "Grandfather, you must forgive me, but I do not know what I am supposed to do." Marcus straightened and waited for someone to rescue him. Already the son eclipses the father. The voice was velvet and stone, both controlled and clear. It belonged, Marcus surmised, to a man who had made music his whole life. His grandfather's command of English was perfect, but it was impossible to identify the accent that colored his words. "You needn't worry. There isn't any aggression in him, Phare." Fanny appeared from one of the many doors off the main hall, and Madame de Genlis with her. She was carrying 2 pistols, both of them cocked and ready to be fired at Marcus. "He is nothing but curiosity, Comte Philippe," Madame de Genlis confirmed. She smiled at Marcus encouragingly. "He has prepared a poem for you." Sadly, Marcus couldn't remember a single word of Le Mondain. Once again, he dipped into his memories of Hadley for reinforcements. "Children's children are the crown of old men, and the glory of children are their fathers," Marcus said, with all the conviction Madame de Genlis could have wanted. "Oh, well done." The voice of praise was scratchy and nasal, with a bit of a wheeze at the end that might have been a chuckle. There was another man on the stairs.
Proverbs, always suitable, especially when the sentiment is sincere. A very sensible choice. The man descending the stairs had a balding head slightly too large for his body, and a waistline that rivaled Colonel Woodbridge's. The sweet scent intensified, and along with it came the iron-rich tang of black ink. He peered at Marcus over a set of spectacles. There was something familiar about him, though Marcus was sure they had never met. "And what do you say to that, Marta?" His grandfather was now close enough to see the trembling of his limbs as Marcus' nerves got the better of him. Marcus closed his hands into fists and took a deep breath. A small, wizened old woman with glimmering eyes and a maternal air came from the shadows. Here was the woman Fanny had promised he would meet. Marta. "Madame," Marcus bowed, "my mother would have been envious of your gardens. Even in winter they are impressive." "A man of faith and charm, too," said the man on the stairs with another wheezing chuckle. "And it would seem he knows something of jardins and potagers, and not just medicine." "His heart is true, but there is a shadow in it," Martha pronounced, scrutinizing Marcus closely. "Matthew would not have been drawn to him otherwise." His grandfather's quiet sigh floated around Marcus. "Put him out of his misery, my dear Comte," the man on the stairs advised. "The poor boy reminds me of a fish caught between cats. He is certain of being eaten, but does not know which of us will have the honor of picking over the bones." Heavy hands came to rest on Marcus' shoulders and swung him around. Philippe de Clermont was a giant of a man, as muscular as his elderly friend was soft and doughy. He had thick, burnished golden hair and tawny eyes that saw everything, or so Marcus suspected. "I am Philippe, your grandmother's mate," his grandfather said, his voice soft. Philippe waited the space of a human heartbeat and then continued. "It is a sign of respect among our people to turn your eyes away from the head of the family. Respect is earned. Sir." Marcus kept his gaze on his grandfather. Staring into the eyes of a man so ancient and powerful was not an easy task, but Marcus forced himself to do it. Obadiah had taught him never to look away from anyone older and stronger than you were. So it is. The corners of Philippe's eyes creased with something that, in a lesser being, might have been amusement. "As for this darkness we all feel, you will tell me about it. I will not take the knowledge from you." It had never occurred to Marcus that someone other than Matthew might learn of his past through blood lore. Philippe's words, which appeared to be tender and paternal, sent a chill through Marcus' bones. "You have done well with him, daughter. I am pleased," Philippe said, turning to Fanny. "What shall we call him?" "He is called Marcus, though he tried to get me to call him Galen, and Gallowglass called him Doc," Fanny said. "He slept for a moment the other day and cried out for news of Catherine Chauncey. So Fanny was spying on him too." Marcus' eyes narrowed at the betrayal. "Marcus, son of war, and Galena, healer. I cannot fathom where the name Chauncey came from, or what it might mean," Philippe said, "but it must be precious to him. Chauncey is a Boston name." The bespectacled man studied Marcus carefully. "I was right, Comte Philippe. The man is not from Philadelphia at all, but from New England." The mention of Philadelphia brought the man's face into sharper focus, and Marcus realized who he was. "You're Dr. Franklin." Marcus looked at the elderly gentleman with the stooped shoulders and ample belly with something akin to reverence. "And you're a Yankee." "I'm surprised the associators took you in," Franklin said with a slow smile. "They're a clannish bunch and don't usually accept anyone into their ranks who was born north of Market Street." "What was your father's name, Marcus?" Philippe asked. "Thomas," Marcus said, thinking of Tom Buckland.
"Don't ever lie to me,"
his grandfather said pleasantly, though the glint in his eye warned Marcus that this lapse into falsehood, like a challenging stare, was a serious matter. The man whose blood I once carried in my veins was called Obadiah MacNeil, but there is nothing left of him in me. Marcus's chin rose. Thomas Buckland taught me how to be a surgeon and a man. He is my true father. Someone has been reading Rousseau, Franklin murmured. Philippe considered Marcus for a long moment. He nodded. Very well. Marcus Raphael Galen Thomas Chauncey de Clermont, his grandfather at last pronounced. I accept you into the family. You will be known as Marcus de Clermont for now. Fanny looked relieved. You won't be disappointed, Far, though Marcus still has much to learn. His Latin is abominable, his French deplorable, and he is clumsy with a sword. I can shoot a gun, Marcus said sharply. What need do I have for swords? A gentleman must carry a sword, at least, Madame de Genlis said. Give Stephanie and me another month, perhaps 2, and we will have him ready for Versailles, Fanny promised. That is perhaps a matter for Isabeau to decide, Philippe said, casting a fond glance on his daughter. Isabeau! But Fanny was indignant. She turned her head away from her father. Of course, Far. And what do I call you, sir? Marcus didn't mean to sound insolent, though the horrified look on Fanny's face told him he might well have been. Philippe merely smiled. You may call me grandfather, he said, or Philippe. My other names would not suit your American tongue. Philippe. Marcus tried it out. It had been months, and he still couldn't think of the Chevalier de Clermont as Matthew, never mind father. It was definitely too soon to call this terrifying man grandfather. Now that you are part of the family, there are a few rules you must obey, Philippe said. Rules? Marcus' eyes narrowed. First, no siring children without my permission. Philippe raised a single admonishing finger. Having now met more members of the de Clermont family, Marcus had no desire to increase its size. He nodded. Second, if you receive a coin from me, like the one on the letter I sent to Fanny's house, you must return it to me, personally. If you do not, I will come looking for you myself. Understood? Once again, Marcus nodded. Like adding to the de Clermont family, he had no wish for Philippe to show up at his door unannounced. And one more thing. No more hospitals, not until I think you're ready. Philippe's steady gaze traveled from Marcus to Fanny. Am I clear? Crystal clear, Far. Fanny flung her arms around Philippe's neck. She turned to Franklin. Stephanie and I discussed all the possible risks, Dr. Franklin, as well as the rewards. We didn't think anyone was in real danger, certainly not Le Bébé. Tell me how you came up with the idea to let him ring the bells at Notre Dame. What a coup, and something I have longed to do myself, Franklin said, steering Fanny through the doors and onto the terrace outside. Madame de Genlis went with them. Marcus was left alone with Philippe. Your grandmother is waiting for you in the salon, Philippe said. She is eager to see you again. You know about our meeting? Marcus said, his throat dry. Philippe smiled once more. I know most things, Philippe said. Marcus! His grandmother offered him her cheek for a kiss. It is a delight to see you here. Isabeau was seated in a deep chair by the fire, which was lit in spite of the open windows. Grandmother, Marcus said, pressing his lips to her cool flesh. Marcus sat quietly in Isabeau's salon, listening to the banter taking place around him as Fanny, Madame de Genlis, and Franklin joined them. He understood a quarter of what was said. Without Dr. Franklin, who periodically translated in an effort to draw Marcus into the conversation, it would have been far less. But Marcus was content to remain quiet. It allowed him to try to absorb his present situation, which was both dazzling and bewildering. He studied his surroundings, which were more lavish and elegant than anything he had seen through Philadelphia windows. Books lay on tables, thick carpets were underfoot, and the scent of coffee and tea hung in the air. The fire was a roaring blaze, and everywhere there were candles. Philippe sat within arm's reach of Isabeau, in the only chair in the room that was not upholstered. It was wooden, painted blue, and had the curved, spindled back and saddle-shaped seat that were common to Philadelphia furniture. Marcus felt a pang of homesickness. The foreign speech, which had seemed pleasant and musical, became loud and dissonant. Marcus struggled to draw a breath. "I see you have noticed my chair," Philippe said, claiming Marcus' attention. Marcus felt his panic drop a notch, then another. He felt able to breathe again. "Dr. Franklin gave it to me," Philippe explained. "Does it remind you of all you left behind?" Marcus nodded. "With me it is sense," Philippe observed softly. "When the sun falls on pine boughs, warming up the resin, it takes me immediately back to my childhood. Moments of dislocation, of feeling out of place and time, happen to all of us who have been reborn. Davy Hancock had nearly pummeled Marcus into the ground when he asked him about his youth and how long he had been a vampire. As a result, Marcus knew better than to ask any of the de Clermonts their age or their true name. Still, Marcus couldn't help but wonder just how ancient Philippe and Isabeau were. The air grew heavy around him, and Marcus found that Isabeau was studying him. The expression on her face suggested she knew exactly what he was thinking. Her power was so different from that of her husband. Philippe was all civilization, a keen-edged sword in an elegant scabbard. Isabeau, however, had a wild, untamed edge that could not be completely cloaked in satin or softened with lace. There was something feral and dangerous about his grandmother, something that caught at Marcus's throat and made her heart thud in warning. "You are very quiet, Marcus," Isabeau said. "Is there something wrong?" "No, madame," Marcus replied. "You will get used to us, I promise," Isabeau assured him. "And we will, in turn, get used to you. It is too much, I think, to meet your new family all at once. You must come again, alone." Philippe was watching his wife closely. "You must do it soon," Isabeau continued. "And when you return, you can share your news of Matthew. Philippe and I would like that. Very much. I would like that too, madame. Perhaps he and Isabeau could organize a trade, a piece of information about Matthew and what was happening in the colonies, in exchange for some intelligence on vampire customs and de Clermont history. A family tree would be useful, for a start. 26, Babel, October 1789, January 1790. Veronique tossed her white cap, festooned with the red, white, and blue ribbons of revolution, onto the table next to the bed. She flung herself onto the rumpled sheets, nearly upsetting the pot of coffee that was perched on a stack of books. Flushed with victory and triumph, she shared her news. The March on Versailles was a success. Thousands of women were there. "King Louis and his brood are all in Paris now," she said. "Marat is a genius." Marcus looked over his copy of L'Ami du Peuple. "Marat is a demon." "That too." Veronique trailed a finger along the outline of Marcus's leg. "It's only right that creatures should have a voice. Even your Lafayette believes that." "You know that's against the covenant." Marcus put the newspaper aside. "My grandfather says, I don't want to talk about your family." Veronique propped herself up on one shoulder. Her shift slid, exposing the soft curve of her breast. Marcus moved the coffee and the books. His blood rallied at Veronique's scent, that heady mixture of wine and woman that he couldn't seem to get enough of. Veronique rolled over onto the scattered pages of Marat's latest edition. Marcus lifted the hem of her shift, exposing shapely legs. Veronique sighed, her body opening to his touch.
This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. Lafayette brought the guards with him, though he waited long enough to do it, she said, as Marcus teased her breast with his mouth. Marcus' head lifted an inch. I don't want to talk about the Marquis. That will make a nice change, Veronique replied, arching her body toward him with a giggle. Vixen, Marcus said. Veronique nipped him on the shoulder with sharp teeth, drawing beads of blood. Marcus pinned her to the bed with his body, entering her in a single thrust that brought a cry of pleasure. Marcus moved within her, slowly, deliberately, incrementally. Veronique bared her teeth, ready to bite again. Marcus pressed soft lips to her throat. You're always telling me to be gentle, Marcus said, teasing her flesh with his teeth and tongue. Veronique was far more experienced than Marcus and happy to guide him as he explored her body and discovered the best ways to please her. Not today, she said, pressing his mouth closer. Today I want to be overthrown, like the Bastille, like the king and his ministers, like... Marcus stopped her from sharing any more revolutionary sentiments with a fierce kiss and applied himself to meeting her every desire. It was already dark outside when Marcus and Veronique emerged from their attic on the left bank of the Seine. Veronique's red, curling hair tumbled freely about her shoulders, the patriotic ribbons on her white cap fluttering in the breeze. Her striped skirts were hitched up at the side, showing plain petticoats and a hint of ankle, along with sturdy clogs that protected her feet from both the hard cobblestones and the deep Parisian muck. She was buttoning her blue coat under her breasts, which accentuated her curves in ways that had Marcus longing to return to the bedroom. Veronique, however, was intent on getting to work. She owned a tavern, one that Marcus still frequented along with his friend and fellow physician Jean-Paul Marat. There, Marcus and Marat talked about politics and philosophy, while Veronique served up wine, beer, and ale to the students of the nearby university. She had been doing so for centuries. Veronique was that rarest of all creatures, a familyless vampire. Her maker had been a formidable woman named Ombeline, who had struck out on her own when the family she was serving didn't return from their crusade to the Holy Land. Ombeline made Veronique a vampire a century later, during the chaos of the first plague epidemic in 1348, plucking her out of an infected hostelry near the Sacré-Cœur. Paris's vampire clans had seen the opportunity the disease presented to dramatically increase their numbers. Humans desperate to survive were quick to take any hope of survival that was offered. Ombeline had met her end in August 1572, when she was killed by a rampaging Catholic mob who mistook her for a Protestant during the melee that erupted when Paris celebrated the marriage of Princess Margaret to Henry of Navarre. Veronique was not, as a result, a great believer in religion. It was something she and Marat had in common. Though many of the city's vampire clans had attempted to fold Veronique into their ranks, first by persuasion, then by coercion, she had resisted all effort at subjugation. Veronique was content with her tavern, her attic apartments high above the street, her loyal clientele, and her enjoyment of life itself, which, even after more than 4 centuries, still seemed precious and miraculous to her.
"Let's stay in tonight," Marcus said, catching her hand in his and pulling her back toward the door. Insatiable fledgling. Veronique kissed him deeply. "I must make sure that all is well at work. I am not a de Clermont and cannot stay abed all day." Marcus could not think of a single member of his family that did so, but had learned to steer conversation away from the sore subject of aristocratic privilege. Sadly, it was the only topic of conversation in Paris, so it dogged them in overheard snatches all the way to the Rue des Cordeliers, where the slump of Veronique's tavern awaited them, its roofline bent with age and the windows listing this way and that. Light streamed out onto the street in sharp angles, refracted by the panes of glass as though they were involved in one of Dr. Franklin's optical experiments. An ancient metal sign creaked on its pole overhead. The cutout shape of a beehive gave the place its name, La Ruche. Inside, the conversation was deafening. Veronique's arrival was greeted with cheers. These turned into catcalls when Marcus appeared behind her. "Late to work, citizen?" her patrons teased. "Up at the crowing of the cock, Veronique? What's wrong with you, boy?" someone called out of the smoky gloom. "Why not keep her in bed where she belongs?" Veronique sailed through the room, bestowing kisses on the cheeks of her favorites and accepting congratulations on the successful march on Versailles that she had helped to organize. "Liberty," a woman called from the counter where drinks were served. "Fraternity," the man next to her chimed in. This earned him a good-natured shove from his neighbor, which sent his coffee sloshing over the brim of the cup. Veronique served every kind of liquid refreshment: wine, coffee, tea, ale, chocolate, and even blood. The one thing she refused to serve was water. Her customers began to bang their drinking vessels, dented tin and heavier pewter, fine glass and glowing copper, rough pottery and delicate porcelain, on tables, window-sills, the counter, walls, the backs of chairs, stools, and even on the skulls of nearby patrons. Marcus grinned. He was not the only one drawn to Veronique's fire and passion. "Equality!" Veronique cried, holding her fist in the air. Marcus watched the crowd swallow her up, everyone eager to hear what she had seen at the palace and how the royal family had responded, and whether it was true that Veronique spoke to the queen. Marcus no longer panicked when his skin prickled and his hackles rose to alert him that there was another predator nearby. He had been vampire for 8 years and was now a fledgling, capable of feeding himself and moving like a warm blood. The sleepless hours no longer weighed on him. He spoke French like a native, could converse with his grandfather and Ysabeau in Greek, and debated philosophy with his father in Latin. "Hello, Matthew." Tonight, however, Marcus spoke in English, a language that he and his father shared, but that was beyond the reach of the ordinary Parisians who filled La Ruche. He turned. Matthew was sitting in a dark corner, as usual, sipping wine out of Veronique's finest glass. His waistcoat was the color of soot and embroidered with paler gray and silver thread. The plain white shirt he wore underneath was immaculate, as were the silk hose that extended from knee to polished shoes. Marcus wondered how much the ensemble had cost, and reckoned it would be enough to feed a family of 8 for a year or more in this part of town. "You are overdressed," Marcus said, approaching his father's bench. "You should have donned your leather apron and brought a hammer and chisel if you wanted to blend in." The man next to Matthew turned, revealing a face that was strangely twisted, the angles of cheek and mouth set in a fleshy imitation of the tavern's windows. Dark, deeply set eyes studied Marcus from under a thatch of black hair. Like Marcus, he wore no wig, and his clothes were simple and made of thick, serviceable fabric. Jean-Paul! Marcus was surprised to see Marat sharing a drink with his father. He wasn't aware they knew each other. "Marcus." Marat moved along the bench, making room for him. "We are talking about death. Do you know Dr. Guillotin?" The doctor inclined his head. He was dressed in somber black, though the material was expensive and the coat well cut. Guillotin's dark eyebrows and the shadow at his jawline suggested there was dark hair under his powdered wig. Only by reputation, Marcus wished. I wished he had ordered a drink first. Dr. Franklin always spoke highly of you, sir.
This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. Guillotine extended his hand to Marcus. Marat eyed them both suspiciously and then buried his nose in his tin cup. Marcus took the doctor's hand and felt the shifting pressure in his grip that confirmed what Marat suspected. Guillotine was a Freemason, like Marcus, like Matthew, like Franklin. That meant that Guillotine knew about creatures, and about vampires in particular. Marcus often assisted Dr. Franklin in his laboratory, Matthew said. He is a surgeon and interested in medical matters. Like father, like son, Guillotine said. And you are a physician too, Dr. Marat. How fortunate that I came upon my old friend the Chevalier. No one came upon Matthew de Clermont by chance. Marcus wondered what constellation of influences had placed Matthew in Guillotine's path. The doctor is trying to reform medicine. Marat's voice echoed strangely in his contorted nasal cavities. He has picked the oddest place to begin. Dr. Guillotine wants to give criminals a quicker, more humane death. Marcus parted the tails of his coat and sat on the bench. God, he needed a drink. The pleasant hours he'd had with Veronique faded into memory as he prepared to navigate the tricky waters of this conversation. Perhaps, doctor, we could get rid of death altogether. The Chevalier de Clermont could make us all immortal if he wanted. Marat, who was a daemon and should know better than to bait Matthew, pressed the matter further. But true equality wouldn't suit the vampires. Who would be their serviteur de sang? Oh, I think we would always keep a few daemons around for amusement, if not nourishment, Matthew said quietly, like the fools and jesters of old. Marat flushed. He was sensitive about both his small stature and his appearance. Marat's fingers scratched at his neck, where a rash bloomed red and pink. I oppose capital punishment, as you know, Monsieur Marat, Guillotine said. But if we must put criminals to death, let it be quick and painless. And let it be done in a regular, reliable fashion. I'm not sure God means death to be painless, Marcus said. He searched the room for someone who might bring him a drink. Veronique caught his eye, and her mouth dropped open in astonishment at the company he was keeping. Improvements need to be made to these mechanical executioners, Guillotine continued, as if Marcus had not spoken. His real audience was Matthew, who was listening attentively. They have engines of death in England and Scotland, but the axes are crude and crush the spine and tear the head from the body. Marat's fingers dug deeper into his skin, vainly searching for relief from the itching. Matthew's nostrils flared as blood rushed to the surface, and Marcus watched as his father pushed back the appetites that plagued all vampires. The Chevalier de Clermont was famously self-controlled. Marcus envied him that. Even though Marat was his friend and a daemon, the metallic tang of his blood still made Marcus's mouth water. I need to speak to you. Matthew was suddenly next to him, his lips close to Marcus's ear. Reluctantly, Marcus left Marat and Guillotine. It was not the conversation that made him want to stay, but the prospect of slaking his sudden thirst. Matthew led him to the stained wooden counter, where Veronique was watering down blood with wine. She handed a tall beaker to Marcus. "Drink," she said, looking worried. Marcus was still too young to be fully trustworthy in a crowd of warm-bloods. Matthew waited until Marcus had swallowed down half the liquid before he spoke. "I think you should stay away from Marat.
"His trouble," Matthew advised. "Then so am I, for we share the same views," Marcus retorted, his temper flaring. "You can order me around, make me study the law, restrict my funds, and forbid me from holding a job, but you cannot choose my friends. If you persist, you'll be summoned to an audience with Philippe." Once again, Matthew had switched to English. It was a common de Clermont practice, moving from one language to another in an attempt to speak more privately. "Grandfather doesn't care what I do." Marcus took another sip. "He has bigger fish to catch than Jean-Paul or me." "There is no such thing as a small fish during a revolution," Matthew replied. "Any creature who causes a ripple, no matter how seemingly insignificant, can change the course of events. You know that, Marcus." Maybe, but Marcus had no intention of conceding to his father's demands. This city was his home now. Marcus felt comfortable among the working poor of Paris in a way he never did perched on a silk-covered chair in Isabeau's salon or attending an aristocratic ball with Fanny. "Go back to the Ile de la Cité where you belong," Marcus told Matthew. "I'm sure Juliette is waiting for you." He did not like Matthew's companion, whose soft, generous mouth said one thing, and whose hard, dangerous eyes said something else. Matthew's eyes narrowed. Marcus felt a sense of satisfaction that his shot had reached its target. "I can take care of myself," Marcus insisted, turning his attention back to his drink. "That's what we all thought, once," Matthew said softly. He slid a sealed letter across the counter. Embedded in the red and black marbled wax was an ancient coin. "You can't say I didn't try. I hope you enjoyed your liberty, equality, and brotherhood, Marcus. In the de Clermont family, it never lasts for very long." Marcus was in the back room of La Ruche, dabbing at his wounds, wearing torn and filthy clothing. It was a frigid day in late January, and he had spent most of it running for his life. "Have you forgotten what this means?" Philippe tossed the worn, ancient coin in the air and caught it as it dropped. Marcus shook his head. The coin was a summons. He knew that. Every de Clermont knew that. Answer it, or face the consequences. Before, Marcus had always obeyed his grandfather's commands. Now he was going to find out what happened when you ignored them for months. "We are winning, grandfather. We've taken over the old convent," Marcus replied, hoping a diversionary tactic would work. Philippe was a battle-hardened general, however, and unlikely to be impressed by something so minor as the conquest of a moldering old religious building in a seedy part of Paris. He wrapped one hand around Marcus's neck, while the other still held the coin. "Where is Marat?" Philippe demanded. "I'm surprised you don't already know." Even now, Marcus couldn't resist baiting his grandfather. Even though he was stronger, older, quicker, and could flatten him in a moment. "Then he is probably in the first place they will look for him," Philippe swore. "The attic above Monsieur Boulanger's bakery, where you and Veronique have lodgings." Marcus gulped. Philippe was correct, as usual. "I am disappointed in you, Marcus. I would have credited you with more imagination." Philippe turned and stalked out. "Where are you going?" Marcus asked, hurrying after him. Philippe didn't reply. "I'll get Marat out of Paris, into the countryside," Marcus assured his grandfather, struggling to keep up while remaining within the normal parameters of human locomotion. Philippe's legs were longer than Marcus's, which made this difficult. Philippe still paid him no notice. The assault of sound that met them on the Rue des Cordeliers hit Marcus like a blow. Even though it was winter, the streets were filled with vendors and market stalls. Gulls cried overhead before they swooped down to search for food. People called out to one another, advertising what they had for sale, the latest news and gossip, and the price of their wares. "I swear, Philippe, on my honor," Marcus said, hurrying along in his grandfather's wake. "Your honor is not worth much these days." Philippe wheeled around. "You will do as I tell you, and take Monsieur Marat to London. Gallowglass will meet you at Calais. He has been waiting there since Christmas, and will be glad to be rid of France." "London?" Marcus stopped. "I can't go to London. I'm an American."
If a vampire were to abstain from traveling to places occupied by his former enemies, there would be nowhere on earth left to go, Philippe replied, resuming his brisk walk to Boulanger's bakery. Monsieur Marat is familiar with the place. So is Veronique. You may take her with you if you like. John Paul will not want to go, Marcus said. He has work to do here. Monsieur Marat has done enough, I think, Philippe replied. No meddling in human politics or religion. Those are the rules. But not for you, it seems, Marcus retorted, furious. His grandfather conducted French affairs as though they were an orchestra and had a spy stationed on every corner in Paris. Philippe didn't deign to respond. Nevertheless, he and Marcus were beginning to attract sidelong glances from the humans who filled the streets and alleys. Marcus wanted to believe that it was the presence of an aristocrat in this revolutionary neighborhood that drew the attention, but feared it was because they were both vampires. "The Comte de Clermont," one woman whispered to her friend. The comment was carried on the wind, from mouth to ear. "Inside," Philippe said, pushing Marcus through the door to Monsieur Boulanger's shop. He nodded to the bakers as they passed through, most of whom had heavily muscled torsos and bandy legs from shoveling massive loaves into the ovens. "There you are," Veronique said in greeting, flinging open the door. She sounded relieved. The draft drew the scent of yeast and sugar up the staircase. Then Veronique saw Philippe. "Merde," she whispered. "Indeed, madame," Philippe replied. "I am here to see your house guest." "Marat Noto, very well." Veronique stood aside to let them pass. She glared at Marcus. "This is your fault," her expression said. Marat, who was huddled in a chair by the window, leaped to his feet. He was not suited to the life of a fugitive, and was nothing but skin and bones. Worry and the need to keep moving from bolt-hole to bolt-hole had taken their toll on his health. Marcus, who still remembered what it was like to be on the run, always looking over your shoulder and never able to close your eyes for fear of discovery, was overcome by a wave of sympathetic fury at his friend's plight. "Monsieur Marat, I am delighted to have found you before the guard. The scholars at the university talk of nothing but how you have taken refuge with the fair Veronique and le bébé américain," Philippe said, tossing his gloves on the table. The legs were uneven, and the weight of the supple leather was enough to give it a perilous tilt. "You have nothing to fear, Jean-Paul," Marcus assured his friend. "Philippe is here to help." "I do not want his help," Marat said, spitting on the floor in a show of bravado. "And yet you will take it anyway," Philippe said cheerfully. "You are going into exile, sir. I am staying here." "I am no peasant, bound to do his lord's bidding," Marat said with a sneer. "Paris needs me." "Alas, your actions have made it impossible for you to remain in the city or even France, monsieur." Philippe studied the dregs of wine in a pitcher and decided against it. "To London you will go. You will still have to hide, of course, but you will not be killed on sight as you will be if you step outside this door." "London?" Veronique looked from Marat to Marcus to Philippe and back to Marcus. "At first," Philippe replied, "Marcus will meet his father there. Matthew will take Monsieur Marat to the house of Mrs. Graham, a friend of Dr. Franklin who will be sympathetic to his revolutionary passions." "It is out of the question," Veronique replied, her eyes sparkling with displeasure. "Jean-Paul must remain in Paris. We are depending upon his vision, his sensibility."
Monsieur Marat may not be able to see very far from a prison cell, which is where he is headed if you persist in this madness," said Philippe. "This is Lafayette's doing," Marat snarled, his mouth contorted. "He is a traitor to the people." A sword appeared at Marat's throat. Philippe was at the other end of it. "Softly, Marat, softly. The only thing standing between you and utter oblivion are your friendship with Marcus and the Marcus's decision not to pursue you today because of it. Lafayette sent the guard scurrying in a different direction, even though he knew where you were and could have set his hounds upon you," Philippe said. Marat breathed heavily, his eyes lowered to watch the tip of the sword. He nodded. After a moment, Philippe withdrew his blade. "You will all refrain from involving yourselves any further in the affairs of humans," Philippe said, sheathing the sword. "If you persist, I will let the congregation have their way with you. Their punishments are far less civilized than Dr. Pietine's methods of execution, I assure you." Marcus had only a dim knowledge of the congregation and its tactics. The organization was terribly far away, in Venice, but Marcus had learned from his experiences with Philippe that a creature did not have to be close at hand to thwart your plans. "The congregation's rules have little power over the creatures of Paris," Veronique said. "Why shouldn't we have a voice? Do we not have to live in this world the humans are making?" "Pierre and Alain will see you to the coast," Philippe continued, as if Veronique hadn't spoken. "Be ready in an hour." "An hour?" Marat's mouth dropped open. "But I must write to people. There is business." "Are you going with them, madame, or will you stay here?" Philippe was losing his temper, though no one who didn't know him well would have recognized the signs: the slight hitch in his right shoulder, the flutter of the last finger on his left hand, the deepening crease at the corner of his mouth. "I am not sure if I can keep you from harm if you remain in Paris, but I will do my best." "So long as I behave like a good girl?" Veronique snorted at the impossibility of the notion. "I am a practical man," Philippe purred. "I would never be so foolhardy as to ask for the moon and stars." "Come with us, Veronique," Marcus urged. "It won't be for long." "No, Marcus, you may have to obey Philippe, but I am no de Clermont." Veronique's scornful glance at his grandfather made it clear what she thought of Marcus's family. "Paris is my home. I rise and fall with her. My heart beats with hers. I will not go with you to London." "Think of what might happen if you stay," Marcus pleaded, trying to reason with her. "If you loved me, Marcus, you would be more concerned with what would happen to me if I go," Veronique replied sadly. 27. Incense. April, July, 1790. To be in England while winter gave way to spring, Marcus discovered, was to swing like a pendulum between opposing poles of misery and delight. Gallowglass had ferried them safely across the Channel in January and shepherded them on to London, which was a sprawling monster of a city, larger than Paris, and dirtier too. The filth running through the streets and floating in the River Thames froze, but it still gave off a scent that turned Marcus's stomach. So too did the sight of so many redcoats strutting around St. James's Palace and its nearby park. One night, Marcus had fed off a drunken sot of an officer and found him both self-pitying and unappetizing. The experience did nothing to improve Marcus's opinion of the British Army. Unlike Marat, who adored London and had many friends there, Marcus couldn't be rid of the place quickly enough and was happy to leave the city for the countryside of Berkshire, where Mr. and Mrs. Graham would give them shelter. On the way, he had gawped like a bumpkin at the bulk of Windsor Castle. Marcus found the ancient fortress more imposing than Versailles, and had also admired the spires of Eton standing crisp and clear against a dusting of winter snow and the piercing winter blue sky. While London had failed to capture his heart, Berkshire's twisting lanes, patchwork fields tipped with frost, and sprawling farmhouses brought to mind his home in Hadley.
This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. The familiar sight sparked his memories of living according to the cycles of nature, rather than measuring the passage of time with ticking clocks and changing dates on newspapers. Matthew escorted Marat and Marcus to the house of Mrs. Graham, who turned out to be the most notorious woman in England, and one of the cleverest, too. Catherine Sosberge Macaulay Graham had almost as many names as a de Clermont, and just as much confidence. An autocratic lady near 60 with a high domed forehead, a punctuation mark of a nose, ruddy cheeks, and a no-nonsense way of speaking. Mrs. Graham had scandalized polite society by marrying a surgeon less than half her age after the death of her first husband. William Graham was young, short, stout, and Scots. He doted on his wife and relished both her radical opinions and blue-stocking tendencies. "Fancy a walk, Marcus?" William said, poking his head into the library where Marcus was availing himself of the household's impressive collection of medical books. "Come on, some country air will do you good. Those books will still be here when you get back." "I'd love to," Marcus said, closing the illustrated anatomy text. Now that it was April, Marcus could hear and smell the earth coming alive again after its winter sleep. He liked to listen to the frogs by the stream and measure the slow leafing out of the trees. "We could always." William moved his hand up and down in a gesture that suggested there would be drinking involved. Marcus laughed. "If you'd like." They set out on what had become their customary route, putting Binfield House behind them and traveling south toward town. Ahead of them were the gates of an older and far grander residence than the new red brick build that the Grahams were renting. "Matthew remembers staying there last century," Marcus commented as they strolled past the E-shaped building with its tall leaded windows and crooked chimneys. The Grahams were fully apprised of the way the world really worked, and Catherine had been a friend of both Fanny and Isabeau for years, so Marcus was free to speak of such things with his hosts. "Full of rot and woodworm and birds nesting in the eaves," Graham sniffed. "I'm glad to be living in a modern house with sound windows and doors, and a chimney that won't catch fire." Marcus made a noise of agreement, but truthfully, he liked the charming old pile with its zigzag roof lines and exposed timberwork. His father had explained how the house was constructed from a mixture of wood and narrow bricks with stone casements for the windows. One of the unforeseen benefits of their forced exile was that Matthew was far more relaxed in England than he had been in either America or Paris. Marcus and William circled west toward Tippin's Wood. This was the vampires' preferred hunting ground, though the wildlife was sparse at this time of year, and the bare branches didn't provide much cover from curious human eyes. As a result, most of Marcus' sustenance came from red wine and bits of raw game birds, supplemented with blood from the butcher. Marcus had grown accustomed to a more varied and tastier diet in Paris. "How is Mrs. Graham this morning?" Marcus asked William. Catherine was suffering from a cold that had settled in her chest. William and Marcus had consulted on a cure and sent her to bed with one of Tom Buckland's tisane recipes and a chest plaster made with mustard and herbs to ease her congestion. "Better, thank you," William replied. "I wish they'd taught me something half as useful in Edinburgh as what your Tom taught you in America. If they had, I'd be a prosperous surgeon by now." William may have attended the finest medical school in Europe, but he had lacked the connections and resources to establish his own practice. His older brother, James, had completely overshadowed him with his controversial cures in London and Bath, the most famous of which was the celestial bed. For married couples trying and failing to conceive, which was their patriotic duty, according to James,
Garam's contraption, complete with turtle doves, scented bedclothes, and a tilted mattress to put husband and wife at the most propitious angle while they made love, renewed their procreative hopes. James made a fortune from desperate couples, but William's medical prospects were jeopardized because of it. Fortunately, Catherine Macaulay was one of his brother's childless patients, and William's future was assured when they fell in love and married. What was Edinburgh like? Marcus asked. Matthew still promised to send him there one day, as soon as Marcus was mature enough to withstand the anatomy lectures. Gray and damp, William replied with a laugh. I meant the university, not the city, Marcus said, grinning at his friend. He had missed having someone his own age to swap insults and banter with. Marcus and William were both born in 1757. William was now in his early 30s. Whenever Marcus looked at William, he was reminded of what he would be like today if Matthew hadn't made him a vampire. It was tedious and exciting, as all courses of study are, William said, clasping his hands behind him. When you go, which I pray will be soon, you must make a point of attending Dr. Black's chemistry lectures, even though Dr. Gregory will want you on the ward seeing patients. And the lectures in anatomy? Marcus knew that he must master a wider body of medical knowledge, but surgery remained his first love. Dr. Monroe has a limitless curiosity and courage when it comes to surgical experimentation. You would be wise to attach yourself to him and learn all that you can from his methods and discoveries, William advised. The prospect of doing so almost made Marcus wish he could remain in England, though of course he must return to France and the Revolution as soon as he could. And there was Veronique to consider. Marcus and William emerged from the wood and cut east across the fields along Monk's Alley. Once, the tree-lined lane led to a religious house owned by Reading Abbey, but that house was a crumbling ruin now. William had painted a watercolor of it based on Matthew's recollections of what it had once looked like, tucked into its green pastures and providing a bucolic retreat for the clerics of the nearby city. I suspect your teachers will all be dead and buried by the time I arrive, Marcus said, elbowing William. Who knows? You might be a member of the faculty by then. My place is with Catherine, William replied. Her work is far more important than mine could ever be. At present, Catherine was writing histories of both the successful American and the budding French revolutions. Since Marat's arrival, Catherine divided her time between asking him questions about what was happening in Paris and perusing the papers given to her by General Washington when she and William visited Mount Vernon in 1785. Catherine had even interviewed Matthew and Matthew to better understand the events of 1777 and 1781, and had been fascinated by Marat's reports of Bunker Hill. How did you... Marcus trailed off, embarrassed by his own boldness. The one? William smiled. It was fast, instantaneous even. People think Catherine is a vain old woman and I am a fortune hunter, but from the moment we first met, I never wanted to be anywhere but by her side. Marcus thought of medical school in Edinburgh and Veronique in Paris. Perhaps she would consider setting up a business in Scotland. I've heard you talk about the woman you left behind in Paris, Madame Veronique, William continued. Do you think she might be your soulmate? I thought so, Marcus said, hesitant. Think so? Such a weighty decision must be difficult for a long-lived vampire, William said. It is a long time to remain faithful. That's what Matthew says, Marcus replied. He and Juliet have been together for decades, but my father hasn't made it with her. Yet.
This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. Marcus worried that Juliet might persuade Matthew to take this irreversible step, though Ysabeau assured him that if they were going to mate, they would have done so by now. Monsieur Marat says that Madame Veronique is quite the revolutionary,
William said as they approached the kicking donkey, their last stop before returning home. "You have that in common at least." "She is," Marcus said proudly. "Veronique and Mrs. Graham would get along famously. None of the rest of us would get a word in edgewise, I warrant," William said, holding the door for Marcus. Warm air beckoned them inside, redolent with hops and sour wine. Marcus ducked his head to enter the low-ceiling space. It was dark and smoky, filled with farmers talking in low murmurs about the price of wheat and exchanging tips for the best livestock coming up for auction. Marcus relaxed into the familiar sounds and smells of the rural taverns, something he was never able to do in Veronique's establishment in Paris, where the cacophony of voices and the press of bodies were so overwhelming. William acquired 2 pints of foamy ale and carried them to the farthest corner of the room. The two of them settled into high-backed wooden chairs with stout arms for resting their tankards in between sips. Marcus sighed with contentment and clinked his cup against William's. "To your health," Marcus said before taking a sip. Unlike wine, ale sometimes soured in his stomach, but it was worth it for the taste, which, like everything else about Binfield, reminded him of home. "And to yours," William said, returning the courtesy, "though if we're to continue taking our daily walks, we're going to have to come up with something else. Your safety, perhaps?" The escalating conflict in France was the topic of every dinner conversation. "My father worries too much," Marcus said. "Monsieur de Clermont has experienced much war and strife over the course of his life," William replied. "And Monsieur Murat calls for the death of all aristocrats, even your friend the Marquis de Lafayette. It is no wonder your father is concerned about where all this might lead." Last night, Catherine had drawn Matthew and Marcus out about what they thought of the current situation in France and how it compared to what they had witnessed in the colonies. Marat had erupted into the conversation, waving his arms and crying out for greater equality and an end to social distinctions. Matthew had excused himself from the table rather than allow himself to be attacked by Jean-Paul or appear rude to his hostess. "Do you agree with your father that the revolution in France will be far bloodier and more destructive than what happened in America?" William continued. "How could it be?" Marcus said, thinking back to the stained fields at Brandywine and the winter at Valley Forge, to the surgical tents with their amputation saws and the screams of dying men, the hunger and filth, and the horrors of the British prison ships anchored off the coast of New York. "Oh, humanity is marvelously creative when it comes to death and suffering," William said. "Well, come up with something, my friend. Mark my words." Marcus and Marat returned to Paris in May. Matthew was called away from Binfield House on some business for Philippe, and, left without a supervisor, Marat hatched a plan for their escape. It was complicated and expensive, but between Marcus's allowance, which had increased due to his good behavior in England, Marat's cunning, which was limitless, and Catherine's help as co-conspirator when it came to logistics, the plan succeeded. Marcus tucked himself back into Veronique's life and her new lodgings at the heart of their increasingly radical neighborhood. Veronique had given up her old apartments in the attic of Monsieur Boulanger's bakery so that a lumpen fellow named Georges Danton and his political cronies could use it as a base of operations for their new political club, the Cordeliers. His father, who had returned to Binfield only to discover empty rooms and a triumphant Mrs. Graham, wrote a furious letter demanding Marcus return to England at once. Marcus ignored it. Ysabeau sent a basket of strawberries and some quail eggs to the Cordeliers, along with a request that he call on them in Auteuil. Marcus ignored that too, though he would have dearly liked to see his grandmother and tell her about Catherine and William. When Veronique complained that the de Clermonts were trying to interfere in their lives, Marcus promised that the only thing he would respond to in future was a direct summons from Philippe. But that never came. Marat had now embarked upon a dangerous, clandestine life, one tilted more toward wild flights of fantasy and demonic outbursts with each passing day. He resumed publishing his newspaper, L'Ami du Peuple, shortly after he arrived, seemingly working out of a shop on the Rue de l'Ancienne Comédie. During the day, he hid in plain sight, protected by Danton and the other neighborhood bullies, while a citywide network of printers, booksellers, and newsagents put their own lives at risk to get the newspaper into the hands of its eager readers. At night, Marat secreted himself in the basements, lofts, and storerooms of his friends, jeopardizing their safety as well as his own. Marat's lack of a fixed address, along with the high anxiety caused by the concerted efforts of the police, National Guard, and National Assembly to capture him, did nothing for his fragile mental and physical state. His skin, which had improved during their time away in England, flared into an agony of itchy red sores. Marcus prescribed a vinegar wash to quiet the inflammation and prevent infection. It stung like the devil, but it brought Marat relief, so much so that he began to wear a vinegar-soaked cloth around his head. The sharp tang announced his presence long before he appeared, and Veronique dubbed him Le Vigne Grillé and aired out her back room whenever Marat slept there, so as not to tip off the authorities. While Marat hid, Marcus spent late May and June digging out the Champs de Mars and ferrying wheelbarrows of dirt to the side of a vast oval arena so that Paris could properly celebrate the first anniversary of the storming of the Bastille come July. Marat was the only creature of their acquaintance who did not participate in the excavation, pleading a bad back and sore hands due to the many hours he spent crouched over newspaper copy and writing screeds against his political rivals. With Marat increasingly convinced that there were vast conspiracies at work to undo the revolution, and Veronique busy recruiting new members of the Cordeliers Club for Danton, Marcus found himself spending more time with Lafayette. As head of the National Guard and author of France's new draft constitution, the Marquis was up to his neck in plans for the July celebrations. He had ordered troops from all over the country into Paris. One of Marat's conspiracies argued that Lafayette did so to proclaim himself king, and now had to find housing, food, and amusements for them. At the same time, Lafayette was called upon to greet the visitors who were arriving to join in the festivities. Even the royal family was slated to attend the fête. Given the presence of the king, queen, and heir to the throne, as well as hundreds of thousands of intoxicated Parisians, foreign dignitaries, and armed soldiers, Lafayette was understandably concerned about safety. His anxiety mounted when Marat announced his opposition to the planned spectacle, bringing the simmering animosity between Marcus's two friends to a vitriolic boil. Blind citizens whom my cries of pain cannot penetrate, sleep on the edge of the abyss, Lafayette read aloud from the newspaper. He groaned. Is Marat trying to cause a riot? Jean-Paul doesn't think people are listening to his calls for equality, Marcus said, trying to explain Marat's position. He publishes one shrill call to tear society apart after another. We have no choice but to listen.
This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. Lafayette tossed L'Ami du Peuple on his desk. They were seated in Lafayette's private cabinet. The doors to the small balcony opened to the heavy July air. Lafayette's house was luxurious, but not as large as the Hôtel de Clermont. The Marquis had deliberately chosen a residence that was less ostentatious than those of most aristocrats, and decorated it with simple, neoclassical elegance.
He and Adrian, along with their children Anastasie and George, had gladly left Versailles to enjoy life as a family on the Rue de Bourbon. Lafayette's page entered, a letter in his hand. "Monsieur Thomas Paine," the page announced. "He is waiting for you in the salon." "There is no need for such ceremony," Lafayette said. "We will greet him here." Marcus leaped to his feet. "The Thomas Paine! There is only one, alas." Lafayette straightened his waistcoat and his wig while his servant fetched his American visitor. After what seemed like an eternity to Marcus, the servant returned. With him was a man who looked like an English country parson, dressed in severe black from shoulder to foot, his simple white cravat the only thing to provide a dash of contrast apart from his hair, which was gunmetal gray. Paine's nose was long and bulbous, the end of it angled slightly to the right. The left side of his mouth drooped slightly, which gave him the odd appearance of someone whose features had been fashioned out of soft modeling clay. "Ah, Mr. Paine, you found us. Adrian will be sorry to miss you. She is with her family at the moment." "Monsieur," Paine bowed. "But I have some consolation as well as some refreshment," Lafayette said. More servants appeared with tea and melted away again without uttering a word. "This is my dear Doc, who treated me at Brandywine. He is a great admirer of your writing and can recite common sense chapter and verse. Marcus de Clermont, my friend Thomas Paine." "Sir." Marcus returned Paine's polite bow, but was then overcome with emotion. He rushed to him with an extended hand. "Allow me to express my thanks for all you have done to bring liberty to America. Your words were the greatest comfort to me during the war." "I have done nothing, except cast a light on self-evident truths," Paine replied, taking Marcus' hand in his own. Somewhat to Marcus's surprise, it was a perfectly ordinary handshake. He had long suspected Paine was a Freemason like the rest of them. "Marcus de Clermont, you say? I believe you knew Dr. Franklin." "Marcus and Dr. Franklin spent many happy hours experimenting together," Lafayette said, ushering Paine to a chair. "His death was a blow to all who believe in freedom, not least to his friends who could sorely use his advice in these troubled times." News of Franklin's death reached Marcus a few days after he and Marat returned to France. His friend had died of pleurisy, the infection causing an abscess that had made it impossible to breathe. Marcus had always imagined Franklin would live forever, so powerful was his personality. A great loss indeed. "And what would you ask Dr. Franklin if he were here?" Paine inquired gently of Lafayette, taking a cup of tea with thanks. Lafayette pondered the question, struggling over his answer, while he fiddled with the teapot and strainer. He preferred coffee and was not as familiar with the equipment as he should be. Marcus, who had been trained in the proper handling of it by his mother, rescued the Marquis from certain disaster and poured his own cup of tea. "The Marquis is troubled by Monsieur Marat," Marcus explained as he poured. "Jean-Paul does not like insincerity and feels that the Bastille celebration is frivolous." "Insincerity! How dare he?" Lafayette cried, putting his cup down on its saucer with a clatter. "I can be accused of many failings, Doc, but not my devotion to liberty." "Then you have nothing to fear," Paine said, blowing on his tea to cool it so that he could take a sip. "I have heard that Marat opposes all attempts at reconciliation between those who support his views and those who are more moderate." "Marat is a menace," Lafayette said. "I do not trust him." "Perhaps that is why he does not trust you," Paine replied. Another servant interrupted them, murmuring in his master's ear. "Madame de Clermont has come," Lafayette announced, face wreathed in smiles. "How wonderful! She will not want tea. Fetch wine for her, at once. Madame will be exhausted, having come all the way from Auteuil." Marcus had not seen his grandmother since he returned from London, and did not know what to expect from the encounter, given how many of her invitations he had refused in order to please Veronique. He stood, nervous, as Isabeau de Clermont sailed into the room, ribbons and ruffles fluttering. Her primrose dress was striped with white and adorned with sprigs of blue forget-me-nots. Her hair was lightly powdered, which made her green eyes and the touch of color in her cheeks more evident. And the tilt of her broad-brimmed hat was decidedly playful, not to mention flattering. Madame, Lafayette went to Isabeau, bowing and then kissing her familiarly on each cheek. You have brought the summer gardens inside with you. What a happy surprise that you came today. Marcus and I are talking with Monsieur Payne about the fête. Will you join us? Marquis, Isabeau beamed at him. I could not resist calling on you when Adrian said you were home alone. I have just come from the Hôtel de Noailles. How the children have grown! Anastasie is more like her mother every day. And George, what a rascal he is! Hello, Grandmère. Marcus sounded as awkward as he felt. He tried to cover his nerves by taking her hand and kissing it. He had missed her more than he had realized. Marcus. Isabeau's tone was cool, as if a stiff breeze had blown across the Seine. Happily, no one but Marcus noticed. She turned to Payne. Mr. Payne, welcome back. How is your leg? Does it still swell in the mornings? It is much better, madame, Payne replied. And how is our dear Comte? Busy with his affairs, as usual, Isabeau said. As you know, he takes a keen interest in how America fares during its youth. She slid a glance in Marcus's direction. You must thank him for sending me a copy of Mr. Burke's letter to Monsieur Dupont, Payne replied. Philippe felt sure that you would want to know what was being said in the clubs of London. Isabeau lowered herself into a waiting chair. It was deep, as chairs needed to be in order to support the bird cages women wore around their waists, not to mention all the silk and satin that was draped over them. Veronique might make do with a straight-back stool and a cushion, but not Isabeau. I am crafting my reply to Burke now, madame, Payne said, his body angled toward her. He intends to publish the letter, and I wish to have an answer at the ready. There is no reason France cannot become a republic, as America did. May I impose on the Comte Frère and visit your house to discuss it with him? There is no man whose opinion I value more. Marcus looked from Isabeau to Payne and back to Isabeau. Of course, Mr. Payne. The doors of the Hôtel de Clermont are open to all with serious political views. Isabeau's green eyes fixed on Payne, as though he were a plump raven she was considering for her next meal. What are your thoughts on the Marquis's celebration? It is not mine, madame, Lafayette protested. It belongs to the nation. Isabeau held up her hand, stopping his words. You are too modest, Gilbert. Without you, there would be no nation. We would still be living in the kingdom of France, and the peasants would still be paying their tithes to the church. Isn't that right, Marcus? Marcus hesitated, then nodded. Veronique and Marat would not agree, but Lafayette had drafted the new constitution, after all. I think the people need to see what they are being asked to believe in democracy, in this case, Payne said. What harm can there be in a parade? Exactly, Lafayette said, nodding his head enthusiastically. It is not a vain spectacle, as Monsieur Marat claims.
It is a ceremony of harmony, a ritual of fraternity. The clock on Lafayette's mantel struck 4. Marcus leapt to his feet, shocked to see so much time had passed. He was late. I must go, he said. I have an appointment with friends. My carriage can take you, Lafayette said, ringing a bell that rested by his elbow. My appointment is just down the road, and I'll be faster on foot. Marcus was strangely reluctant to leave Payne, and for a moment he considered changing his plans, but his loyalty prevented it. Goodbye, Mr. Payne. I hope our paths cross again, Monsieur de Clermont, Payne said. At the Marquis' celebration, if not before. I'd like that, Mr. Payne. Grandmère. Marcus bowed to Isabeau. Don't be a stranger, his grandmother said. The corners of her mouth lifted into the shadow of a smile. Marcus headed for the door as quickly as he could without alarming Mr. Payne. Marcus,
Isabeau called after him. Marcus turned. His grandmother had picked up the red wool hat that Marcus had left on his chair in his haste to get away. It was a visible sign of Marcus's allegiance to the ideals of the Revolution. "Don't forget your cap," she said. Café Procope was packed with hot, sweating bodies. There was barely room to stand, and Marcus was like a salmon swimming against the current as he tried to make his way from the door to the back corner where his friends were waiting. "Marcus, is that you?" Fanny waved her hand in greeting. She was wearing a plain silk gown in revolutionary white. Her unpowdered hair was tumbling around her shoulders in the new style being adopted by all the finest ladies, and she wore a version of Marcus's distinctive red hathers made by one of the most expensive milliners in town. Fanny! Having successfully avoided his family for almost 2 months, Marcus could not seem to avoid them today. "You're far from home." "This is the Quartier Latin, not Africa," Fanny replied, making rapid progress toward him through a series of deft moves that included treading upon others' feet, throwing elbows into ribs, and batting her eyes at the men. "The traffic through town is terrible, of course, so I abandoned my carriage on the Pont Neuf and walked the rest of the way. What brings you here?" "I live here," Marcus said, his eyes searching the room for Veronique. "With Danton and his band of murderers and thieves?" Fanny shook her head. "Charles said you and Veronique were crammed into a tiny attic with 6 other creatures. It sounded dreadful. You should move back into my house. It's far more comfortable." "Veronique and I moved out of the attic." Marcus gave up searching for Veronique with his eyes and tried using his nose and ears instead. "We're living in a second-floor apartment now, one closer to the Sorbonne." "Who is your tailor these days?" Fanny wondered, looking him over. "Given the cut of that coat, you look as if you belong in Lafayette's salon, not the Cordelius Club, except for the cap, of course." Marcus's eyes narrowed at her mention of the Marquis. "What are you and Isabeau up to, Fanny?" "Isabeau?" Fanny shrugged. "You're spending too much time with Marat. Now you think there are conspirators behind every door. You know perfectly well that we don't get along." It was true that his grandmother and his aunt were usually shooting conversational barbs into each other at family dinners, but Marcus couldn't help but feel he was being managed. "Liberté, égalité, fraternité!" The chant of the Cordelius Club echoed through the room. It had started in the back corner where Marcus had agreed to meet Marat. The crowds parted, and Jean-Paul emerged from them, the soft tip of his red cap falling over one eye, holding a fist of paper in his hand. George Danton was behind him, ready to escort the Damon to whatever underground lair he would occupy tonight. With them was Veronique. "Marcus!" Veronique's cheeks were flushed. She was wearing the authentic revolutionary dress on which Fanny's fashionable version was modeled. "We expected you hours ago." "I was delayed," Marcus apologized. He moved to kiss her. Veronique sniffed his coat. "You've been with Isabeau," she said. "Isabeau was visiting Lafayette," Marcus said, interrupting Veronique in his haste to reassure her that he had not broken his word. "I had no idea that she would be there." "Lafayette! You see, I told you he cannot be trusted," Marat muttered to Danton. "He is a de Clermont, and like all aristocrats, he would rather slit the belly of your wife and rip out the heart of your infant son than give up one of his privileges." "You know that isn't true, Jean-Paul." Marcus couldn't believe what his friend was saying. "Come away, Fanny," tugging on his sleeve. "There's no point in arguing with him." A knot of spectators was gathering around them, roughly dressed and well into their 3rd or 4th drinks. Most of them were filthy, rags tied around their necks to absorb the sweat and grime, as though they had come straight from doing menial labor at the Champs de Mars. "Wake up, Marcus," Marat said, his tone vicious. "Those people are not your true family. Lafayette is not your friend. They want only to use you for their own purposes, to further their own designs. You know that isn't true, Jean-Paul." Marcus couldn't believe what his friend was saying. "Come away, Fanny," murmured, tugging on his sleeve. "There's no point in arguing with him." A knot of spectators was gathering around them, roughly dressed and well into their third or fourth drinks. Most of them were filthy, rags tied around their necks to absorb the sweat and grime, as though they had come straight from doing menial labor at the Champs de Mars. "Wake up, Marcus," Marat said, his tone vicious. "Those people are not your true family. Lafayette is not your friend. They want only to use you for their own purposes, to further their own designs. You are a de Clermont puppet, jerking every time one of them pulls your strings." Marcus looked mutely at Veronique, waiting for her to defend him. But Veronique did not jump to his rescue, and Fanny did. "You're very brave, Marat, so long as you're hiding in the sewers, or behind your newspaper, or surrounded by your friends," Fanny said calmly, linking her arm through Marcus's elbow. "When you're on your own, though, I bet you piss yourself when a bug farts." There were laughs from some of their audience, not from Marat, though, nor Veronique. "You're all traitors," Marat hissed, his eyes wild. He was every inch a Damon now, and the human patrons began to draw away from him, as if they could sense his strangeness. "Soon you'll all be forced to flee like rats." "Maybe, Jean-Paul," Fanny shrugged. "But like the rats, Marcus and I will survive long after you are nothing but bones and dust. Remember that before you insult my family again." Weeks after the argument at Café Procope, Marcus trudged home from the Marquis de Lafayette's grand anniversary ceremony, covered in mud, his clothes soaked through to the skin. A positively biblical deluge had rained on the parades, the military exercises, the royal family, and the Parisians who flocked to the Champs de Mars. In spite of the weather, it had been a triumph. No one had been accidentally shot, the king had behaved, more importantly, the outspoken Queen Marie Antoinette had played her role to perfection, holding the Dauphin and promising to honor the ideals of the Revolution. Lafayette had sworn an oath to defend the Constitution. All of Paris cheered, even though the only creatures in attendance who could hear everything that was said were vampires like Marcus. Most in Paris would have agreed that Lafayette's celebration convinced the nation that the worst was behind them and that progress had been made. Unfortunately for Marcus, Veronique and Marat were not among them. "I am on strike," Veronique pronounced. These were words that struck terror in a Parisian heart, for they suggested a disruption of normal routines that would go on for some time. "Go away! I have a newspaper to print," Marat shouted when Marcus came to urge him to go and celebrate a revolution that he had helped to create. "You are an overgrown child, playing with toys, instead of occupying your time with serious work. It will be all over for us if we let creatures like you take charge. Now leave me be." Marcus had decided not to press matters with Jean-Paul. It never worked, not when he was in this kind of mood. So he went alone to the celebrations and enjoyed eavesdropping on conversations between Paine and the king about what constituted freedom and what was instead a sign of anarchy. "What brings you here? I live here," Marcus said, his eyes searching the room for Veronique. "With Danton and his band of murderers and thieves?" Fanny shook her head. "Charles said you and Veronique were crammed into a tiny attic with 6 other creatures. It sounded dreadful. You should move back into my house. It's far more comfortable." "Veronique and I moved out of the attic." Marcus gave up searching for Veronique with his eyes and tried using his nose and ears instead. "We're living in a second-floor apartment now, one closer to the Sorbonne." "Who is your tailor these days?" Fanny wondered, looking him over. "Given the cut of that coat, you look as if you belong in Lafayette's salon, not the Cordelier's club. Except for the cap, of course." Marcus's eyes narrowed at her mention of the Marquis. "What are you and Isabeau up to, Fanny?" "Isabeau?" Fanny shrugged. "You're spending too much time with Marat. Now you think there are conspirators behind every door. You know perfectly well that we—" When Marcus pushed open their apartment door, dry and cracked on one side and swollen with moisture from a dripping balcony on the other, so that it was difficult to budge, he discovered that Veronique was waiting for him. So was his grandfather, Philippe. Marcus stood, frozen, in the entry. The presence of the de Clermont patriarch in their small flat only served to emphasize its shabbiness and discomfort. Philippe dwarfed most people, and his size made it seem as though he occupied more space in the room than one person should. At the moment, he was perched on the edge of a low stool, his legs stretched out and his ankles crossed. Instead of his usual fine clothes, Philippe was wearing brown. When Marcus pushed open their apartment door sidedree and cracked on one side and swollen with moisture from a dripping balcony on the other, so that it was difficult to budge, he discovered that Veronique was waiting for him. So was his grandfather, Philippe. Marcus stood, frozen, in the entry. The presence of the de Clermont patriarch in their small flat only served to emphasize its shabbiness and discomfort. Philippe dwarfed most people, and his size made it seem as though he occupied more space in the room than one person should. At the moment, he was perched on the edge of a low stool, his legs stretched out and his ankles crossed. Instead of his usual fine clothes, Philippe was wearing brown linen, and if not for his size, he might have been mistaken for a sans-culotte. His hands were clasped behind his head, and he was staring into the flames that were burning in the fireplace as though he was waiting for an oracle. Veronique moved to the window and stood biting at her nails and fuming. She whirled around to face him. "Where have you been?" "The Champs de Mars," Marcus said, stating the obvious. "Is something wrong with Isabeau?" He could think of nothing else that might make Philippe show up here, unannounced, alone. "You must choose, Marcus." Veronique put her hands on her hips and adopted a challenging posture. "Them or me?" "Can we have that argument later?" Marcus was tired and sodden, and he wanted something to eat. "Tell me what you want, Philippe, then go. You're upsetting Veronique." Madame Veronique summed it up quite nicely, I think. Philippe's hands dropped to his lap. He pulled a clutch of paper from his pocket. "Your friend Marat is violating the covenant by fomenting rebellion among the people of Paris. This would be reason enough for concern. Now, however, he plans to print this call to murder hundreds of aristocrats in order to purge the nation of potential traitors. Marat will place this call to arms on every wall and door in Paris." Marcus snatched the papers from his grandfather. His eyes raced over the lines, which were in Marat's unmistakable spidery script, complete with thickly ruled-out corrections and changes made between the lines and in the margins. "How did you get this?" he asked Philippe, dazed. "And you call yourself a defender of liberty and freedom?" Philippe said softly. "You just read Marat's demand that we decapitate 500 or 600 aristocrats in the name of peace and happiness, and your only reaction is to ask me where I got it? At least you did not insult me by pretending it was a forgery." Marcus, like Philippe and Veronique, knew it was genuine. Marat would have your friend Lafayette, a man of honor who fought and shed blood for the freedom of your native land, executed. He would execute the king and the dauphin, though he is only a child. He would kill me and your grandmother and Fanny. Philippe let his words sink in before continuing. "Have you no loyalty, no pride? How can you defend such a person, either of you? You are not my father, and I owe you no allegiance, sieur." Veronique used the ancient term for the head of a vampire family. It was a sign of the seriousness of the situation and its potential deadlines that she would rely on such a courtesy now. "You have no right to come into my home and question me." "Ah, but I do, madame." Philippe smiled at her amiably. "You forget, I am the congregation. I have every right to question you if I feel that you pose a danger to our people. You mean you are one of the representatives on the congregation? Veronique said, though she sounded unsure. Of course, Philippe grinned, his teeth showing white in the dimming light. My mistake. But Philippe de Clermont did not make mistakes. It was one of the insights into his grandfather that Fanny had been at pains to share with Marcus, back when he was younger and still getting to know the family and how it operated. I think you are ready to attend the university in Edinburgh, Marcus. The anatomy lectures there cannot possibly be more bloodthirsty than the company you are keeping in Paris. Philippe handed Marcus a key. Matthew is in London and will be expecting you. Marcus stared suspiciously at the ornate metal object. The key to your house. It is near St. James's Palace, outside the city walls, where the air is less polluted and where you can have more privacy than you do here. There is a park nearby for hunting, Philippe continued, still holding out the key. Mrs. Graham and her husband have a house nearby. She is not well, and you will be a comfort to William when she dies. When classes resume, you will travel north to Scotland. You will be useful to me there. Marcus still didn't take the key. There were, he felt sure, more strings attached to it than assisting William in the hour of Catherine's death. Philippe tossed the key in the air, caught it, and placed it on the corner of a nearby crate that was serving as a chair or a table, as the occasion warranted. I trust you are old enough to find your own way to London. Take Fanny with you and make sure that she stays away. Paris is no longer safe. Philippe stood. His hair brushed the low ceiling. Don't neglect to write to your grandmother. She will worry if she doesn't hear of you. Thank you for your hospitality, Madame Veronique. Having laid out the terms of Marcus' surrender, Philippe vanished in a flash of brown and gold. Did you know about this, Veronique? Marcus held up the papers. His lover's silence said more than words could. Jean-Paul was calling for a massacre, Marcus cried. This was not his idea of liberty. They are enemies of the revolution. There was something fanatical in Veronique's flat tone and fevered eyes. How can you say that? You don't even know whom he plans to kill, Marcus retorted. It doesn't matter, Veronique shot back. They are aristocrats. One is much like another. Lafayette was right, Marcus said. Marat only wants to stir up trouble. There will never be enough equality to satisfy him. His revolution cannot be won. Marat was right, Veronique said angrily. You're a traitor, just like the rest. I can't believe I let you inside myself, that I trusted you. Something dark and terrible had been unleashed in Veronique with all this death and revolution. Marcus had to get her out of Paris, too. Gather your things, Marcus said, thrusting Marat's manuscript into the fire. No! Veronique dug into the flames with her bare hands to retrieve the pages. They were curling and blackened, but not yet totally destroyed. Her hands, however, her beautiful, slender, agile fingers and soft palms, were a blistered, charred mess. Horrified, Marcus went to her. "Let me see," he said, reaching for them. "No," Veronique snatched them away. "No matter where I say it, in my bed, or in my tavern, or in my house, or in my city, you respect it as my final word, Marcus." "Veronique, please," Marcus held out his hand. "I will not be told what to do by you, or your grandfather, or any man." Veronique was shaking, her body consumed with shock and anger. Marcus could see her hands beginning to heal as her powerful blood repaired the damage the fire had wrought. "Go, Marcus, just go." "Not without you," Marcus said. He couldn't leave her here, where she might fall further under Marat's spell. "We belong together, Veronique." "You chose the de Clermonts," Veronique said bitterly. "You belong to Philippe now." 28:45. 26 June. A plump woman in her mid-50s walked along the path by the Seine. She wore stout walking shoes, a flowing cardigan, and a brightly colored scarf knotted around her neck. A heavy bag was slung over one shoulder. Every few steps, she took out a sheet of paper and held it at arm's length to make out the words on it, then looked at the nearby landmarks and took a few more steps. "She needs glasses," Phoebe observed. "It's not important that she spots you," Jason replied. "You're here to spot her." How could I miss her with that scarf? The lengthy June twilight provided sufficient illumination for Phoebe's vampire senses to take in every detail of the woman's appearance. The long silver earrings with turquoise stones, the oversized watch, the black leggings and crisp white shirt. "The scarf was part of the agreement, remember?" Jason said, trying to be patient. Phoebe bit her lip. The agreement had been more than a week in the making. Freya had conducted interviews in the salon, and half a dozen middle-aged white women trooped through the house, cooing over the decor and asking questions about the gardens. In the end, Freya had selected the woman who asked the fewest questions and seemed least interested in the house. Curiosity, Freya noted, was not an important quality in one's food. "Take note of her habits," Jason said. "How fast does the woman walk? Is she on the phone? Is she distracted with a map or a shopping list? Is she carrying bags and therefore an easy target? Is she smoking? Do smokers taste bad?" Phoebe asked him. "Not necessarily. It depends on your palate. But smokers are often looking for a light or are willing to share one with you." "Always carry cigarettes," Jason advised. "It makes approaching complete strangers perfectly acceptable." Phoebe added that to her mental list of all the things she should carry: moist towelettes, bribe money, a list of nearby hospitals, and all those things she shouldn't: credit cards, a cell phone, and any type of identification. For a few minutes, Phoebe and Jason watched the woman in silence. Every time the woman looked at her notes and then squinted up to orient herself, she either bumped into someone or tripped on an uneven stone. Once she did both and narrowly avoided a dunking. "She's terribly clumsy," Phoebe said. "I know. Freya really knows how to pick them," Jason said, sounding pleased. "But remember, she may know you will be hunting her, but she still doesn't know where, how, or when you will strike. Margot will be surprised and afraid. You'll hear it in her heartbeat and smell it in her blood. Fight or flight kicks in no matter what. It's instinctive." The woman stopped again, seemingly to study the fading light on the water and stones. "Okay, this is the moment," Jason said, nudging Phoebe with his elbow. "She'll be right in front of us in another 60 seconds. Hop down and get to it." Phoebe remained glued to the stone wall that was providing an impromptu seat. Jason sighed. "Phoebe, it's time you started feeding yourself. You're ready, I promise. And this woman knows exactly what she's doing. Freya already fed from her, and her resume is really quite impressive." The woman, her name was Margot, and she was an Aries, Phoebe recalled, had fed half the vampires in Paris, according to the references she'd provided during her interview. Margot's unassuming appearance masked the fact that she lived in a lavish apartment in the Fifth and had extensive real estate investments throughout the city. "Can you do it?" Phoebe asked. "I'd like to watch and make sure I have all the moves worked out in my head." The only way to approach feeding from a human, Phoebe discovered, was to treat it as though it were a ballet. There were specific steps, foot positions, facial expressions, and even costuming considerations. "No, you've watched me hunt 3 humans already," Jason replied. She and Jason had ventured forth several times since the disastrous night she attacked a tourist. Miriam went with them the first time, keeping watch over Phoebe while Jason took down a fit, attractive jogger in the Jardin du Luxembourg. It had piqued her appetite, not to mention her startling desire to run and chase things down. At that early hour of the morning, the only creatures available save joggers were squirrels and pigeons, but Miriam let Phoebe entertain herself with them until the sun rose. Jason dared her to snack on a squirrel, which was just as revolting as she had imagined it would be. Since Phoebe comported herself without embarrassing her maker on that occasion, she and Jason were allowed to go out on their own. Dawns and twilights were designated as safe times for hunting, as the shadows were lengthening, but the bright lights of the Parisian night were not yet likely to dazzle Phoebe's light-struck eyes. "Phoebe!" Jason gave her a shove this time. Had Phoebe still been a warm blood, she would have tumbled 15 feet onto the path below. Because she was a vampire, she was merely irritated and gave him a shove back. "Margot is walking past," Jason said, urgent. "Maybe I'll wait and then bite her from behind," Phoebe prevaricated. "No, that's not safe, not when you're this young. Were she to run and you gave chase, which you wouldn't be able to resist doing, humans would notice." Jason watched Margot disappear around the bend in the river. "Damn, Freya's going to be cross, isn't she?" Phoebe didn't want to disappoint Marcus' aunt or Miriam, but she just didn't feel ready to feed off a person yet. "Sorry, Jason, I'm just not hungry." Phoebe was, in fact, ravenous. She needed to spend some quality time with Persephone and a bottle of Burgundy. A group of women walked down the path, arm in arm. They were laughing and had clearly been out enjoying themselves that afternoon, based on their rollicking steps and the number of shopping bags they carried. Phoebe sniffed the air. "No, Phoebe," Jason said. "Those women are not suitable. They haven't been paid for a start. You can't—" "Phoebe!" Stella stared at Phoebe in astonishment. "Stella!" Phoebe whipped off her dark glasses, blinking in the dark light as though it were midday and the sun were shining. She hopped down to greet her sister, but was stopped by Jason. "Too fast, too soon," Jason whispered. Freya cautioned her day in and day out to slow down. But this was her sister, and Phoebe hadn't seen or talked to her for almost 2 months. "I hardly recognized you." Stella took a step back as she approached. "You look fantastic," one of Stella's friends chirped. "Is that a seraphim jacket?" Phoebe looked down at the leather coat she'd borrowed from Freya. She shrugged. "I don't know. It belongs to a friend." "Your voice." Stella remembered they were not alone, and stopped herself. "How are Mom and Dad?" Phoebe was starved for news of the family. She missed their casual weekend suppers and the exchange of stories about all that had happened the previous week. "Dad's been tired, and Mom's worried that he's not sleeping. But how could he? Since, you know." Stella drifted off into silence. "Who's your friend?" one of the women asked, casting a seductive glance at Jason, who was standing a few feet away. "Oh, that's my stepbrother, Jason." Phoebe beckoned him over. Jason strolled in their direction with an affable smile. "You didn't tell us you had a brother?" the other woman murmured to Stella. "Never mind one who looked like that." "He's not— he's more of a close family friend," Stella said brightly. She glared at Phoebe. Normally, that look of outrage and blame would have had Phoebe scrambling to apologize and make amends. Phoebe was the good girl in the family, the one who could be relied upon to give in, give up, and give way to keep the peace. But Phoebe was a vampire now, and far less worried about her sister's feelings than she had been before Miriam's blood entered her veins. Her lips curled and her eyebrows rose. She returned Stella's glare, matching her in outrage and replacing the blame with scorn. "Not my problem," Phoebe said silently. Based on Stella's dumbfounded expression, she got the message. It was not like Phoebe to challenge her. But Stella, unaccustomed to conceding so quickly, fought back. "What happened to Marcus?" Stella asked. "Does he know you're out with another man?" Phoebe reacted as though she'd been bitten by a poisonous snake. She recoiled, horrified at the suggestion that she was being unfaithful. "Let's go, Phoebe." Jason took her arm. Oh, I see. Stella's look was triumphant.
Couldn't bear the time apart, so you thought you'd have a little fun on the side? Stella's friends laughed, a bit nervously. He calls Mom and Dad every few days, you know, Stella reported. Asks after them, after you, even after me. I'll let him know that you're doing just fine without him. Don't you dare! Phoebe was inches away from Stella with no memory of how she'd gotten there. That wasn't good. It meant that she'd forgotten to move like a warm blood. "What are you going to do?" Stella asked softly. "Bite me?" Phoebe wanted to. She also wanted to wipe that superior expression from her sister's face and scare the piss out of her friends. "You're not my type," Phoebe replied. Stella's eyes widened. "Don't fuck with me, Stella," Phoebe warned her sister, dropping her voice. "As you can see, I'm not the same good girl I used to be." Phoebe turned her back on Stella. It felt freeing, as though she were saying farewell to the ways of the past in favor of a new, shiny future. She walked away, the sky-high heels of her boots clicking on the pavement. Jason caught up with her and slowed her walk to what felt like a crawl. "Easy there, Phoebe," Jason said. They walked in silence for hours, until the moon had fully risen and the lights of Paris came on full blast, forcing Phoebe to put her sunglasses back on. "Tonight didn't go very well, did it?" Phoebe asked Jason. "You were supposed to hunt and feed from a live human," Jason said. "Instead, you fought with your warm-blooded sister in full view of her friends. On balance, I'd say it was mildly disastrous." "Miriam is going to be furious." "She is," Jason agreed. Phoebe caught her lip in her teeth, anxious. "And I'm still hungry." "You should have had Margot while you had the chance," Jason commented. A middle-aged white woman strolled by, texting madly on her phone. She stopped and dug in her purse. "Do either of you have a light?" she asked, barely looking up from the screen. "Sure," Jason replied, tossing his lighter to Phoebe with a smile. 29. Their Portion of Freedom, 1 July. I began to unravel a few days after Matthew's birthday party. As with most crises, I didn't notice the warning signs. It was not until the 1st of July that I knew I was in trouble. The day began well enough. "Good morning, team," I said brightly to Matthew when I finished showering and dressing. I slipped my feet into my waiting sneakers. "Time to rise and shine." Matthew glowered and then pulled me back into bed. Our latest family project, managing 2 bright-born children entering the terrible 2s slightly ahead of schedule, one with a griffin and one who liked to bite, had proved far more difficult than finding Ashmole 782 and its missing pages, or facing down the congregation and its ancient prejudices. Both of us were utterly exhausted. After an energizing tussle under the canopy, Matthew and I went to the nursery to rouse the twins. Though the sun had barely risen, the rest of Team Bishop Clermont was awake and ready for action. "Hungry." Becca's lower lip trembled. "Sleeping," Philip pointed to Apollo. "Shh." The griffin had abandoned the fireplace and somehow managed to climb into Philip's cradle. His weight caused it to list alarmingly, his long tail spilling out over the side. The cradle swayed gently in time to his snores. "I think we should consider making the switch from cradle to cot," Matthew said, lifting Philip free of his blanket and the griffin's wings. Apollo opened one eye. He stretched and then sprang into the air. Just when I thought he might hit the ground with a thud, he spread his wings and gently glided the remaining distance to the floor. Apollo pecked at his chest feathers and shook his wings into better order. His long tongue lapped around his eyes and mouth as if he were washing the sleepy dust away. "Oh, Apollo," I said, unable to stifle a laugh at the griffin equivalent of the twins' morning routine: hair smoothing, pajama straightening, face washing.
Apollo bleated out a plaintive sound and hopped toward the stairs. He was ready for Act 2, breakfast. Becca was chattering amiably to her spoon while pushing blueberries into her mouth with her fingers, when Philip began to fuss. No, down! He was twisting and thrashing in his booster seat while Matthew tried to clip him securely into place. If you would stay put while you eat, we wouldn't have to tie you to your chair, Matthew said. With those words, something inside me snapped. It had been well hidden, twisted tight in a dark part of my soul that I chose not to notice. The pottery bowl containing my breakfast of cereal and fruit fell from my hands. It shattered when it hit the hard flagstone floor, sending ceramic shards and berries flying. A chair, small, pink. There was a purple heart painted on the back of it. Diana? Matthew's face was creased with concern. Martha entered the room, alert as ever to any change in the household. She located Becca, sitting in her chair with spoon aloft and eyes round. Philip had stopped thrashing and was staring at me. "Uh-oh," Philip said. Shaking extended up my arms. My shoulders trembled. Something happened in that chair, something that I hadn't liked, something that I wanted to forget. "Sit down, mon cœur," Matthew said gently, resting his hands on my back. "Don't touch me," I said, twisting and thrashing like Philip. Matthew stepped back, his hands rising in a gesture of surrender. "Martha, go get Sarah," he said, his gaze fixed on me. Fernando appeared in the kitchen doorway as Martha rushed past. "Something's wrong," I said, my eyes filling with tears. "I'm sorry, Matthew. I didn't mean to fly." "The tree house," I whispered. "It was after Dad built that tree house in the backyard." I stood on the platform that stretched between the stout limbs. It was autumn, and the leaves were the color of fire and iced with a coating of frost. I stretched out my arms, feeling the touch of air all around me, whispering. I knew I wasn't supposed to be up there without an adult. That had been drummed into me over and over and over. "What happened?" Fernando asked Matthew. "I don't know. Something triggered her," Matthew replied. My arms rose. Oh, shit. Sarah had arrived, pulling her kimono around her. I thought I smelled power. Don't lie to me, Diana. I can smell it when you do magic. What does it smell like? I wondered, then and now. The room was filling up with creatures. Marcus and Agatha, Martha and Sarah, Fernando and Jack, Becca and Philip, Apollo, Matthew. They were all watching me. I didn't care if my mother could smell my magic or not. I wanted to play with the air. I dove head first into it. Something jerked at my arm. Fear gripped my belly, held fast, twisted me around. "Go away," I shouted. "Just leave me alone. Stop watching me." Philip burst into tears, confused by my outburst. "Don't cry. I plead. Please don't cry, baby. I'm not mad. Mommy's not mad." Becca joined in, sobbing along with her brother as her surprise gave way to something else. Fear. Past and present hit me in terrifying, bruising waves. I did the only thing I could think of to escape. I rose into the air and flew away, up the stairs and out onto the top of the tower, where I dove head first into the whispering air. This time, no one tried to stop me from flying. This time, I didn't hit the ground. This time, I used my magic. This time, I soared. Matthew was waiting on the battlements when I returned from my unscheduled flight. Though it was a bright, sunny day, he had lit a fire and thrown green wood on it to create a plume of smoke, as if he wanted to make sure I could find my way home again. I could see it as I approached, a thick gray feather rising into the blue sky. Even after my feet touched down on the wooden deck, Matthew didn't take a step toward me, tension and worry making his body a tight spring. When I came to him, slowly at first and then in a rush, Matthew folded me into arms that had the gentle strength of an angel's wings. I sighed against him, my body cleaving to his.
Exhausted, emotionally drained and confused, I let him hold me up for a few moments. Then I drew away and met his eyes. "My parents didn't spellbind me once, Matthew," I told him. "They did it over and over, little by little, month after month. They started small, with tiny leashes and weights to keep me here, to keep me from flying, to keep me from starting fires. By the time Knox came to the house, they had no choice but to tie me up in so many knots I couldn't escape them. I triggered your memories, trying to buckle Philip into his chair." Matthew looked devastated. "That was just the final straw," I said. "I think it was Marcus's stories about Philippe and the hidden hand that guided his every action that broke through the walls I built around those memories." In the grass below, the children chattered while they played with Apollo. Soft plunks suggested that Marcus was fishing in the moat. Hushed conversations among the adults provided a quiet, steady background melody. But there were vampires among them, young and old, and I had no wish to be overheard. "The memories aren't the worst of it. It's the fear, not just mine, but my parents' too. Even though I know it happened long ago, it feels as though it's still happening now," I said, keeping my voice low. "I have this terrible sense that something awful is about to happen. It's as if my anxiety attacks are back, only they're worse." "That's how memories of trauma surface," Matthew said, also quiet. "Trauma?" The word conjured up images of cruelty and violence. "No, Matthew, that's not it. I loved my parents. They loved me. They were trying to protect me." "Of course they meant to help, to protect, to guide," Matthew said. "But when a child finds out later that her parents have been choosing her life path all along, it's impossible not to feel betrayed, like Marcus. I had never thought of my parents as having anything in common with Philippe de Clermont. They were so different, and yet in this they were so alike." Matthew nodded. "This family tradition stops here and now," I said, voice rough. "I won't tie up my children. I don't care if Becca bites every vampire in France and Philip gathers a squadron of griffins. No more leashes. Baldwin is just going to have to deal with it." Matthew's smile was slow but wide. "So you aren't going to be angry with me when I tell you that I destroyed all of the children's blood and hair samples without running tests on them?" he asked. "When?" I asked. "Just before Christmas," Matthew replied, "when we were at the old lodge. It seemed to me the best present I could give Rebecca and Philip was uncertainty. I flung my arms around my husband and held him close. 'Thank you,' I whispered in his ear. For the first time in my life, I was absolutely thrilled not to have all the answers." Later that day, I was watching the children sleeping on the rug in the library. Since I'd returned from my unscheduled flight, they had been clingy and wanted to stay close to me. I wanted to be near them, too. I watched the threads that surrounded them shimmer and flicker with each deep breath they took. The twins had spent months in the womb together, and even now there were threads that seemed to bind them. I wondered if it was always this way with twins, and whether anything would be strong enough to snap their close bonds, or if they would simply loosen and stretch with the passing of time. Becca flung her arm over her head. An iridescent strand of silver dripped off her elbow. I followed it as it snaked over the sides of her cradle, coiled around the leg, and proceeded across the floor to my big toe. I wiggled my foot, and Becca's arm jerked slightly, then relaxed again. A cold stare settled on me.
Feeling guilty that Matthew had discovered me interfering with our daughter's autonomy, I turned. But it was Fernando who was watching me, not my husband. I got up and left the room, leaving the door open a crack so that I could keep my eye on the twins. "Fernando," I said, drawing him away from the door, "is there something you need? Is Jack all right?" "Everyone else is fine," Fernando said. "Are you? I know how much you admire Philippe." A green shade flitted down the corridor. Even dead, my father-in-law couldn't leave matters alone. I knew that Philippe was watching me in the past, and that he kept watching me until the day he died, I said. Nothing Marcus said was a surprise, exactly. I just hadn't drawn the connection between what he did and what my parents did. "Believing you are being manipulated and having proof of it are very different," Fernando said. "I wouldn't say manipulated, exactly. Like trauma, manipulation sounded so negative and malicious. To give him credit, Philippe was uncommonly good at it," Fernando continued. "When I first met him, I thought he must be part witch to be able to predict the actions that others would take with such accuracy. Now I know that he was just an expert judge of a creature's ethics, not just their moral sense, but the habits of thought and body that inform every action. Even now, though Philippe was a ghost, I could feel his eyes upon me." I glanced across the landing. There he stood, clothed in the dark robes of a medieval prince, his arms crossed before him and a slight smile on his face, watching. "I know he's there. I can feel him too." Fernando jerked his head toward the corner. "Yes, a bow might drive his spirit away with her need, but not I. I would have liked Philippe's acceptance, of course, but I have never needed anything from him. Hugh was always Philippe's favorite, you see," Fernando continued. "That never changed, not even after Hugh mated with a man with skin too dark to pass as white, a man who could not be useful to the family except as a servant or a slave. I could never sit down at the table next to Hugh or join him in the corridors of power where Philippe was so at home." Whatever hurt Philippe had caused Fernando had been tempered with bitterness over the course of many centuries, and his voice remained steady and even because of it. "Do you know why Hugh was so special to his father?" Fernando asked. I shook my head. "Because Philippe could not figure him out," Fernando said. "None of us could, not even me, though I drank from his heart vein. There was something mysterious and pure in Hugh that could never be touched or known. One felt it nonetheless, always waiting to be discovered. Without possessing that missing piece of Hugh, Philippe could never be sure of him or what he might do." I thought of Matthew's decision not to probe into the twins' DNA for genetic markers of magic and blood rage. Fernando's story made me even more confident that it was the right one. "You remind me of Hugh and have that same aura of holding a secret you are not yet ready to share," Fernando mused. "I think Philippe would have had a devil of a time keeping up with you. Perhaps that is why he made you his daughter." "You're saying Philippe took me as his blood-sworn daughter because he was bored?" I said with a hint of amusement. "No, it was the challenge. Philippe loved a challenge. And there was nothing he admired more than someone who stood up to him," Fernando replied. "It is why Philippe was so fond of Marcus, too, although he figured out what made Matthew's son tick faster than a clockmaker. He proved that in 1790, and after that, too." "New Orleans," I said, thinking ahead to the revelations that were yet to come. Fernando nodded. "But only Marcus can tell that story." Marcus's room at Les Revenants was, like most of the bedrooms, tucked into one of the round towers. Because I had wanted all of Matthew's family to feel welcome and at home here, I'd consulted each of them on what we could do to make the space comfortably and uniquely theirs. Marcus wanted nothing more than a bed with plenty of pillows so he could read in it, a deep chair by the window for watching the world go by, some thick rugs to keep the room quiet, and a television. Today, the door to his room was slightly ajar, and I took it as a sign that he was receiving visitors.
This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. Before I could rap on it to request entry, Marcus opened it, Diana. Marcus ushered me in. We thought you might come. Matthew and Ysabeau were with him. You're busy, I said, withdrawing slightly. I'll come back later. Stay, Marcus said. We're talking about heresy and treason. Typically cheerful subjects for members of the de Clermont family. Marcus is telling us what it was like for him after Philippe sent him away. Ysabeau was watching her grandson closely. Let's not mince words, Grandmère. Grandfather banished me. Marcus had common sense in his hand. He held it up. I left with this book, Fanny, and a sack of letters for Matthew. And I wasn't asked to come back again for half a century. You made it clear that you didn't want us to interfere in your life, Ysabeau said, her face stony. But you did interfere. Marcus paced the edges of the room like a caged animal. Philippe was still directing my life. Grandfather spent most of the next 100 years dogging my footsteps. Edinburgh, London, Philadelphia, New York, New Orleans. No matter where I was or what I was doing, there were always reminders that he was watching, judging. I didn't realize you knew, Ysabeau said. You can't have thought I was that oblivious, Marcus said. Not after those last days in Paris, with you turning up at Gill's house, with Tom Paine, no less. Then Fanny appeared at the Café Procope. Finally, Philippe himself appeared in Veronique's flat. It was all a bit orchestrated. Not Philippe's finest moment, Ysabeau agreed, her eyes glittering strangely. It looked as though there was a red film over them. Ysabeau was crying. That's enough, Marcus, Matthew said, concerned for his mother's well-being. She had still not fully recovered from Philippe's death, nor had she stopped grieving. When did this family decide the truth was unacceptable? Marcus demanded. Honesty was never part of our family code, Ysabeau said. Right from the very start, we had so much to hide. My contracting blood rage didn't make the de Clermonts more open, Matthew said, accepting part of the blame. I often think of how different everything would be had I not been susceptible to it. He sounded wistful. You wouldn't have Becca and Philip for a start, Marcus retorted. You've got to stop with this regret, Matthew, or you are going to damage your children in ways that you won't be able to fix, like you did for me in New Orleans. Matthew looked startled. I knew, Matthew, Marcus said wearily. I knew Philippe sent you, and that you would have let me sort it out myself if left to your own devices. I knew that he ordered us all dead. Philippe wouldn't have made an exception for me or for anyone else, not if our existence would put Ysabeau in danger. You disobeyed grandfather's orders, even though Juliet was right at your elbow, egging you on to do the right thing and put me down. I had wanted to know about New Orleans and thought it would be hard to get Marcus to talk about that terrible time. It seemed he was ready to revisit what had happened there. Philippe was always more ruthless with those he loved than those he pitied, Ysabeau said. Something in her expression told me she knew this firsthand. Father wasn't perfect, you're right, Matthew said. Nor was he all-knowing and all-seeing. He never dreamed you would go back to America for a start. Philippe did everything he could to make England attractive to you. Edinburgh, the house in London, William Graham. But there were two things he just couldn't control. What? Marcus asked, genuinely curious. The unpredictability of epidemic disease and your gifts as a healer, Matthew replied. Philippe was so busy trying to keep you away from Veronique and the terror in France that he forgot the ties you had to Philadelphia. After Marat was assassinated, Philippe gave notice to the captain of every ship that they were not to transport you across the channel for any reason. If they did, they would find their business affairs in ruins. Really? Marcus looked impressed. Well, to be fair, only a lunatic would have chosen to go to Philadelphia in 1793.
The guillotine was less terrifying than yellow fever. Quicker, too. There was never any question in my mind which path you would choose. Matthew gave his son a fond, proud look. You did your duty as a physician and helped others. That's all you've ever done. Morning Chronicle, London, 24 October 1793, page 2. The execution took place on Wednesday, the 16th. Nothing like sorrow or pity for the Queen's fate was shown by the people who lined the streets through which she had to pass. On her arrival at the Place de la Révolution, she was helped out of the carriage and ascended the scaffold with seeming composure. She was accompanied by a priest who discharged the office of confessor. She was in a half-mourning dress, evidently not adjusted with much attention. Her hands being tied behind her, she looked around, without terror. Her body being then bent forward by the machine, the axe was let down and at once separated the head from the body. After the head was displayed by the executioner, 3 young women were observed dipping their handkerchiefs in the streaming blood of the deceased queen. 30. Duty. October 1793. December 1799. Marcus had lived in England for years and had gotten used to searching through newspapers for news from abroad. The first page was always dominated by playbills, advertisements for medical cures, real estate notices, and the sales of lottery tickets. News from America was usually on page 3. Marat's assassination back in July had warranted mention only on page 2. Still, he was surprised to find the story of the trial and execution of Queen Marie Antoinette relegated to the same spot that Marat had once occupied, on the second page, the 2 of them becoming strange bedfellows in death. They executed the Queen, Marcus told Fanny quietly. It had become part of their morning routine to sit together and drink coffee and read the papers. They called her a vampire. Fanny looked up from her copy of the Ladies' Magazine. Not in so many words, Marcus hastened to add. Marie Antoinette, widow of Louis Capet, has, since her abode in France, been the scourge and the blood-sucker of the French. Widow Capet, Fanny sighed. How has France come to this? Every bit of news coming from France told a fresh horror story of death, terror, and betrayal. Philippe and Ysabeau had fled Paris months ago, taking refuge at the family chateau Septors. They did so to avoid the mounting violence. The Jacobins pledged to give a guillotine mounted on a wagon to each regiment of the army so that they could execute aristocrats as they progressed across France. Do not worry. The family has weathered worse storms within these walls, Ysabeau had written to him in one of the last letters he had received from his grandmother. No doubt we will survive this, too. But it was not just his grandparents who were in danger. So, too, were Lafayette and his family. The Marquis was a prisoner in Austria, his wife and children under house arrest in the countryside. Thomas Paine was back in Paris and stood against Robespierre and the other radicals in the National Convention. And there was Veronique, about whom Marcus could discover nothing. We should go back, Marcus said to Fanny, over the wide expanse of mahogany that dominated the dining room at Pickering Place. Farr doesn't want us back, Fanny observed. I need to know Veronique is safe, Marcus said. It's as though she has utterly disappeared. That is how vampires survive, Marcus, Fanny said. We appear, we disappear, we transform ourselves into something else, and then we emerge phoenix-like from the ashes of our former lives. John Russell burst into the room. He was wearing an extraordinary buff leather coat he'd bought from a trader in Canada, decorated with brightly dyed porcupine quills and glass beads. It almost covered his long, gaitered linen trousers, which marked him as a man who had utterly abandoned decency and tradition. "Did you hear? They've killed that Austrian girl after all. I knew they would, in the end," John said, flourishing a newspaper of his own. He paused a moment and took in his surroundings. "Good morning, Fanny. Do sit, John. Have some coffee." Fanny gestured across the table's gleaming surface. Since Marcus left Edinburgh and returned to London a proper doctor, she had become the de facto lady of the house on Pickering Place, hosting card parties and receiving visitors in the afternoon. Much obliged. John dropped a familiar kiss on her cheek as he went past, and tugged gently on a flaxen strand that had escaped from the intricate pile on her head. "Flirt," Fanny said, returning to her reading. "Hoyden," John said fondly. He took one look at Marcus and knew something was wrong. Still no word from Veronique? None. Every day Marcus expected a letter to come. When it didn't, Marcus searched the newspaper for a notice of her death, and took solace that he didn't find it, even though the fate of such a woman would not be newsworthy to anyone but him. Veronique has survived plague, famine, war, massacres, and the unwanted attention of men, Fanny said. She will survive Robespierre. Marcus had been enmeshed in revolution before, and knew the course of liberty could take sudden, disastrous turns. In France, the situation was made more complicated as vain and self-important men like Danton and Robespierre fought over the soul of the nation. "I'm going out," Marcus said. He drank the last of his coffee. "You comin', John? Hunting or business?" Russell asked, hedging his bets. "Bit of both," Marcus replied. Marcus and John headed east from London's fashionable residential neighborhoods, through the bordellos and theaters of Covent Garden, and into the twisting thoroughfares of the ancient city of London. When they reached Ludgate, Marcus rapped on the carriage roof to remind the driver to pay the toll to the lame beggar who was there at all hours of the day and night. The ruler of this part of London insisted that all creatures entering the square mile of his territory pay tribute in order to have safe passage. Marcus had never clapped eyes on the man, who was known as Father Hubbard, and seemed to occupy a place in the civic imagination that was roughly akin to that of Gog and Magog, the ancient giants who guarded London from her enemies. Their tribute paid, Marcus and John got stuck in traffic, one of the chief hazards of London life, and proceeded on foot to Sweeting's Alley. It was narrow and dank and smelled like a piss-pot. They found Baldwin in New Jonathan's, trading futures and cashing in his chits with the rest of the stock jobbers and bankers. "Baldwin," Marcus took off his hat. He had stopped bowing, but when faced with one of the elder de Clermonts, it was impossible for him not to make some sign of respect. "There you are. What kept you?" his uncle replied. Baldwin Montclair was the last surviving full-blooded son of Philippe de Clermont. He was ginger-headed, with a temper to match, and underneath his forest green stockbroker suit he had the muscular, athletic body of a soldier. Whether marching across Europe or marching across bank accounts, Baldwin was a formidable opponent. Fanny had warned Marcus never to underestimate his uncle, and he had no intention of ignoring this piece of advice. "Always a pleasure to see you, Baldwin," John said, his voice dripping with insincerity. Baldwin looked John over, from the tip of his fur-trimmed cap to the heels of his boots, and made no reply. He returned his attention to his table, which was covered with empty wine jugs, ink pots, account books, and scraps of paper. "We've heard about the Queen's execution," Marcus said, in an effort to capture his uncle's attention. "Do you have any more news from France?" "No," Baldwin said shortly. "You must focus on the work to be done here. The Brotherhood's estates in Hertfordshire are in need of attention. There are 2 probate cases to settle, and the surveys are years out of date. You will go at once and see to them." "I don't understand why Philippe bothered to send me to Edinburgh to study medicine," Marcus grumbled. "All I do is write reports and draw up writs and affidavits." "Father is breaking you in," Baldwin said, "like a new horse or a shoe. A de Clermont must be adaptable and ready for any need that arises." Russell made a rude gesture, which thankfully Baldwin missed as his nose was buried in a ledger. Baldwin noticed an entry in the account book. "Ah, I wish I'd caught this before Gallowglass left for France." "Gallowglass was here?" John asked. Yes, you just missed him. Baldwin sighed and scribbled some notes in his book. He arrived from America last night. It really is too bad he left so soon. Matthew might have made use of this debt in his efforts to blackmail Robespierre. Matthew's in the Netherlands, Marcus said. No, he is in Paris. Father needed another set of eyes in France, Baldwin said. Christ's bones, John said. Paris is the last place on earth I'd want to see. How many deaths can one man witness before he goes mad? We can't all bury our heads in the sand and pretend the world isn't coming apart, Russell. Baldwin was nothing if not direct. As usual, that means the de Clermonts must step to the fore and take charge. It is our duty. Good of your family to always think of others before yourselves. John didn't like Baldwin's sanctimony any more than Marcus did. But where Marcus was expected to remain silent and obedient, John was free to speak his mind. Sadly, Baldwin had no ear for sarcasm and took his words as a genuine compliment. Indeed, Baldwin replied. Your mail is on the table, Marcus. Gallowglass brought some newspapers for you, as well as a letter that looks as though it was written by a madman. Marcus picked up a copy of the Federal Gazette from the last days of August. Gallowglass usually makes better time coming from Philadelphia, Marcus noted, flipping through the pages. He stopped in Providence on the way here to take in supplies, Baldwin said, on account of the fever. Marcus began flipping through the paper. Services at this alarming and critical period. Words leaped out at him from the smudged newsprint. Nothing so good to stop the progress of the yellow fever as the firing of cannon. Christ, no, Marcus said. Yellow fever was a terrible disease. It spread like wildfire in the city, especially in summer. People turned jaundiced and spit up black and bloody vomit as the fever poisoned their bellies. The College of Physicians having declared that they conceive fires to be very ineffectual, if not dangerous means of checking the prevailing fever. Marcus scrambled through the rest of the mail looking for a later Philadelphia paper, but that was the only one. He did, however, locate a copy of Providence's United States Chronicle that bore a later date, and scoured it for an update on the situation to the south. We are all much alarmed by the rapid progress a putrid fever is making in this city, Marcus read aloud. There is no accounting for it. Marcus had grown up under the shadow of smallpox, had fought cholera and typhus in the army, and had grown accustomed to the febrile perils of urban life in Edinburgh and London. As a vampire, he was immune to human disease, which made it possible for him to treat the sick and observe the progress of an epidemic even after his warm-blooded colleagues had sickened, abandoned their charges, or died. These accounts in the American newspapers marked the beginning of a cycle of death with which Marcus had grown familiar. There was little chance that matters in Philadelphia had improved. The city would have been ravaged by yellow fever between late August and the present moment. He picked up the letter. To Doc, in England or France. The letters bobbed up and down like the waves. It was from Adam Swift and contained only one line. I've left you my books, so don't let those bastards take them for taxes.
Which way did Gallowglass go? Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. Which way did Gallowglass go? Marcus said, gathering up the newspapers and the letter. To Dover, of course. Here, take these, too. Baldwin held out some ledgers. You'll need them in Hertfordshire. I'm not going to bloody Hertfordshire, Marcus said, halfway out the door. I'm going to Philadelphia. Philadelphia's streets were quiet when Marcus arrived in early November. As usual, the westward crossing took far longer than the voyage from America to England. Marcus had driven Gallowglass and his crew mad with constant questions about speed and distance and how much longer it was going to take.
When they arrived, Gallowglass ordered all the warm bloods to remain on the ship, and left the ship itself anchored well outside the harbor. It had been months since Gallowglass had last been in Philadelphia. There was no telling in what state they would find the city. Gallowglass rowed the distance from where he'd dropped anchor to the old ferry slip between Arch and Market Streets. The wharves were empty, the only ships barren of crew and sails. "This doesn't look good," Gallowglass said darkly as they tied up the skiff. As a precaution, his cousin took one of the oars and slung it over his shoulder. Marcus had a pistol and a small bag of medical supplies. "Jesus and his lambs," Gallowglass said, pinching his nose shut as they turned down Front Street. "What a stench!" This was Marcus's first time back in Philadelphia since he had become a vampire. The city had always smelled bad, but now, death! Marcus gagged. The odor of rotting flesh was everywhere, replacing the more familiar fumes from the tanneries and the everyday filth of urban life. There was a strange, sharp tang in the air as well. "And saltpeter," Gallowglass said. "Please." A waif approached them, wearing nothing but a smock and one shoe. It was impossible to tell whether the child was male or female. "Food! I'm hungry." "We have none," Gallowglass said gently. "What's your name?" Marcus asked. "Betsy." The child's eyes were huge, in a face that was miraculously pink and white, with no sign of yellow fever. Marcus put his pistol in his belt and picked up the child. There was no scent of death on her. "I'll get you some," Marcus said, heading toward Dock Creek. Like the area around the wharves, the busy streets were strangely empty. Dogs ran wild, and there was the occasional snuffle of a pig. Piles of manure rotted on corners, and market stalls were abandoned. It was so quiet that Marcus could hear the creaking of the rigging on the masts of the ships. There was a steady clop of horses' hooves on cobbles. A wagon came into view. The driver had pulled his hat low and wore a kerchief over his nose and mouth. He looked like a highwayman. The wagon carried dead bodies. Marcus turned the child away from the sight, though he suspected she had seen worse. As the driver came closer, Marcus saw that his skin was black and his eyes weary. "Are you sick?" the man called out, his voice muffled. "No, we've just arrived," Marcus said. "Betsy needs food." "They all do," the man said. "I'll take her to the orphanage. They'll feed her there." Betsy clung to Marcus. "I think I'll take her to German Gertie's instead," Marcus said. "Gert's been gone for years." The driver's eyes narrowed. "You seem to know a lot about Philadelphia for someone who just arrived. What did you say your name was?" "He didn't," Gallowglass replied. "I'm Eric Reynolds, captain of the Arathus. This is my cousin, Marcus Chauncey." "Absalom Jones," the driver said, touching his hat. "Is the fever gone?" Marcus asked. "We thought so. There was some frost a few days ago, but the weather turned warm again, and it's back," Jones said. "The shops were just opening, and people coming back to their houses. They even flew the flag over Bush Hill to show there weren't any more sick people in it. There are now." "The Hamilton estate?" Marcus dimly remembered the name of the mansion outside the city. "Been vacant for years," Jones replied. "Mr. Gerard took it over when the fever struck. This is one of his wagons. But these folks aren't going to the hospital. We're headed to Pottersfield." Marcus and Gallowglass sent him on his way. They settled Betsy down on the street, each taking one of her small hands. She skipped between them, crooning a song, a testament to the resilience of children. The tavern that Marcus had known as German Gertie's was still on the corner of Front and Spruce Streets. Dock Creek, however, had been paved over and was now a narrow, twisting alleyway that jutted off at an angle across Philadelphia's regular street plan. The door was open. Gallowglass gestured to Marcus to stay where he was and stuck first his oar, then the rest of him, inside the dark interior. "It's all right," Gallowglass reported, sticking his head out a window. Nobody here but some rats and someone who died long before August. To Marcus's astonishment, the skeleton was still sitting in the front window, though he had lost his left radius and ulna. His left hand was perched rakishly atop his head. They searched high and low for food, but found none. Betsy's lips started to quiver. The child was famished. Marcus heard a snick. "Stop there!" He turned, his hands up in the air. "We're not here to rob you," Marcus said. "We just need some food for the girl." "Doc?" The man standing before them, holding a musket in his trembling hands, looked like something out of a cartoon. A caricature of a human being with yellow skin, blackened lips, and red-rimmed eyes. "Vanderslice?" Marcus lowered his hands. "Christ, man, you should be in bed. You came. Adam said you would." Vanderslice dropped the gun and began to weep. They got Vanderslice upstairs, where they found stale bread that had not yet gone moldy, a bit of cheese, and some beer. They settled Betsy in a corner as far away from Vanderslice's bed as possible. It was covered with vomit and flies. Marcus stripped the bed and tossed the sheets and blanket out the window. "He's better off on the floor," Marcus said tersely when Gallowglass started to lower Vanderslice onto the mattress. Gallowglass and Marcus used their coats to make a pallet, and Marcus cleaned up his friend as best he could. "You look good, Doc," Vanderslice said, his eyes rolling around with fever. "Death suits you." "I'm not dead, nor are you," Marcus replied. He held some of the beer up to Vanderslice's lips. "Drink. It will help with the fever." Vanderslice turned his head. "Can't. It burns going down, and it burns worse coming up." Gallowglass shook his head at Marcus. "This is hopeless," his expression read. But Vanderslice had been the first to make room for Marcus beside a campfire when he was frozen and starving and on the run from his ghosts. It was Vanderslice had shared food with him and his blanket at Trenton. Vanderslice had whistled Christmas songs when he was on patrol duty, no matter the season, and told bawdy jokes when Marcus's spirits were low. When Marcus had been utterly alone in the world, afraid and without kith or kin, Vanderslice had accepted him like a member of his family. Marcus might have killed his own father, but he had no intention of losing Vanderslice. He'd lost enough: his home, his mother and sister, countless patients, Dr. Otto, and now Veronique. Marcus wanted someone to belong to again, someone who would restore his faith in family after Obadiah and the de Clermonts had made him doubt the bonds of blood and loyalty. "I can make the burn go away," Marcus said. He crouched down next to his friend, his brother. "No, Marcus," Gallowglass said. "It will hurt like hell at first, but you won't feel much pain after that," Marcus continued, as if his cousin hadn't spoken. "It takes a bit of getting used to, but you'll have to drink blood to survive. And you'll have to learn to hunt. You never could bait a fish hook, never mind bring down a deer, but I'll teach you. Have you lost your fucking mind?" Gallowglass grabbed Marcus by his collar and hauled him to his feet. "You're too young to start a family. Let go of me, Gallowglass." Marcus's voice was even, but he was prepared to strangle the man if his cousin refused. The more time that passed, the more obvious his choice became, and the more resolute he was to save Vanderslice's life. "I've ripened now, you see, and I may not be your equal in size or strength or age, but that's been true my whole life." Marcus's intentions must have been clear in his expression. Gallowglass dropped him with a blistering oath that had Vanderslice wheezing with appreciation. "He reminds me of that French cacker," Vanderslice said. "What was his name? Beauclair or Dulac or something like that?" "De Clermont," Matthew and Gallowglass said in unison. "That's it, de Clermont." "Wonder whatever happened to him," Vanderslice said. "Probably got his head chopped off in France, along with his friend." "They're both still alive, actually," Marcus said. "The Chevalier de Clermont saved me at Yorktown. I had a fever, like you." Vanderslice looked at Marcus skeptically. Not even you can save me, Doc. I'm too far gone. Yes, I can, Marcus said. Wanna bet? Vanderslice was always up for a wager. Don't do it, Marcus, Gallowglass warned. For the love of God, listen to me. Matthew was never supposed to make any more children, and you've promised not to do it either. Granddad said, "Bugger off, Gallowglass," Marcus said pleasantly. He was watching Vanderslice closely, and though he was lucid now, his heartbeat was skipping faster than Betsy had on her way to the tavern, and his breath was shallow. Take Betsy with you. If you break your word to Philippe, you'll regret it. Hell have to find me first, Marcus replied. No man's reach is indefinite, Gallowglass thought once. We all believed it once, Gallowglass told him, and we all learned better. Thank you for bringing me to Philadelphia. Please tell Ysabeau where I am. Marcus knew that so long as his grandmother knew where he was, Matthew would find out, and if Matthew knew, then he would inform Veronique, if she were still alive, that is. Marcus could do nothing to save Veronique, but Vanderslice was another matter. And that's it. Thanks, and don't let the door hit you on the arse on your way out, Gallowglass snorted. He beckoned to Betsy, who was listening to their conversation with interest. Come, lass, let's let these two brew up their cup of disaster and drink from it, while we take a walk and look for your mom. Mama's sleeping, Betsy said. We shall see if we can rouse her, Gallowglass said, taking her by the hand. You best wake up too, Marcus. You can't be turning everybody you love into werewolves. It's not how the world works. Goodbye, Gallowglass. Marcus looked over his shoulder. And I meant what I said. Thank you for bringing me to Philadelphia. Fever or no fever, this was where Marcus was supposed to be. Here, in this familiar place where he had saved some lives and been saved by Dr. Otto's faith in him and the associator's friendship. Here, in Philadelphia, where he had drunk in the atmosphere of liberty and freedom in that heady summer of 1777. When the sounds of Gallowglass's heavy footsteps and Betsy's piping voice had faded, Marcus looked down to discover that Vanderslice was studying him. You look exactly as you did 15 years ago, Vanderslice said. What are you, Marcus? A vampire. Marcus settled back against the edge of Vanderslice's filthy bed. I drink blood, animal blood, human blood too. It keeps me from aging. It keeps me from dying. Vanderslice's eyes flickered with fear. Don't worry, I'm not going to drink yours, unless you want me to take it all, so that I can give you back some of mine in exchange. Marcus was determined to do a better job of explaining what was about to happen to Vanderslice than Matthew had done with him, and drew on what Gallowglass had told him on board the Arethusa. Humans aren't the only creatures in the world, you see. There are vampires like me who drink blood. There are also witches who wield unspeakable power. They can die, though, just like humans. So can demons. They're really clever. I thought you might be a demon, but you don't smell like one. Marat had smelled like fresh air and electricity, as if one of Dr. Franklin's experiments had come to life. Demon? Vanderslice's voice was faint. I like demons, Marcus said fondly, still thinking of Marat. You would too. Never a dull moment when there are demons around. Vampires can be a bit unimaginative. Vanderslice wiped the back of his hand across his mouth. It came away black and bloodied. He examined it for a moment, then shrugged. What have I got to lose? Vanderslice said. Not much, Marcus admitted. You're going to die either way. The only difference is that if I take your life before the fever does, you can drink my blood and probably survive. No guarantees, though. I've never done this before. That's what you said to Cuthbert when you cut that wire out of his thumb, Vanderslice said. He did all right, as I remember. If you come out of this alive, you'll have to tell me all about Cuthbert and Adam's last days and even Captain Mulder, Marcus said. Deal? Deal, Vanderslice replied, with a hint of his old grin. but only if you return the favor and tell me stories of France. I met Franklin, you know." "No," Vanderslice began to wheeze again. This time the laughter turned to coughing, the coughing to vomiting, and the vomit was blackly red. "You sure, Clays?" Marcus had never called Vanderslice by his given name, but this seemed like the moment to do it. "Why not?" Vanderslice replied. "I've got to bite you first, to take your blood," Marcus explained, just as he had once explained inoculation to the soldiers at Trenton. "Then I'll drink every drop of it." "Won't you get sick with the yellow fever if you do?" Vanderslice asked. Marcus shook his head. "No, vampires don't get sick." "Sounds good to me," Vanderslice said wearily. "You might get scared when I bite you, but try not to fight me. It'll be over before you know it," Marcus said, using his best bedside manner. "Then I'll ask you to take my blood. Drink as much of it as you can. You'll see things, all sorts of things. Betsy and Gallowglass, my voyage here on the ship, the Chevalier de Clermont. Don't let that stop you. Just keep drinking." "Any pretty girls?" Vanderslice said. "A few," Marcus said. "But one of the prettiest is your great-grandmother, so no lewd thoughts." Vanderslice crossed his heart with trembling fingers. "Then what happens?" "Then we figure out how we're going to survive in a city full of dead people until it's safe to move you somewhere else." Marcus figured there was no point in being anything less than honest. "You ready?" Vanderslice nodded. Marcus took his friend into his arms. He held him close, like a lover, like a child. He hesitated. What if Gallowglass was right? What if he regretted this? Vanderslice looked up at him, quiet and trusting. Marcus bit into his friend's neck. He tasted sour and dirty, bitter with fever and the sickly taste of imminent death. It was all Marcus could do to continue, to keep drawing Vanderslice's blood into his mouth and then swallow it down. He kept going, though. He owed Vanderslice that. When there was nothing more to take, and Vanderslice's veins were dry and his heart on the verge of stopping, Marcus bit into his own wrist and held it up to Vanderslice's mouth. "Drink." Marcus's voice had the same note of calm concern that it did when he was seeing a patient or working on a hospital ward. "Trust me," was the unspoken message. Vanderslice did. He latched on with teeth and tongue, instinctively thirsty for what would bring him back to life. Marcus had to stop Vanderslice, his son, he reminded himself, before he passed out from loss of blood. He couldn't take care of an infant if he were out cold. Gently, he drew away. Vanderslice snarled at him. "You can have more," Marcus told him. "Just let that settle for a moment." Vanderslice covered his ears. "Why are you shouting?" he whispered. "I'm not. Your senses are sharper. That's all," Marcus explained.
"It's thirsty," Vanderslice complained. "You will be, for weeks," Marcus said. "Tired, too, but you won't be able to sleep. I didn't sleep for nearly 2 years after Matthew made me a vampire. Lie back and close your eyes. It's best if you don't try to do too much too fast." That was one of the things that Marcus learned when he and Matthew had run from Yorktown to Pennsylvania to New York to Massachusetts. He was glad he got to share his hard-won knowledge with someone, instead of being the one always asking questions from older, more experienced vampires. So far, Marcus liked being a father. While you rest, I'll tell you about France, about your new family. Marcus felt a bit delirious himself after all the exertion. He closed his eyes too, pleased that it had all gone so well. "I told you not to do it," Gallowglass said, hauling Vanderslice out of the water. "I had to. He deserved a second chance," Marcus said. "It was my duty." "No, saving the world is not your duty. I know that's what Matthew tries to do, but it's going to get us all killed one day." Gallowglass shook the water off Vanderslice. "Your duty is to listen to Philippe and do precisely what he tells you, and nothing more.
You are supposed to be in Hertfordshire, counting sheep. Instead, you're in Philadelphia making babies." "I'm not a baby," Vanderslice snarled, snapping his teeth at Gallowglass. "Have you ever seen a toothless vampire?" Gallowglass asked Vanderslice. "No," he replied. "There's a reason for that," Gallowglass growled. "Try to bite me again, and you'll learn what it is." "Why is he so—" Marcus waved his hands in the air, unable to put Vanderslice's behavior into words. Being an infant wasn't easy, but Vanderslice was behaving like a lunatic, running after dogs in the street and stealing meat from the butchers in the market house. If he wasn't more careful, he'd get himself killed, or, even worse, arrested. "Because you're too young to be a father, Marcus. I told you as much," Gallowglass said. "There are good reasons why Philippe forbade you from siring children." "What are they?" Marcus demanded. "I can't tell you." Gallowglass dropped Vanderslice on the slimy cobblestones of Front Street. They were coated with bits of rotten fish, seaweed, and manure. "You need to ask Matthew." "Matthew isn't here," Marcus shouted at the end of his tether. "And you can thank your lucky stars for that, lad," Gallowglass said. "Take my advice. Dry out young Claus and leave Philadelphia. He's known here. You may be too. Go to New York. That's a city that will swallow you both up whole, and nobody will notice." "What do I do in New York?" Marcus said. Gallowglass looked at him with pity. "Whatever you fancy," his cousin said. "And you better enjoy it, because it will be the last taste of independence you get after Matthew and Philippe find out what you've done." Marcus and Vanderslice arrived in New York the following January. The two of them started out at the wharves and warehouses of the lower tip of Manhattan, scratching out a living helping unload and load ships. The waterfront felt familiar, like Philadelphia, but on a smaller scale. What New York lacked in size, it more than made up for in violence, however. Gangs of humans roamed the streets, and there was a thriving black market in contraband and stolen goods. Marcus and his son participated in this marginal economy, helping themselves to unattended cargo and reselling it. Slowly, they began to accumulate some money and a reputation for outliving most of their competitors. Vanderslice earned the nickname Lucky Claus because of it. But most people just called him Lucky, just as most called Marcus Doc. It was only a matter of time before Marcus grew tired of the thieving and the drinking that Claus enjoyed, and instead devoted more time to his medical work. Like Philadelphia, New York had its fair share of yellow fever outbreaks, and Marcus found healing the sick was more satisfying than amassing a fortune. Between epidemics, Marcus tended to the problems of poverty among the city population, and fought the constant scourges of typhus, cholera, and worms. Vanderslice felt differently. He liked the pleasures that money brought. When Marcus encouraged him to pursue his own business interests, Vanderslice fell in with the wrong business partners, a pair of vampires newly arrived from Amsterdam with money to burn and no scruples. The Dutch vampires destroyed their rivals without a second thought or a pang of guilt, convinced that survival was the only evidence of valor. Vanderslice was soon spending more time with them than he was with Marcus, and the distance between them grew. Marcus, who knew nothing about how to raise a child, and even less about how to raise a man, failed to stem Vanderslice's rush toward inevitable disaster. Marcus's approach to fatherhood had none of Obadiah's violence or Philippe's watchfulness, but was composed instead of Tom Buckland's unquestioning support, Dr. Otto's cheerfulness, and Matthew's benign neglect. This gentle concoction gave Vanderslice enough freedom to indulge in serious mischief with drunken whores and endless high-stakes card games without having to face any serious consequences. One March morning in 1797, Just days after John Adams was inaugurated as president, Marcus found Vanderslice at the foot of the stairs that led to their rented rooms, his throat cut from ear to ear, lying in a pool of his own blood, a victim of a risky gamble or a business deal that turned sour. Marcus used his own blood to seal the wound and tried to force more of it down Vanderslice's throat to revive him, but it was too late. His son, his family, was gone. No amount of vampire blood could bring back a lifeless corpse. Marcus held Vanderslice and wept. It was the first time he had cried since he was a child, and what fell from his eyes this time was not salt water, but blood. Gallowglass was proved right. Marcus did regret making Claus a vampire. Marcus erected a stone marker over Vanderslice's grave and swore he would abide by his promise to Philippe. He would never make another child without his grandfather's permission. After Vanderslice's death, Marcus devoted himself entirely to medicine, working in the hospitals at Bellevue and on 2nd Avenue. The practice of medicine seemed to change daily, with inoculation giving way to vaccination, and physicians abandoning bloodletting in favor of other treatments. Marcus's Edinburgh education served him well, providing a solid foundation on which to build his skills. With a scalpel in one hand and his medical chest nearby, Marcus focused on his profession instead of his personal life. Marcus was in New York, alone, when George Washington died in December 1799. A few weeks later, the century in which Marcus was born drew to a close. The events of the Revolutionary War were fading into memory for most Americans. Marcus wondered where Veronique was, and if Patience had had more children, and if his mother was still alive. He thought of Gallowglass, and wished his cousin were in New York to celebrate with him. Marcus wrote a letter to Lafayette, but did not know where to send it, and so burned the paper in the fireplace, so the wind might carry his good wishes to his absent friend. Marcus remembered his only child, Vanderslice, and felt regret for the ways he had failed him. Revelers outside his house in the village of Greenwich, just on the outskirts of the city, welcomed the new century with enthusiastic shouts and dancing. Inside, Marcus poured himself a glass of wine, opened the worn covers of his copy of Common Sense, and remembered his youth. The birthday of a new world is at hand. Marcus read the familiar words over and over, like a prayer, and hoped that Paine's prognostication would be proven true. 31. The True Father. 4th of July. We didn't usually celebrate Independence Day, but we had a Revolutionary War veteran in the house this year. 2, actually, if one counted Matthew's service. I asked Sarah what she thought we should do in honor of the occasion.
Are you sure Marcus would want to remember the war and everything that came before and after? Sarah looked doubtful. He can't even eat flag cake. What's the point? The bishop's contribution to every Madison bake sale had been a vanilla sheet cake with white frosting and rows of strawberries for stripes and blueberries for the blue field of stars. He's had a difficult few days, it's true, I said. Marcus's account of Philadelphia and what had happened there was on everyone's mind. No matter where our conversations started this summer, they always seemed to end with a tale of rebirth and the complications that followed. Phoebe seemed both with us all the time and very far away as a result. I couldn't imagine how difficult the strange push and pull between past, present, and future felt to Marcus. In the end, Marcus took Independence Day on himself. "I've been thinking," Marcus said on the morning of the 4th of July, "what about you and me put on a fireworks display tonight?" "Oh, I don't know. I couldn't imagine how Hector and Fallon would react to all that banging and booming, never mind Apollo and the twins." "Come on, it'll be fun. The weather is perfect," he insisted. This was the Marcus I remembered from Oxford, irrepressible, energetic, and full of charm and enthusiasm.
With every shared memory, and as each passing day brought him closer to his August reunion with Phoebe, a little more of his hope and optimism returned. Marcus was less tangled in the strands of time that surrounded him. There were still red strands in a snarl of pain and regret, but there were hints of green for balance and healing, as well as twists of black and white for courage and optimism, along with Marcus's signature sincere blue. "What do you have in mind?" I asked with a laugh. "Something with lots of color. It has to sparkle, of course, or Becca won't like it," Marcus said with a grin. "We can use the moat's reflections to make it seem like there are fireworks on the ground as well as in the sky." "This is beginning to sound like a fireworks display at Versailles," I said. "I'm surprised you don't want illuminated fountains and arcs of water accompanied by something by Handel. I'm up for that if you are." Marcus surveyed me over his coffee cup, a twinkle in his eye. "Though, to be honest, I've never been much for all the trappings of monarchy, which definitely includes Handel." "Oh, no," I warded him off with my hands. "If we are going to do fireworks, they're going to be normal, everyday fireworks, the kind that you buy in a stand at the side of the road. No magic, no witchcraft." "Why?" Marcus asked. We stood in silence for a moment. Marcus's blue eyes held a definite note of challenge. "I don't see the point of doing something ordinary when it could be extraordinary," he said. "I know it's been a crazy, fucked up kind of summer. You weren't expecting to have me here the whole time for a start. Nor did you think you'd have to relive the events of my past with me." "But that's been the best part of it," I interrupted. "Far better than getting my grades in, or dealing with the congregation, or even my research." "I'm glad that my constant presence pales in comparison with Gerbert and Domenico," Marcus teased. "Still, we could all use a little bit of leavening in the lump. The summer hasn't exactly been a vacation thus far." "What an expression!" I laughed. "Where did you learn that? It sounds like something M would have said." "The Bible." Marcus picked a blackberry out of the big bowl Marta had left on the counter and popped it in his mouth. "You're not very well versed in your proverbs and parables, Professor Bishop." "Guilty of being a pagan, Your Honor," I said, raising my hand high. "But I bet you don't know the names of all the Sabbats witches observe, and their dates either." "True." Marcus held out his hand. "So, do we have a deal?" "I don't even know what I'm agreeing to," I said, reaching for it. Marcus withdrew his hand slightly. "Once we shake, there's no backing out of it. A deal's a deal." "Deal," I shook Marcus's hand. "Don't worry," he said. "What could possibly go wrong?" Good Lord! Matthew stood, mouth open, and surveyed our work with amazement. Marcus was hanging from a tree branch like a possum, a string of lights in his teeth. I was drenched and sunburned, and one of my eyebrows was a trifle singed. Bales of hay studded the field on the far side of the moat. We'd rowed 2 of the wide-bottomed boats around from the boathouse and tied them to the shallow dock that Marcus and Matthew used for fishing. I decorated the boats with garlands of red and white flowers to make them look more festive. I threw my arms around Matthew and gave him a kiss. Amazing, isn't it? "I had no idea we were in for such an extravagant production," Matthew said, grinning down at me. "A few sparklers, maybe, but this?" "Wait until you see the fireworks," I told him. "Marcus went to Limoges and bought all the leftovers from the Fêtes des Ponts in June. We've got something special planned for afterward," Marcus said, draping the lights over the end of the branch. He dropped his legs, swung for a moment by one hand like a monkey, and then plummeted 30 feet straight down. "And when is this all starting?" Matthew asked. 10:30, sharp, Marcus said. "Are the twins taking naps?" "I left them and Apollo sleeping soundly," Matthew said. "Good, because I don't want them to miss this." Marcus gave me a salute and went off smiling. As he walked, his smile turned to whistles. "I haven't seen him like this in months," Matthew said. "Me neither." "We're just passing the halfway point in his separation from Phoebe," Matthew said. "Maybe realizing that so much time has already gone by accounts for his change of mood? Possibly. Telling his tale has helped, too." I looked up at Matthew. "Do you think he'll be ready to talk about New Orleans soon?" A shadow crossed Matthew's face. He shrugged. "Speaking of time," Matthew said, deliberately changing the subject, "have you heard from Baldwin? His 2-week deadline came and went without a word." "No, I haven't. I didn't even have to cross my fingers. It was the absolute truth." That didn't mean Baldwin hadn't left me a dozen messages in both my voicemail and my email. He'd also written me a letter, which bore a Japanese postmark. I dropped it in the moat, comforted by the fact that he was halfway around the world. "Odd. It's not like Baldwin to let something like that slip," Matthew mused. "Maybe he changed his mind." I took Matthew's hand in mine. "I'm going to weave a spell around Apollo. Want to come and watch?" Matthew laughed. "Wait, I have an even better idea. You'll have to catch me if you want to find out what it is." I crooked my finger at him. Then I took off at a run. "That is the best invitation I've had in some time," he said, strolling after me. I kept running, knowing this was just part of the chase, knowing Matthew would catch me, still surprised when he tackled me to the ground, his arms cradling me from impact a few yards from our secret hideaway. At some point in the late 19th century, Philippe had constructed a small boathouse inside a curve of the moat that looked over the estate's open fields and forests. The structure was typical of its time, made out of wood rather than the castle's stone, and decorated with all manner of gingerbread trim. It had fallen into a state of romantic ruin, the original yellow paint on the outside faded and peeling, and the inside dusty with disuse. Matthew had fixed the roof to make it weathertight again and had big plans to restore it to its former glory. Now that he'd widened and deepened the moat and stocked it with fish, these plans no longer seemed as ridiculous as they once had. I could imagine us all enjoying a paddle around on the moat as the children got older, though the moat was never going to provide me with enough room to ply the oars on a racing scull. Matthew and I often fled to the boathouse when we needed some privacy.
This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. There was a sturdy, welcoming chaise longue inside, which we had grown fond of during our stolen moments away from the twins this summer. With all that was going on with Marcus, not to mention Agatha and Sarah visiting, we hadn't spent as much time here as we had hoped. We made use of the chaise and lingered to watch the clouds through the skylight. The puffs of white came into view against the bright blue background, changed their shapes, and moved on in a never-ending parade. We stayed at the boathouse for as long as we thought we could get away with before someone would come to look for us. When we could postpone it no longer, Matthew helped me to my feet and we returned to the house, hand in hand, relaxed and happy. But I felt the tension the moment we stepped into the kitchen. "What's wrong?" I said, looking around the kitchen for signs of fire, flood, or other natural disasters. "You've got a visitor," Sarah said, munching her way through a bowl of popcorn. "Marcus told him to go away. Well, he told him to bugger off, but that's the same thing." A blood-curdling shriek came from upstairs. "Apollo really doesn't like your brother, Matthew," Sarah said. "He's flying around in the stairwell, carrying on as if it's the end of the world." Matthew gave a sniff and turned to me with an accusing stare. "You said you hadn't heard from Baldwin." "No, I said I hadn't talked to him," I said, feeling that it was important to draw the distinction. "Not the same thing at all." "Where are the children?" Matthew demanded. "Jack and Martha are with them. Marcus and Agatha are with Fernando in the Great Hall, trying to talk Baldwin down off the mountain," Sarah said, around another mouthful of popcorn. "I volunteered for lookout duty. Baldwin makes me nervous." Matthew stalked off in the direction of the hall.
"Should you call Isabeau?" Sarah asked. "Already on her way," I said. "We invited her to come for the fireworks. Guess we won't have to wait until dark for the excitement to start after all." Sarah dusted the salt off her hands and hopped off the stool. "Let's go. We don't want to miss anything." When we arrived in the hall, Matthew and Baldwin were facing off across the carpet, while Marcus and Fernando urged them both to see sense. Agatha's contributions to the negotiations involved pointing out that this whole family drama smacked of male privilege. "You need to take a deep breath and realize that this isn't all about you," Agatha said. "You're behaving like these children are chattel." "God, I love that woman," Sarah said, beaming. "Down with patriarchy." "Right on, Agatha." I had it too. I turned my hands heavenward and splayed my fingers wide. Brightly colored strands appeared, snaking down each finger, across my palms, and around my wrists. "With knot of one, the spell's begun," I said. "This is what happens when you don't answer your email," Baldwin said, shaking his finger at me. "With knot of two, the spell be true." I touched the tips of my thumb and little finger together. A silver star emerged from where the two met. "Don't speak to Diana like that, Baldwin," Matthew warned. "With knot of three, the spell is free," I said, releasing the star into the sky. "Cool," Sarah said, watching my every move. "With knot of four, the power is stored." My ring finger glowed with an inner golden light, and the silver star grew in size, floating toward the knot of men in the hall. "Does anyone smell something burning?" Marcus wrinkled his nose. "With knot of five, the spell will thrive." I touched the green thumb on my right hand to my middle finger, uniting the energy of the goddess as mother with the spirit of justice. "Well, well," Fernando said, looking at the five-pointed silver star that was hovering above him. "I don't believe anyone's ever put a spell on me. With knot of six, this spell I fix." The star descended in a whoosh, tangling Matthew, a startled Baldwin, and a bemused Fernando in its loops and twirls. With a flick of my fingers, I tightened the star so that it held them fast. Then I gave it an extra twist so that the more they struggled against the bonds, the more snug they would become. "You lassoed us," Marcus exclaimed. "Diana went to camp in Montana one summer," Sarah said. "She wanted to be a cowgirl. I had no idea they taught her how to do that." "You wanted to talk to me, Baldwin?" I said, advancing slowly on the group. "I'm all ears." "Let me go," Baldwin said through clenched teeth. "Not fun, is it?" I asked. "You've made your point," my brother-in-law said. "Oh, come on," I said. "Since when has it been that easy to change your mind?" "As you see, Baldwin, I'm not against tying people up when they deserve it. But this branch of the family is done with turning their children into puppets and wrapping them in knots. If Rebecca has blood rage, if Becca has blood rage, if, I interrupted, well, just have to wait and see." "I told you to run tests," Baldwin said, trying to grab Matthew. The movement forced the bindings tighter, just as I intended. Isabeau arrived with a wicker hamper filled with bottles. She surveyed the scene and smiled. "How I've missed family gatherings," she said. "What have you done this time, Baldwin?" "All I'm trying to do is keep this family from self-destructing," Baldwin shouted. "Why is it so impossible for the rest of you to see the trouble Rebecca might cause? The child cannot go around biting people. If she has blood rage, she could give it to others." Jack entered the room with Becca in his arms. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and her arms were wrapped tightly around Jack's neck. She had been crying. "Stop it, all of you, just stop it," Jack said fiercely. "You're upsetting Becca." Jack's voice was rough with emotion, but miraculously there was no sign of blood rage in his eyes. The children were often stabilizing influences on Jack, as though being responsible for their well-being trumped any other emotions or concerns he might have. Becca is a baby, Jack said. She couldn't hurt anybody. She's soft and sweet and trusting. How could you think Becca needs to be punished for being who she is? Well said, Jack. Agatha was beaming with pride. Dad keeps telling me what happened to me as a child wasn't my fault, that the man who was supposed to take care of me didn't hurt me because I was bad or evil or a whore's son or any of the things that he told me, Jack continued. Becca looked up at Jack as though she understood every word he said. She reached out with one of her small, fragile fingers and touched him lightly on the lips. Jack took the time to give her a reassuring smile before resuming. "Mum and Dad trust me," Jack said, "which means for the first time in my life, I feel like I can trust myself. That's what families are supposed to do, not order each other around and make promises nobody should have to keep." I was so moved by Jack's speech that I forgot to hold on to my binding spell. It fell to the floor, making a bright and gleaming star around the feet of the de Clermont nain. The youngest male in the family, on whose small shoulders so many hopes and expectations already rested, toddled down the stairs, holding on to Marthe with one hand and Apollo's tail with the other. The three of them made a small but united pack. "Nuncle," Philip said, delighted to see Baldwin. "We have a celebration planned for Independence Day," I said. "Are you staying for the fireworks, Baldwin?" Baldwin hesitated. "You and I could take a ride while we wait for the fun to start," Matthew said to his stepbrother. "It would be like old times." Becca squirmed to be put down. Once Jack placed her feet on the floor, she ran straight to Baldwin, her steps sure and her face determined as she trod on the fading remains of my spell. "Horsey?" she said, looking up at her uncle with a winsome smile. Baldwin took her hand in his. "Of course, Cara, whatever you wish." Baldwin was defeated and knew it, but the look he gave me promised that our struggles over the children weren't over yet. At 10:37,
This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. For it turned out that our fireworks display, like all others, was not ready precisely on time. The show began. Marcus and I had devised a perfect division of labor. I provided the fire. He provided the work. As the family climbed into the waiting boats so that they could drift on the moat and watch the display from every angle, Marcus dashed around the field, making sure all of the man-made fireworks were ready. He plugged the string of lights into an extended line of cords that led back to the house. Once they were lit, the trees sparkled as though 100 fireflies had settled onto the branches. Then he turned on the music. It was a rousing combination of Handel and military tunes from the American Revolution as well as the French. "Ready?" Marcus asked, coming up behind me. "As ill ever be," I said. I stood on a stack of hay bales and took the stance of an archer, tall and straight. I extended my left arm forward and drew my right arm back. A shimmering bow appeared, along with a silver-tipped arrow. From the moat, only those with vampire sight would be able to detect my outline in the darkness. The rest would see only a bow and arrow illuminated against the night sky. I released my fingers, and the arrow shot forth, traveling in a blazing arc toward the first of Marcus' fireworks, a set of spinning Catherine wheels mounted on long poles in the ground. The arrow went straight through them, lighting each one in turn. They began to spin and spit fire, their colors bright and cheerful. Oohs and ahs of delight, as well as the enthusiastic clapping of the twins, provided the backdrop while Marcus sped among his Roman candles. Each one shot into the air and burst into 1,000 stars, with a mild pop that didn't seem to bother Apollo or the children. I'd put a silencing spell on them to keep the noise down and the animals calm. At last it was time for the finale.
Marcus and I had decided to use my power over fire and water to create something that would amaze not only the children, but the adults as well. I knocked another bolt of fire and pointed it straight above me into the sky. The ball of flame climbed higher and higher. As it flew, a fiery green tail appeared. The tail stretched and grew, and the ball began to take the form of a fire drake. I set up another arrow made from witch fire and launched it into the air. This one was golden and burnished, morphing and twisting into a young griffin who chased the fire drake across the heavens. My magic almost depleted, I took my final fiery arrow and sent it into the moat. The surface hissed and popped as the magical flames traveled through the water, past the two boats of astonished spectators. Fish, sea beasts, and mermen and mermaids leaped into the air like sculpted soap bubbles, shimmering and dancing before they popped and disappeared like dreams. The fire drake and griffin faded and then disappeared. The Catherine wheel spun to a stop. Matthew broke the silence that followed with an unscripted addition to our fireworks display. "We are such stuff as dreams are made on," Matthew said softly, "and our little life is rounded with a sleep." Once the children were put to bed, the adults gathered in the kitchen. "I don't remember spending this much time in the kitchen before," Baldwin said, looking around as though the space were unfamiliar to him. "I must say, it's a pleasant room." Sarah and I exchanged smiles. The domestication of Baldwin had begun. "You should sleep in tomorrow, mon coeur," Matthew said, rubbing the small of my back. "You expended a lot of energy tonight." "It was worth it." I raised my glass of champagne. Yasabo was right. Hers was much better than what we normally drank. "To life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." The family joined in the toast, and I saw even Fernando touch his wineglass to Baldwin's, a definite hint that the de Clermont family might one day form a more perfect union. "I wonder what they're doing in Hadley to celebrate," Marcus said. "It's funny. I go for decades without ever thinking of home, and then something happens to bring it all back. Tonight it was the smell of the hay bales and the flickering light from the fireworks." "When was the last time you saw Hadley?" Sarah asked. "When I left America in 1781. I almost returned once, but I went to New Orleans instead," Marcus replied. "Ever since I met Phoebe, though, I think of going back. I imagine taking her there after she finds out about Obadiah. If she still wants me after that." "She'll still want you. Of this I was certain." "As for Hadley, you can go back any time you want," Matthew said. "What?" Marcus seemed confused. "Obviously, you haven't waded through all of the Knights of Lazarus's real estate transactions," Matthew said dryly. "I bought it from your mother just before she and the rest of the family moved to Pennsylvania. Patience's husband received a war pension, and they took it in the form of a land grant." "I don't understand," Marcus said numbly. "How could you have known then that I would ever want to return?" "Because it's your home, the land where you were born," Matthew said. "Terrible things happened to you there, and you suffered as no child should have to suffer." I thought of Matthew, who, like Marcus, had chosen to end Philippe's life rather than let his father live a broken man. These were not empty words to him. He spoke from the heart and from experience. "Time has a way of healing these old wounds," Matthew continued. "Then a day comes when they no longer pain us as they once did. I hoped that would be the case with you. I saw how much you loved Hadley, even when the memories of your father were still fresh and sharp in 1781. "So you bought the farm," Marcus said carefully. "And kept it." "And took care of it," Matthew said. "The land has been worked ever since. I leased it to the Pruitts for as long as I could." "Zeb's family?" Matthew nodded. Marcus buried his face in his hands, overcome with emotion. The hidden hand need not always be a crushing grip, Yasabo said gently, looking at Matthew with love. The touch we feel as a restraint when we are younger has a way of bringing us comfort later in our lives. We all chafed under Philippe's rules, Marcus, Baldwin said. It just never occurred to us that it should, or even could, be any other way. Marcus thought about his uncle's words for a moment. I blamed Matthew for what happened, at first. He seemed like the latest in a long line of patriarchs trying to take my freedom away, Marcus said. It took me a long time to see that he was caught in the same trap of loyalty and obedience that snared me and Hadley. And it took me even longer to admit that Matthew was right to come to New Orleans and put a stop to what I was doing. I could see from his expression that this was news to Matthew. I was too young to have children of my own. I should have learned my lesson from Vanderslice. But I kept making more. If you hadn't come to New Orleans when you did, Matthew, there's no telling what might have happened. But it would have been even bloodier, that I know for sure. Marcus leaned on the kitchen island, his fingers tracing the rough scars and gouges in the wood. Whenever I think of that time in my life, what I remember are the funerals. My journey to New Orleans began with one, and I left the city after 100 more had taken place, he said quietly. Other people think of bright colors and laughter and parades when they think of New Orleans, but it has a darker side now, and it did then too. 32. Future. January 1805, September 1817. Marcus was returning home in the small hours of a frigid January morning when he came upon a wizened old man fending off a mob of boys at the normally quiet intersection of Herring and Christopher Streets. The wooden houses and shops were shuttered, and there were no passers-by to intervene. The man's long coat was covered in muck, as though he'd been knocked down and hauled back onto his feet, only to be knocked down again. "Get away," the man said, waving a pottery jug at the boys.
His slurred speech and young adult fiction bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. His slurred speech indicated that he had been drinking heavily. "Come on, Grandpa, where's your patriotism?" one of the boys jeered. "We're all entitled to some happiness, aren't we?" The rabble joined in with catcalls, and the circle around the man tightened. Marcus shoved the young men aside, elbows pushing to the left and right in rapid succession. The crowd parted. The old man was cowering against a brick wall, his stance unsteady and his eyes unfocused. The acrid smell of fear and piss surrounded him. He flung both hands in the air, a gesture of surrender. "Don't hurt me," the man said. "Mr. Payne?" Marcus stared at the man. Under the smudges of dirt and beneath the frowsy, disorderly gray hair was a familiar face. Payne squinted at Marcus, trying to ascertain whether he was friend or foe. "It's Marcus de Clermont." He extended a hand in friendship. "From Paris." "Hey, mister, you'll have to wait your turn," one of the boys said. His fists were bloody and his nose was running with the cold. Marcus turned on him and bared his teeth. The boy stepped back, eyes wide. "Find some other source of entertainment," Marcus growled. The boys stood their ground, uncertain of what to do next. The pack leader, a burly thug of a teenager with a bad complexion and no front teeth, decided to take Marcus on. He stepped forward, fists raised. Marcus flattened him with a single blow. The boy's friends dragged him off, casting anxious looks over their shoulder. "Thank you, friend." Thomas Paine was shaking, his limbs trembling from exposure to the elements and strong drink. "What did you say your name was?" "Marcus de Clermont." "You know my grandparents," Marcus explained, plucking the jug of rum from Payne's hand. "Let's get you home."
Payne gave off a distinctive scent of alcohol, ink, and salt beef. Marcus followed his nose and tracked the combination down to the source, a clapboarded boarding house set in the middle of a block of Herring Street just to the south. Inside, candles illuminated the slats in the shutters. Marcus knocked on the door. An attractive woman in her late 30s, with eyes the color of brandy and brown curls, flung open the door. 2 boys stood with her, one of them bearing the poker from the fireplace. "Monsieur Payne, we have been so worried." "Might I bring him inside?" Marcus said. Payne hung, lifeless in his arms. He had passed out on the short journey. Madame Bonneville, Monsieur Payne's friend," the woman explained in accented English. "Please bring him in." The moment Marcus crossed over the threshold of the boarding house on Herring Street, he traded in his life of isolation and work for one of lively debate and familial concern. The Bonneville family took care not only of Payne, who was a drunk and prone to apoplexy, but Marcus too. It became his habit to return to Herring Street after working in the hospital or after a busy day of attending private patients in his home on nearby Stuyvesant Street. France had rejected Payne, and Marcus's fellow Americans now ridiculed the elder statesman's radical ideas about religion. But Marcus liked nothing more than to sit with Payne by the south-facing window on the ground floor, the sash raised so that they could eavesdrop on the conversations in the street and discuss their reactions to the day's news. There were always books on the table before them, as well as Payne's spectacles and a decanter of dark liquid. Once they'd exhausted current events, they reminisced about their time in Paris and their shared acquaintances, like Dr. Franklin. Marcus brought along his copy of Common Sense, so well read that the paper felt plush and soft to the touch, and would sometimes read passages aloud. He and Payne talked about the failures of their 2 revolutions, as well as the successes. The colony's separation from the king had not resulted in greater equality, as Payne had hoped. There was still hereditary privilege and wealth in America, just as there had been before the Revolution. And it was still possible to enslave Negroes in spite of what the second paragraph of the Declaration of Independence stated. My friend Joshua Boston told me I was a fool to believe that Thomas Jefferson was thinking of people like him or the Pruitts when he wrote that all men were created equal, Marcus confessed to Payne. Well, we mustn't rest until America lives up to its ideals, Payne replied. He and Marcus often discussed the evils of slavery and the need to abolish it. Are we not all brothers? I think so, Marcus said. Perhaps that's why I carry your words with me wherever I go, and not the Declaration of Independence. As the weeks passed, Marcus got to know Marguerite Bonneville, Payne's companion. Madame Bonneville and her husband, Nicholas, had known Payne in Paris. Bonneville had published Payne's works, and when the authorities tried to shut his press down, the man fled. When Payne returned to America in the autumn of 1802, he brought Madame Bonneville and her children with him. Marcus's friendship with Madame Bonneville deepened after they started conversing with each other in French. Not long after that, the 2 became lovers. Still, Madame Bonneville remained devoted to Payne, managing his farm in the country and her affairs in the city, as well as his engagements, his correspondence, and his declining health. Marguerite and Marcus were both at Payne's bedside when the man who had given voice to a revolution quietly passed on from the world of men on a hot and humid day in June 1809. He's gone. Marcus gently crossed Payne's hands over his heart. The year Payne spent in Paris's Luxembourg prison in 1794 had left him frail, and Marcus had known that his friend's devotion to strong drink would hasten his end. Monsieur Payne was a good man, as well as a great one, Madame Bonneville said. Her eyes were swollen with tears. I do not know what would have happened to us had he not brought us to America. Where would any of us be without Tom?" Marcus closed the front of his wooden medicine case, the time for balsams and elixirs now over. "You know he wished to be buried at New Rochelle among the Quakers," Madame Bonville said. They both knew where Payne kept his final testament, behind a thin panel of wood in the back of the kitchen cupboard. "I'll take him there," Marcus said. It was more than 20 miles, but he was prepared to honor his friend's last wishes no matter the cost or distance. "Wait with him while I find a wagon." "We will too." Madame Bonville laid a hand on Marcus' arm. "The children and I will not abandon him, or you." They reached New Rochelle during the lingering summer twilight. It had taken all day. 2 black men drove the wagon carrying Payne's body. They were the only team Marcus could find who were willing to haul a dead man nearly as far as Connecticut in the summer heat. The first 3 men that Marcus approached had laughed in his face when he proposed the journey. They had plenty of work in the city. Why should they take a rotting body up the coast? Marcus rode alongside the wagon, and Marguerite and her eldest son, Benjamin, accompanied them in a carriage. Once they arrived in New Rochelle, they checked into an inn, for it was too late to bury Payne at this hour. Marcus and the Bonvilles shared a room, while the drivers, Aaron and Edward, slept with the horses in the barn. The next morning, Marcus and Marguerite were turned away from the Quaker burying ground. "He was not our brother," said the elder who barred them from entering the low stone walls. Marcus argued with the man, and when that didn't work, he tried to arouse the fellow's patriotism. That failed as well, as did Marcus's attempts to stir his pity and his guilt. "So much for brotherhood," Marcus fumed, banging on the carriage door in frustration. "What do we do now?" Marguerite asked. She was sheet white with exhaustion, and her eyes were circled with hollows of grief. "I'm not sure how much longer we can keep the hired men."
"We bury him on the farm," Marcus said, giving her hand a reassuring squeeze. Marcus dug the grave himself under the walnut tree where Payne had sat on summer days gone by, the thick canopy of leaves providing shade from the sun. It was the second time Marcus had dug a grave between the roots of an ancient tree. This time, his vampire strength and his love for Payne made short work of the task. There was no minister present, no one to say God's words over the body, as Aaron, Edward, Marcus, and Benjamin Bonville lowered Payne into the ground. Marguerite held a bouquet of flowers she picked from the garden and placed it on the shrouded figure. The drivers left as soon as their business was done and returned to New York. Marcus and Marguerite stood by the grave until the light began to fade, her sons Benjamin and Thomas standing quietly between them. "He would want you to say something, Marcus." Marguerite gave him an encouraging look. But Marcus could think of nothing appropriate to say over the body of a man who did not believe in God, or the church, or even the afterlife. Thomas Paine had come to believe that religion was the worst form of tyranny, because it pursued you through death and into eternity, something no king or despot had yet managed to do. At last, Marcus settled on repeating something Thomas himself had written. "My country is the world, and my religion is to do good." Marcus took a handful of earth and sifted it into the grave. "Be at peace, friend. It is time for others to continue your work." The death of Thomas Paine cut Marcus's final ties to his former life in ways the close of the last century, symbolic though it was, had failed to do. Marcus had walked the earth for more than half a century, and during that time he had always felt the retrograde pull of Hadley, his family, and the war for independence. Now that Paine was gone, there was nothing left to look back upon but a chronicle of loss and disappointment. Marcus needed to find a future that did not have so much of the past in it, and wondered how long the search would take.
Marcus found his future at the southern boundary of America, in the sultry city of New Orleans. "When did you arrive?" Marcus asked his patient, a young man of 18 who had come from St. Domingue. Refugees continued to flood into New Orleans from the island that they had once called home, driven away by war between Spain and France. "Tuesday," the man replied. It was now Friday. "Have you been vaccinated for smallpox?" Marcus asked, feeling his patient's neck and examining the inside of his eyelids for signs of jaundice. Jenner's new, safer method of preventing smallpox, which used a strain of cowpox to prevent the disease, had revolutionized medicine. Marcus felt sure this was the beginning of a brighter age for patients, with more effective cures based on stimulating the body's responses to disease. "No, monsieur." After examining him, Marcus didn't think the man had smallpox or yellow fever or any of the other highly contagious diseases that struck terror into the hearts of the city's residents. Instead, the man's watery diarrhea and vomiting suggested cholera. With New Orleans' poor drainage, poverty, and crowded housing, cholera was endemic. "I'm pleased to tell you, sir, that it's cholera, not smallpox," Marcus reported, noting the diagnosis in his ledger. He was tracking his patients by age, which ships they had arrived on, where they were living in the city, and whether or not they had been inoculated or vaccinated. In New York, medical records like these had helped Marcus react swiftly when new outbreaks of fever occurred, and here in New Orleans they were already a resource for city officials. "Cholera? Will it kill me?" The young man looked frightened. "I don't think so," he replied. The man seemed young and healthy. It was children and the aged who seemed to be hardest hit by the illness, though Marcus would have to wait and see whether that pattern held true for New Orleans. As Marcus gathered the herbs and tinctures he needed to concoct a medicine for his new patient, he had the unpleasant, uncanny feeling he was being watched. He looked up from his medical formulary, where he noted down his cures and their success. A man stood across the street from Marcus's small apothecary shop. He was of an ordinary height and build, and dressed in a well-made though ill-fitting suit. He was shuffling cards and watching Marcus's every move. Even from a distance, Marcus was struck by his mesmerizing green eyes. "Here, I've made you a packet of medicine." Marcus had mixed spearmint, camphor, and a bit of poppy together to help with the nausea and cramps. "Put a spoonful in boiling water and sip it while it's warm, not hot. Don't drink it down all at once, or it will just come up again. Try to rest. You should feel better in a week or so." Once the patient paid for his services, Marcus went out onto the street. Marcus was sure the fellow watching him wasn't a vampire, but there was no telling what his grandfather might do to keep an eye on him, even if it meant employing a warm-blooded spy. Marcus had hoped it would take the de Clermonts years to find him in New Orleans, but perhaps Philippe was more powerful than Marcus knew. "Do you have some business with me?" Marcus demanded. "You're awfully young to be a doctor, ain't you?" The man spoke with the slow, rollicking speech of the southern colonies, tinged with a touch of a French accent and a twang of the local dialect that was too forced to be natural. Whoever this man was, he was hiding something. "Where are you from?" Marcus asked. "Not here. Virginia would be my guess." The man's eyes flickered. "Do you need medical help?" "No, Yankee, I do not." The man spat out a stream of tobacco. It scuttled a bit of eggshell bobbing on a sea of filth in the gutter. Marcus leaned against the peeling doorframe. There was something intriguing about this man. His combination of brash insincerity and honest charm reminded Marcus of Vanderslice. Even after nearly 2 decades, Marcus still missed his old friend. "Names, Chauncey," Marcus said. "I know. Young Doc Chauncey is the talk of the town. The women are all in love with you, and the men swear that they feel healthier and more virile than they have in years after seeing you. Quite a racket, if you ask me." The man smiled disarmingly. Ransom Fairweather, at your service. You shuffle those cards like a man who likes to gamble, Marcus said. Ransom's swift fingers reminded him of the way Fanny handled a deck. Fairweather never stopped shuffling, the cards moving smooth and quick through his hands. Maybe we could play sometime, Marcus suggested. He had learned a few tricks playing with Fanny and felt he could hold his own against this Fairweather fellow. We'll see. Fairweather tipped his hat with exaggerated courtesy. Good day to you, Doc Chauncey. Marcus felt sure he would see Fairweather again, and he was right. 2 weeks later, he spotted him in the Place d'Armes, peddling medicine from a small table draped in a black cloth that was weighted down with a human skull. The residents of New Orleans, brown, black, red, white, and every shade in between, milled around the square, speaking French, Spanish, English, and tongues that were unfamiliar to Marcus. "Have you been vaccinated?" Fairweather said in a fair imitation of Marcus. "Yes, sir," his prospective female patient replied. "At least, I think it was a vaccination. One of the witches scratched my arm with a chicken's foot and spat on it." Marcus was horrified. "I'm pleased to tell you, madam, that you have cholera, and I have just the treatment for you. Chauncey's Elixir, my own receipt." Fairweather held up a green bottle. Marcus continued to watch as Fairweather performed the role of Doc Chauncey, the medical marvel from the north, recently arrived in New Orleans. After a few more patients, the trickster noticed his attention. When Fairweather looked up, Marcus tipped his tall hat. Fairweather began to pack up. He looked in no hurry, but Marcus could smell a whiff of fear about him and heard his heart speed up. "Dr. Chauncey, as I live and breathe," Marcus said, strolling in Fairweather's direction. "What made you leave your storefront and take to the streets?" "The smell of money," Fairweather replied. "There is more of it here than on Chartres Street. Congratulations on passing the Cabildo's examination and becoming certified to dispense medicines." Marcus picked up the piece of paper tucked under the skull. It resembled the document Marcus had hanging on his shop wall to show he was a reputable physician and not a quack. He glanced at a knot of garde de ville standing nearby. Fairweather had brass balls to fleece people within arm's reach of the city police. "I hear the test takes 3 hours." "So it does." Fairweather snatched the paper from Marcus's fingers. "Listen," Marcus said, dropping his voice. "I have no wish to deprive you of your liberty or your livelihood, but please impersonate someone else." He tipped his hat and walked away. Marcus had taken only a few steps when Fairweather's voice caught up with him. "What's your game, friend?" Fairweather called. Marcus turned. "Game? I know humbug when I see it," Fairweather said. "I don't know what you're talking about," Marcus said smoothly. "You don't want to tell me, that's fine," Fairweather smiled. "But I'll discover your secret. You can count on it." After their encounter in the Place d'Armes, Fairweather kept cropping up in the crowded city. Marcus spotted Fairweather playing cards in the back of his favorite coffee shop. He heard Fairweather's honeyed tones on Chartres Street as he tried to seduce a young widow. Fairweather had a fiddle and played it on street corners, drawing crowds of rapt listeners. Everywhere Fairweather went, there was life and laughter. Marcus soon envied the man. Marcus began to look for Fairweather as he went about his daily business, and to be disappointed when he didn't catch the man's sardonic green eyes or have a chance to greet him in the market. One day, Marcus shared a table with Fairweather at his favorite drinking establishment, the Café des Réfugiés on Rue de Saint-Philippe. "I think you should call me Ransom," Fairweather suggested after they clinked glasses. "And I think you need to have some fun, Doc. Otherwise, you're going to get old before your time." Marcus was swept up into Ransom's seductive world of gamblers and whores. surrounded by men and women who were all trying to craft a new life for themselves in the bustling port that was welcoming the whole world. Ships put in at the mouth of the Mississippi from every place imaginable, some carrying passengers and others cargo. Inch by inch, Marcus began to shed the layers of himself that had been bruised by childhood and revolution and toughened by war and adversity. Surrounded by Ransom's friends, Marcus often remembered his time among the brethren odd, though it was to think of Johannes Etwine and Sister Magdalene in a seedy bar or a whorehouse, and the way that these unlikely allies lived side by side. Marcus began to laugh at Ransom's jokes and to share gossip as well as political news when he sat down with his cup of coffee at Lafitte's Tavern. It was in one of these easy moments that Ransom finally extracted Marcus's secret from him. They were smoking cigars and drinking wine at a gambling parlor on St. Charles Avenue. The thick red velvet drapes gave everything a lurid air, and the haze of anxiety rising from the players and the fumes from the tobacco were so thick they practically choked you. "I'm calling your bluff, Doc." Ransom threw a handful of tokens into the center of the table. "You've caught me a bit short." Marcus was out of cash, out of tokens, and out of luck. "Of course, you could tell me your secret, and I'd call us even," Fairweather said. It was his standing offer whenever Marcus lost a game of chance. Marcus laughed. "You never give up, do you, Ransom?" "Not if Death himself was staring me in the face," Fairweather said cheerfully. "I'd simply challenge him to a game of Monte and sucker him like I do all the others." Fairweather had been teaching Marcus some of the tricks he used on the deep-pocketed visitors to New Orleans. Fanny would adore Ransom, Marcus thought wistfully, remembering his aunt's bustling household and exuberant spirit. Marcus got lonelier and more nostalgic with every passing year. "That's a strange look for a successful man such as yourself," Fairweather said. Like all card sharps, Ransom was a keen observer. "You look positively blue, Doc. Isn't there something you can prescribe that will cure your doldrums?" "Just thinking of the folks I left behind." "I hear you." Ransom's eyes flickered. "We all lost something on our travels here." "I lost my life and got it back again," Marcus said, staring into the depths of his wine. "I left my home and returned to it and left it again. I sailed the seas and met Ben Franklin and buried Thomas Paine. I studied at university and learned more in the streets of Paris in one night than I did in a year in Edinburgh. I loved 2 women and had a child, and here I am, alone in New Orleans, drinking sour wine and losing money hand over hand." "Ben Franklin, you say?" Ransom chewed on his cigar. "Yup," Marcus replied, taking another slug of wine. "Son, I think he died before you were born." Fairweather put his cards on the table. "A straight. If you want to pass as something you're not, you've got to be more careful with your fabrications. For a moment, I almost believed you. But your mention of Franklin—" "I was born more than 50 years ago," Marcus said. "I'm a vampire." "One of those bloodsuckers Madame d'Arcantel and her friends are always going on about?" Ransom asked. "They're witches," Marcus said. "You can't believe a word they say." "No," Ransom said, his eyes narrowing. "So why is it that I believe you?" Marcus shrugged. "Because I'm telling you the truth?" "Yes, I believe you are, and for the first time, too." After that night, Marcus told Ransom more about what it was to be a vampire than he probably should have. He took Ransom hunting in the bayou and demonstrated how he sometimes applied a bit of vampire blood to a wound in order to save a life, even though he wasn't really supposed to. Once again, Marcus had found an unlikely brother, someone like Vanderslice, who accepted him for who and what he was. "Why don't you just make us all vampires, like you?" Ransom had wondered. "It's not as easy as it sounds," Marcus explained. I made one child, a son, but he fell in with the wrong crowd and ended up dead." "You need to pick smarter children," Ransom said. "I see." "And you think you have what it takes to be a vampire?" Marcus laughed. "I know I do." Ransom's eyes flashed with sudden desire, then returned to normal. "Together, we could make a family that would rule this city for centuries." "Not if my grandfather catches wind of it," Marcus said. But that didn't deter Ransom. He offered to pay Marcus to transform him into a vampire. He threatened to expose Marcus to the authorities unless he was made immortal. When Ransom was dying of malaria, that scourge of the city's watery location, he offered Marcus his gambling den, substantial fortune, and a private house Marcus didn't know he owned, in exchange for his blood. Ransom Fairweather had, through grift and deceit, amassed enough money to open his own establishment in the old quarter of the city, devoted to drinking, gambling, whoring, and other pleasures of the flesh. On a bad day, Ransom brought home a small fortune in revenue. On a good day, he pocketed more money than Croesus. When Ransom showed him a ledger outlining his various properties and investments, Marcus had been stunned and then admiring. Against his better judgment, Marcus decided to try fatherhood for a second time.
This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. Marcus had no desire to return to life as it had been before Ransom arrived in it. Quietly productive, with little laughter and much reading of common sense instead. Marcus wanted to take part in Ransom's plans to further develop the bar that was known as the Domino Club, and to gather with New Orleans spirited citizens at dinner tables and in music halls to celebrate the pleasures of youth. Marcus administered his blood to his dying friend in the opulent upstairs bedroom in Ransom's grand new house on Coliseum Street. Unlike Vanderslice, Ransom took to being a vampire like sucking the blood from humans was second nature. Marcus discovered in Ransom's blood lore that he'd been swindling people since he was a boy of 8, taking money from innocents by maneuvering 3 walnut shells and a kernel of corn atop a cellar door. Marcus's medical practice continued to grow after Ransom's transformation. The city had swollen considerably in size thanks to the continued influx of refugees from the Caribbean, the slave traders who unloaded their captives on the wharves, and the speculators and land developers who arrived in pursuit of their fortune. Such a plan had certainly worked for Ransom, who was now one of the richest men in New Orleans and planned on remaining in that enviable position for the rest of his days. Ransom's future depended on him having his own children. He started with a mixed-race man called Malachi Smitha, a small, agile fellow who clambered up the sides of houses and broke into bedrooms to steal women's jewels. Marcus became a grandfather, and with that title came new worries about the family's increasing notoriety. Then Ransom adopted Crispin Jones, a young British fellow newly arrived in New Orleans with a head for business and a taste for young men. "You can't keep making vampires, Ransom. If you do, we're going to get caught," Marcus warned him one night when they were hunting in the swamps outside the city for something to feed to Ransom's latest project, a Creole prostitute named Suzette Boudreau, who had been run down by a wagon near the cathedral. "So what?" Ransom said. "What are they going to do if they find out we're vampires?" "A piece of gunshot between the eyes will kill you, vampire or not," Marcus replied. "So will hanging." "They only hang runaway slaves and felons in the Place d'Armes. Worst I'd get is a day in the pillory with a placard around my neck," Ransom retorted. "Besides, we wouldn't have any trouble with the law at all if you would just let me make a few of the police into vampires." "You're too young," Marcus said. "I'm older than you are," Ransom observed.
In human terms, yes, Marcus replied, but you're still not ready to have more children of your own. Marcus stopped himself before he could utter more de Clermont logic. Anyway, it's too risky, Marcus continued. We're not supposed to gather in packs. Humans notice when we do. We make them nervous, you see, and as soon as something goes wrong, and it always goes wrong, Ransom said with the voice of experience. Indeed, Marcus agreed. That's when the humans start looking around for someone to blame for their troubles. We stick out from the crowd, just like the witches do. In this city? Ransom guffawed. Lord, Marcus, with all the odd bodies in this town, a few vampires more or less won't make any difference at all. Besides, aren't you tired of saying goodbye to friends? The city was plagued with disease, and every month Marcus seemed to lose someone to the latest illness sweeping through the streets. Reluctantly, he nodded. I thought so, Ransom said. Besides, all I'm doing is making good on the promise of the revolution you fought to win. Liberty and fraternity. Equality. Isn't that what it's all about? Encouraged by Ransom's conviction that no one would notice and spurred on by his own need to belong, Marcus began to take note of young people who seemed destined for something greater than their sad lot in life. One by one, he started to save them. Marcus began with Molly, the Choctaw who worked in one of Ransom's upstairs rooms and had the voice of an angel. Was it really fair that such a beautiful young woman lose her life, not to mention her looks, because one of her customers had given her syphilis? Marcus felt having a daughter would bring respectability to the family, provide him and Ransom with a hostess in their fine house, and stop the wagging tongues of neighbors. None of these dreams came true. He tried again with One-Eyed Jack, who ran with Lafitte's gang of thieves before he fell down drunk onto a wrought iron finial shaped like a fleur-de-lis. The point went straight into his eye. Marcus removed the spike, but not the eyeball, and all of his blood. Then Marcus gave One-Eyed Jack enough of his own blood to bring the man back to life, though the eye never recovered. Instead, the iris turned a hard, flat black that made his pupils seem permanently dilated, and he couldn't see out of it afterward. After One-Eyed Jack came Geraldine, the French acrobat who could swing between balconies on Bourbon Street even before she became a vampire. And then Waldo, who dealt the cards at Ransom's new gambling hall and could spot a cheat quicker than anyone in New Orleans. Myrna, Ransom's neighbor, who kept too many cats and donated her clothes to the poor, even if that meant stripping down on Rue Royale and giving her bloomers to a beggar, had a heart of gold and a quixotic mind that kept them all entertained, even when the slaves revolted and the British threatened to invade the city. Marcus couldn't let her die, though her delicate mental state wasn't improved once she began to drink blood. One by one, Marcus's family grew larger and more boisterous. It happened so incrementally that Marcus took no notice of it, though Marguerite d'Arcantel and her coven surely did, as did the city officials. By the time yellow fever hit the city hard in the summer of 1817, Marcus had generated a family of 24 men and women of all backgrounds, religions, colors, and languages in his charge, as well as 3 distilleries, 2 brothels, and Ransom's Domino Club, which had been shut down several times, only to come back to life, vampire-like, as a members-only dining establishment. Since the mayor was the first to join, it seemed unlikely that the card games and sexual liaisons that took place before and after meals would get them into trouble. It was at the height of the epidemic that New Orleans residents began to ask questions about Marcus and his family. Why did none of them ever get sick? What was keeping them healthy when everyone else was dying of the fever? There were rumors of voodoo, which Marcus laughed off. He was feeling comfortable in New Orleans now. Marcus liked the city and its inhabitants. He was well-fed, happy with his work, and enjoyed his family and their fast-paced life. Sometimes Marcus worried that he and Ransom were drawing too much attention to themselves, but it was easy to shrug off those concerns and focus instead on another game of cards or a new woman in his bed. He and Ransom were at the domino club, counting the night's take while Geraldine recorded the sums in the club's ledger, when a woman arrived at the door. She was beautiful, not just pretty, but jaw-droppingly perfect. Her mixed-race heritage showed in her softly curled hair, most of which was piled on her head, while the rest fell in tendrils that clung to her neck in the humid air, her café bolé skin, and her high cheekbones. Marcus de Clermont. The woman smiled like a cat. Ransom pulled a pistol out of the desk drawer. Juliet. Marcus's heart jumped, and Geraldine looked from him to the woman at the door, curious about her effect on him. "Hello, Marcus." His maker, Matthew de Clermont, joined the woman. "I told you he would remember you, Juliet." "What are you doing here?" Marcus asked Matthew, dazed by the sudden intrusion of past into present. "I've come to meet my grandchildren. They're the talk of the town." His voice was calm, but Matthew was clearly furious. "Will you introduce me, or should I do it myself? I trust you know my son." Matthew poured a glass of wine for the aristocratic vampire who sat across the table. It was so polished that you could see the dark reflections in the mahogany surface. Everybody knows him. The vampire, like Matthew, spoke French. Marcus's French was excellent, thanks to Fanny and Stephanie, and living in New Orleans kept him fluent. "I am sorry for that." Matthew sounded genuinely regretful. "Louis." Juliet sailed into the room, a silk turban wrapped around her head that nonetheless allowed a few curls to escape and tumble around her delicate face and neck. Her dress was also silk, caught under her breasts in a way that accentuated her slim figure and the curve of her shoulders and bosom. "Juliet!" Louis stood and bowed. He kissed her on both cheeks in the French manner and pulled out a chair. "So, you've met Matthew's problem child." Juliet pushed out her lower lip in a seductive pout. "He's been very naughty, I hear. What shall we do with him?" Matthew looked at Juliet fondly. He poured her a glass of wine. "Thank you, my love, but I would prefer blood," Juliet said. "Would you like a slave, Louis, or are you content with wine?" "I have all that I require at present," Louis said. "We have no slaves." Marcus had been told not to speak unless he was directly addressed by one of his elders, but he detested Juliet Durand. "You do now." Juliet snapped her fingers, and a vacant-looking black girl walked into the room. She stumbled and nearly fell. "Juliet!" "Not here," Matthew said, a note of warning in his voice. But Juliet ignored him. "I've told you not to be so clumsy." Juliet pointed at the floor before her. "Kneel. Offer yourself to me." The girl did so. There was a look of panic in her eyes, quickly shuttered. She tilted her head to the side and once again nearly toppled over. "How much blood have you taken from her?" Marcus leapt out of his chair and pulled the girl away. He examined her eyes and felt the pulse at her wrist. It was weak and stuttering. "Do not touch what's mine." Juliet's nails dug into his scalp as she grabbed Marcus by the hair. "This is the problem with your son, Matthew. He has no respect for age and power." "Put him down, Juliet," Matthew said. "As for you, Marcus, don't interfere in Juliet's affairs." "This is my house," Marcus shouted, keeping hold of the girl. "I won't have a child abused in it, not for food and not for sport." "We all have different tastes," Louis said softly. "In time, you will learn to accept that." "Never." Marcus looked at Matthew in disgust. "I expected better from you." "I've never touched a child," Matthew said, his eyes darkening. "No, but you'll stand by and let your whore do it." Juliet launched herself at Marcus, her fingers raised in claws. The child, who was caught between them, screamed in terror, her weakened heart skipping beats, slowing, then stopping. She slumped to the floor, dead. Myrna flew into the room, wearing nothing but a corset and a pair of high-heeled slippers. "The child! The child!" Myrna sobbed, her eyes wild. She began slashing at the air, left and right, slaying whatever ghosts had accompanied her into the room. "Hush, Myrna, you're safe. No one will harm you." Marcus shielded Myrna from the view of the other vampires. He took off his coat and draped it around Myrna's shaking shoulders. "Get out of this house, all of you!" Ransom appeared, carrying a gun. One of his friends had modified the barrel, and it carried a ball and charge so large it could blow off half of a vampire's head. Ransom called his gun My Angel. "I think, Monsieur de Clermont, that the time has come to do more than talk," Louis observed with a superior sniff. The deaths began with Molly. Her body was found in the bayou, her neck savagely torn. "Alligators," the city coroner said. Juliet smiled, her teeth hard and white. Within a few days, Marcus knew that it wasn't alligators who were disposing of his family, one by one. All died in mysterious circumstances that suggested the Chauncey family of Coliseum Street was experiencing a colossal streak of bad fortune. Marcus knew it wasn't Lady Luck who was doing this evil work. It was Juliet and Matthew. Marcus could tell which kills belonged to which creature. Juliet's showed an element of savagery, with gaping wounds and signs of a struggle. Matthew's were surgical, precise. One fast, quick cut from ear to ear across the throat. Like Vanderslice. "There will be no more children," Matthew told Marcus, when only a handful of his children, including Ransom, remained. All were in hiding, most of them far out of town. "Philippe gave you strict orders on this subject. Tell grandfather his message was received." Marcus sat, head in his hands, at the same table that he had gathered around with his family, telling tales and swapping insults long into the New Orleans night. "Tragic," Juliet said. "Such a needless loss of life." Marcus snarled at her, daring her to continue. Wisely, she turned away. Had she not, Marcus would have ripped her heart out and let Matthew feast on his bones if he wished. "I will never forgive you for this," Marcus promised Matthew. "I don't expect you to. But it had to be done." 33. 61. July. Finally, after 2 months, Miriam's vampire blood was beginning to take root in Phoebe's body. Some of the physical and emotional changes were subtle, so much so that Phoebe herself wasn't always able to perceive them right away. There were moments, like the night she met Stella by the Seine, when her altered blood had been obvious. Most days, however, Phoebe looked into the mirror and saw the same face she'd always seen looking back at her. As she approached the fledgling stage of vampire development, however, it was becoming increasingly clear that she was no longer a warm blood. Her 5 senses had all become laser-sharp and precise. There was no such thing, for example, as background noise for a vampire. She could hear a cricket as loudly as though it were a brass band. Conversations held on mobile phones, all of which seemed to be undertaken at maximum volume, infringed on her sanity so much that she had to resist the impulse to rip the devices out of people's hands and stomp on them. But music, oh, music was a delight. No one had told her how music would become something so utterly enrapturing. When Phoebe heard a song of any sort, classical, pop, it didn't matter. She felt as though the notes had replaced the blood in her veins. Phoebe could now classify the information coming through her nose into the same 5 categories that warm bloods used: sweet, salty, sour, bitter, and savory. Phoebe knew simply from smelling an animal or a person what they would taste like and whether or not she would enjoy feeding from them. It was far more humane to sniff and raised fewer human eyebrows. Witches, Phoebe discovered while walking along the Rue Maître Albert with Jason, smelled almost saccharine. Though she had a sweet tooth and still enjoyed standing outside the window at La Durée to smell the macarons and see the beautiful colors, the scent of witches turned Phoebe's stomach. She wasn't sure how she was going to endure spending time with Diana. Perhaps one became less sensitive to such a powerful odor, or became more aware of its top and bottom notes, like a fine perfume. Phoebe's memory had changed along with her senses. Instead of becoming sharper, however, it had grown fuzzier and more fragmented. Once she could recall precisely what color she wore on her birthday 10 years ago, how much every handbag she owned had cost, and the titles, in accepted chronological order, for every canvas Renoir ever painted. Now she couldn't remember Frasia's mobile number from 1 hour to the next. "What is wrong with me?" Phoebe had asked Françoise after she couldn't find her glasses.
"I want to take Persephone into the garden, and it's too bright out." It was 8 in the morning and overcast, but Phoebe still found the light hurt her eyes. With Françoise's help, she located the glasses, but then misplaced Persephone. The two of them were reunited in the laundry room, where Persephone napped in a basket full of Miriam's dirty clothes. "All Munja Song have trouble with their memories," Françoise said. "What did you expect? You have too many now for one brain to hold. It will get worse the longer you live." Really? Nobody had told Phoebe that. How am I supposed to go back to work? A sharp memory was crucial for someone working with fine art. You had to be able to recall stylistic differences, changes in techniques and materials, and more. Françoise gave her a pitying look. "I am going back to work," Phoebe said firmly. "So you say." Françoise tucked one of Miriam's T-shirts around Persephone like a blanket. It read, "Couture is an attitude," a sentiment with which Freya did not agree. Phoebe was finding that being a vampire, like most things in life, was a delicate balance of gains and losses. With every loss, be it temporary like her job or permanent like the taste of ice cream, there were gains. One day, François found Phoebe studying the latest mark she'd made on the doorframe. To Phoebe's relief, she had grown a full inch. "Your teacher is here," François said, delivering a freshly laundered pair of ballet tights and a leotard. "I'll be down in a minute," Phoebe replied, noting the date on the doorframe in red ink. Freya had asked her to stop scratching the wood in favor of a felt-tip marker that smelled of cherries and unidentifiable chemicals. "I've grown, Françoise." "You still have a long way to go," François replied. I know," Phoebe said with a laugh. François was not talking about her height. Even so, Françoise's criticisms did not sting as they once had. "Do you need help?" Françoise asked. No. Phoebe could manage dressing herself now without popping all the buttons off her blouses and buggering up the zippers. She peeled off her pajamas and bathrobe. Both were silk and kept her from waking up at night itchy and raw-skinned. Phoebe was still uncommonly sensitive, even when compared to other young vampires. Fabric, light, sound, they all have the potential to make her irritable. But Phoebe was now aware of these triggers and was able to manage them most days. Phoebe slid the tights over her legs, keeping her fingernails free of the mended patches that reminded her of previous attempts to wrestle with the slippery nylon and lycra. This time, she got the blush-colored hosiery on without a snag, a hole, or a wrinkle. Next came the black leotard with its skinny straps that went over her shoulders. They'd snapped in two several times and been replaced. Phoebe adjusted them so that the neckline of the leotard fit properly. Then she checked her silhouette in the mirror and picked up her toe shoes. She'd been taking classes with a tiny Russian vampire with long legs and big eyes for several weeks now. Phoebe and Madame Elena practiced in the mirrored ballroom, which had excellent acoustics and a resilient wooden floor.
Madame Elena's son, Dmitri, a mousy-looking vampire who appeared to be in his early 30s, accompanied them, pounding on the keys of Freya's grand piano with a determined air. Ballet had been an important part of Phoebe's childhood, but she hadn't touched a tutu for more than a decade. Though she had adored the music and the calming rituals of getting ready and doing warm-up exercises at the bar, followed by the exhilaration of jumping and turning, her teachers hadn't thought she showed much promise as a dancer. Both Phoebe and Stella liked to excel at their activities, and Phoebe had moved on to tennis instead. At the time, she felt there was no point spending so much time on something she would never be good at. Now she had nothing but time. After the incident with Stella, Freya had thought that Phoebe needed a wider social circle and more exercise to smooth out her volatile moods. To everyone's surprise, Madame Elena had a passing acquaintance with Phoebe's childhood ballet mistress, Madame Olga. "Good arms, terrible feet," Madame Elena had said with some regret. In Freda's ballroom, inscribing delicate circles with her toe and stretching out her vampire limbs, Phoebe was able to work her body to the point where it almost felt like she'd done some exercise. After a steady 90 minutes of controlled movement, combined with the grandest of jetés and an exhilarating series of fouetté turns, Phoebe was pleasantly relaxed, and her muscles ached. The aches and pains, she knew, would disappear in a matter of minutes. "You are making progress, mademoiselle," Madame Elena told her. "Your timing is still abominable, and you must remember to turn out from the hips, not the knees, or you will break your legs in two." "Yes, madame." No matter what Madame Elena said, Phoebe agreed with her, so that the woman would return. She waved Madame Elena and Dmitri off, remaining safely in the shadowed confines of the front hall, where the light would not reach her. All that time among the mirrors with Madame Elena had given Phoebe a headache, and she put on her dark glasses again. "How was your lesson?" Freya asked. "Wonderful," Phoebe said, riffling through the mail on the table. There was no mail for her. There wouldn't be until after 90 days had passed. Still, it was her habit to check. "Where's Miriam?" "At the Sorbonne," Freya said, airily dismissive. She linked arms with Phoebe, and the two strolled toward the back of the house, where Phoebe had taken possession of a room that overlooked the garden. Freya felt every female vampire should have a space of her own in the home that was set apart from the boudoir where she slept, bathed, and entertained intimate visitors. With 24 hours to fill, it was important to develop routines that moved one about and gave structure and substance to the day. At Freya's insistence, Phoebe had gathered up some of her favorite things in the house and taken them down to the old morning room, now known to all as Phoebe's study. The Roman vase was there that used to be in the front hall, as well as a particularly nice Renoir that reminded her of how she felt when she was with Marcus. It was soft and sensual, and the dark-haired woman picking roses looked a bit like her. "You finished your painting!" Freya exclaimed, looking at the canvas propped on the easel. "Not quite," Phoebe said, casting a practiced, critical glance over the work. "The background needs adjusting, and I think the light is still too strong." "You think all light is too strong, Phoebe, and yet you are drawn to it in your art as well as in your life." Freya inspected the painting closely. "It's really quite good, you know." Like ballet, painting was something Phoebe was pleased to pick back up. "What I'm learning will be a huge help when I go back to work." To Sotheby's. Phoebe tilted her head this way and that to change her perspective on the piece. "Oh, Phoebe." Freya looked sad. "You know you will never work at Sotheby's again." "So you all say. But I'm going to have to do something other than paint and dance, or I'll go mad," Phoebe said. "You may have been a princess. I never was." "We shall find you some good causes," Freya said. "They will occupy your time. You can build schools, join the police, take care of widows. I do all of those things, and they make me feel useful." "I don't think I'm police material, Freya," Phoebe teased. She was growing fonder of Marcus's aunt with each passing day. "You didn't think you'd remembered how to plie," Freya reminded her. "You never know where the path of your life will take you." There's always Baldwin's collection to catalog, I suppose, Phoebe replied. Not to mention making an inventory of Pickering Place. And Septours. You can make a list of everything in my house when you are finished with those.
This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. And don't forget to take a look Matthew's house in Amsterdam. The attics are filled with the most enormous canvases covered with dead white men in ruffs. Having seen some of the places where Matthew kept his art, which included the downstairs loo at the old lodge, Phoebe wasn't surprised. "But you must do more than hunt for treasure, Phoebe dear," Frasier warned. "You cannot save the world or everyone in it, but you must find a way to make a difference. My father always said that was what vampires were put on Earth to do." 34. Life is but a breath. 16 July. We were just finishing up with the twins' baths when Marcus rocketed into the room. Martha was steps behind, looking concerned. "Edward Taylor's in the hospital," Marcus said to Matthew. "Frasier says it's a heart attack. She won't tell me where he is or his condition." Matthew handed Philip's towel to Marcus before taking out his phone. "Miriam?" Matthew asked when it connected. He put it on speaker so we could all listen in. "Frasier shouldn't have called you, Marcus," Miriam said sourly. "Where is Edward now?" Matthew asked. "The Salpêtrière," Miriam replied. "It was closest to the flat." "His condition?" Matthew said. Miriam fell silent. "His condition, Miriam?" Matthew repeated. "It's too early to say. It was a major episode. Once we know more, we'll decide whether or not to tell Phoebe," Miriam said. "Phoebe has a right to know that her father is gravely ill," Marcus said. "No, Marcus. Phoebe has no rights when it comes to her human family, and I have a responsibility to make sure that my daughter is not a danger to herself or others." "A hospital? She's 60 days old," Miriam replied. "And she's still light-struck. The Salpêtrière is lit up like a Christmas tree at all hours of the day and night. She wouldn't be safe there." "Can Edward be moved?" Matthew was thinking outside of the box of ordinary warm-blooded medical options. If need be, he would transform Frasier's house into a clinic, outfit it with the finest equipment, hire the most advanced cardiac surgeon in the world, and make Edward the facility's sole patient. "Not without killing him," Miriam said bluntly. "Padma already asked. She wanted him moved to London. The doctors refused." "I'm coming to Paris." Marcus tossed Philip's towel aside, leaving the baby standing, naked and pink after his bath, holding a plastic duck. Martha hurried toward him and helped him into his pajamas. "You're not welcome here, Marcus," Miriam said. "Story of my life," Marcus replied. "But Edward is Phoebe's father, so you can imagine how little a warm reception from you matters at this moment." "We'll be there in 4 hours," Matthew said. "We?" Miriam swore. "No, Matthew. That's—" Matthew disconnected the call and looked to me. "Are you coming, mon cœur? We might need your help." I had finished getting Becca into her pajamas and handed her off to Martha. "Let's go," I said, taking Matthew by the hand. Marcus is concerned for Phoebe, and Matthew's steady foot on the accelerator carried us to the outskirts of Paris in a little over 3 hours. Once there, Matthew zipped along streets that no tourist ever found, taking every shortcut until we reached the ancient university quarter near the Sorbonne and the Salpêtrière Hospital. Matthew turned off the engine and spun around to face his son in the back seat. "What's the plan?" he asked. We'd had none up to this point other than reaching Paris as quickly as possible. Marcus looked startled. "I don't know. What do you think we should do?" Matthew shook his head. "Phoebe is your mate, not mine. It's up to you." I loved Matthew with all my heart and was often proud of the quiet perseverance with which he handled the many challenges that faced him. But I had never been so overwhelmed with pride as I was in this moment.
idling on a Paris street in the 13th arrondissement, waiting for his son to make his own decision. Frasier called me because I'm a doctor, Marcus said, staring up at the bulk of the hospital. So are you. One of us should go check on Edward and make sure that he is being taken care of properly. I thought it unlikely that a British diplomat taken by ambulance to one of the finest hospitals in the world would be treated improperly, but held my tongue. And I don't give a toss what Miriam thinks. Phoebe needs to know what's happened, and she needs to be here at her father's side, Marcus said. Still, Matthew waited. You deal with the doctors, Marcus said, hopping out of the back seat. Diana and I will tell Phoebe. Wise decision, Matthew said, yielding his place behind the wheel to his son. Matthew circled the car. I pushed the button, and the window went down. Take care of him, Matthew murmured, before he pressed his lips to mine. Miriam was waiting for us on the front step when we arrived at Frasier's house. I had never been there before, and was struck by its grandeur as well as its privacy. Where's Phoebe? Marcus asked, cutting right to the heart of the matter. Miriam stood her ground before the door. This breaks all the rules, Marcus. Edward falling ill wasn't part of the plan, Marcus replied. Warm bloods get sick and die, Miriam said. Phoebe needs to learn she can't go running to hospitals every time they do. Edward is Phoebe's father, Marcus said, his fury evident. This isn't just any warm blood. It's too soon to expose her to that kind of loss. Miriam's eyes were filled with warnings that I didn't understand. You know that. I do, Marcus said. Let me in, Miriam, or I'll break down the fucking door. Fine. If there's a disaster, it will be on your conscience, not mine. Miriam stepped aside. Françoise, whom I had not seen since leaving 16th century London, opened the door. She bobbed a curtsy. Phoebe was waiting in the foyer, Frasier at her side with an arm around her in a protective arc. Phoebe looked pale, and there were streaks of pink on her blood tears from her blood tears. She already knew about her father. There had been no need for us to rush to Paris to tell her. Our only reason for speed was to reunite two lovers. You knew Marcus would come, I said softly to Miriam. Miriam nodded. How could he not? Marcus rushed toward Phoebe, then stopped, remembering that it was the female who must choose and not the male. He gathered his composure. Phoebe, I'm so sorry, he began, his voice raw with emotion. Phoebe was in his arms with a speed that proved just how young and inexperienced she was. Her arms tightened around her as she sobbed out her worry and fear. It was the first time I'd seen such a young vampire, and the sight was dazzling. Phoebe was like a freshly minted coin, strong and shining. There was no way a human wouldn't stop and stare if she passed by on a Parisian catwalk, let alone a hospital corridor. How were we going to get her into Edward's room, glowing with so much life and vitality? If he dies, I don't know what I'll do, Phoebe said. Her blood tears flowed once more. I know, sweetheart, I know, Marcus murmured, his fingers laced through her hair and her body cradled against his. Frasier says I can go and see him, but Miriam doesn't think it's a good idea. Phoebe sniffed back the tears. For the first time, she seemed to realize that I was there. Hello, Diana. Hello, Phoebe, I said. I'm sorry about Edward. Thank you, Diana. I'm sure there's something I ought to do or say, meeting you for the first time since I became a vampire, but I don't know what it is. Phoebe sniffed, then burst into tears again. It's okay. Let it out, Marcus said, gently rocking her in his arms, his face ravaged with concern. Don't worry about protocol. Diana doesn't care. No, but I was pretty sure that the staff of the hospital would care if someone showed up with blood streaming out of her eyes. You see why Phoebe can't go to the Salpêtrière and sit at her father's bedside, Miriam said. That's up to Phoebe. Marcus's tone held a sharp warning. No, it's up to me. I'm her sire, Miriam retorted.
This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. Phoebe cannot be trusted around warm bloods yet. What did they think Phoebe was going to do? Siphon the blood out of Edwards IV and snack on his bones? I was far more worried about the reaction warm bloods would have to her appearance. Phoebe, I said, wading into the conversation, would you mind very much if I worked a bit of magic on you? Thank God, Francois said. I knew you would think of something, madame. I was thinking of a disguising spell, the kind I wore after my powers came in, I said, studying Phoebe as though I were making her a new outfit. And I think you should go with her to the hospital, Francoise, if that's all right. Bien sûr, you did not think I would leave Mademoiselle Phoebe to fend for herself? But you will need something very dull, Francoise said, sizing up her charge, if you wish her to pass as human. It was easier to make you look like an ordinary person. You were still a warm blood, after all. Francoise had kept me from making hundreds of mistakes, large and small, during my time in the 16th century. If she could keep a 21st century feminist from causing an uproar in Elizabethan London and Prague, she could surely manage a young vampire in a hospital. Feeling more optimistic simply because of her stolid presence, I proceeded. Everyone will be focused on Edward, I said. Perhaps we can get away with something easier to wear, more like a veil than a burlap sack? In the end, it was a heavy weaving that was more like a shroud. It not only dimmed Phoebe's appearance, it also slowed her down. She still didn't look ordinary, but she would no longer draw every eye. One last thing, I said, touching her gently around the face. Phoebe winced as though my touch was searing. Did I hurt you? I withdrew my hands immediately. I was just making sure that, if you cry, the tears will appear clear rather than red. Phoebe is quite sensitive, Freya explained, and we haven't done the full range of tests to determine those sensitivities. Miriam shook her head. This is not a good idea, Marcus. Do you forbid me from taking her to the hospital? Marcus asked. You know me better than that, Miriam retorted. She turned to Phoebe. This is your decision. Phoebe was out the door in a flash, Francoise on her heels. We'll be in touch, Marcus said, following her. Matthew was in the hall with Edward's chart when we arrived at the hospital. A flock of physicians and nurses were in conference nearby. Through the door, I could see Padma and Stella sitting by Edward, who was connected to machines that monitored his heart and helped with his breathing. How is he? I asked, putting my hand on Matthew's arm. His condition is critical, but stable, Matthew said, closing the chart. They're doing everything possible. Where's Phoebe? On her way with Marcus and Francoise, I replied. We thought it would be better if I came ahead, in case. Matthew nodded. They're discussing surgical options now. The elevator doors opened. Phoebe was inside, with Marcus on her right and Francoise on her left. She was wearing dark glasses, her hair dull instead of glossy, and she appeared to be wrapped in an unflattering olive drab coat. Disguising spell, I murmured to Matthew. A heavy one. Phoebe, Matthew said as she approached, where's my dad? Phoebe's eyes were streaming with tears. Thankfully, they left nothing but wet traces on her cheeks. In here. Your mother and sister are with him, Matthew said. Phoebe searched Matthew's face, unable to finish her sentence. He's in critical condition, but stable, Matthew replied. His heart sustained considerable damage. They're discussing surgery now. Phoebe took a shuddering breath. Are you ready to go in? Marcus asked gently. I don't know. Phoebe was gripping Marcus' hand with such power that it became mottled with bruises from blue to purple to green. She looked at Marcus in panic. What if Miriam is right? What if I can't handle this? I'll be with you, Marcus said, trying to reassure her. So will Francoise and Diana. And Matthew is here too. Phoebe gave a shaky nod. Don't let go. Never, Marcus promised. Padma's tearful face looked up as we entered. Stella rushed toward her sister. He's dying!
Stella's features were swollen with tears, her eyes red and raw. "Do something!" "That's enough, Stella." Padma's voice was shaky. "No, she can make this better. Fix him, Phoebe." Stella was distraught. "He's too young to die." The fast approach of a warm-blood sister or no sister was more than any young vampire could handle. Phoebe's lips curled into a snarl. Matthew whisked Stella out the door. She was still begging for somebody, anybody, to do something for her father. With Stella out of the way, Phoebe was able to regain control. She searched for her father amid the machines that were keeping him alive. "Oh, Mum." "I know, Phoebe." Padma patted the empty seat next to her. "Come and sit with me. Talk to him. He's missed you so these last few months." Marcus guided Phoebe to the chair. He cast a long look at Padma, as if to make sure that she was bearing up under the strain. "This is my fault, isn't it?" Phoebe whispered. "I knew he wasn't feeling well, but I just wanted to be married before—" "Your father's heart has been weak for years, Phoebe," Padma said, tears welling up. "This has nothing to do with your decision." "But the stress," Phoebe said, turning to her mother. "He never wanted me to become a vampire. We argued over and over about it." "There's no point in second-guessing yourself or engaging in magical thinking that if only we hadn't gone to Mumbai for that vacation, then your father wouldn't have caught that virus, or he should have retired sooner and had a proper rest like the doctor wanted," Padma replied. "Your mother is right, Phoebe. I knew as soon as I met him that Edward's heart was fragile and that he wasn't taking good enough care of himself. Remember? We talked about this." Marcus waited for his mate's response. Reluctantly, Phoebe nodded. "You are in no way responsible for the choices your father made in his life," Padma said. "You're here now. Don't waste this precious time. Tell him you love him." Phoebe reached over and took her father's hand. "Hey, Dad," she said, sniffing back her tears. "It's me, Phoebe. Marcus is here too." Her father lay unconscious and unresponsive. Phoebe's mother gave her other hand an encouraging squeeze. "Miriam and Freya think I'm doing well with, the change." Phoebe wiped at her eyes and gave a shaky laugh. "I grew a whole inch. You know how much I hoped for some more height. I've started dancing again and painting." Phoebe's father had always wanted her to go back to sketching and painting. He still had one of her teenage attempts, a portrait of her mother in the garden hanging in his office at home. "That's wonderful, Phoebe," Padma said. "I'm happy for you." "I'm still not very good," Phoebe said, not wanting her mother to get her hopes up. "I'm just a vampire, not Van Gogh." "You don't give yourself enough credit," Padma said. "Perhaps," Phoebe said. Taking credit was Stella's department. "I don't think you have to be worried about being bored during the de Clermont family gatherings, Dad," Phoebe continued. Her father wasn't responding to her small talk, but she felt as if he was listening and liked to hear about her life. He always had, no matter how minor the event or insignificant the concern. Freya and Miriam tell the most amazing stories. It's like living with a pair of Scheherazades. Before she could say anything else, Phoebe was distracted by Stella's conversation with the doctors out in the corridor. "What do you mean he needs surgery?" Stella demanded. "Is something wrong?" Padma asked Phoebe, noticing her wandering attention. "They can save him," Stella told the doctors. Through the window, Phoebe saw her point to her and Marcus. "Their blood can save him." "Your father doesn't need blood," one of them replied. "Of course, if we do surgery." "No, you don't understand," Stella cried. "Their blood can save him." "Let me talk to her," Matthew said. "She's in shock." He took Stella by the elbow and steered her away from the doctors and into their father's room. "I can't save Edward," Matthew said. "I'm sorry, Stella. It doesn't work that way." "Why not?" Stella demanded. She turned on Phoebe. "You do it then, or are you too selfish to share your good fortune with the rest of us?" One of Edward's machines made a high-pitched sound, then another. Medical personnel flooded into the room, reading machines, having urgent conversations, and checking Edward's vitals. Marcus drew Phoebe into the corner, where she would not be in the way. "Let the doctors do their work," Marcus said when she protested. "Is he—" Phoebe stopped, unable to say the words. Padma let Matthew lead her slightly away from the bed. She trembled, and he put his hand on her shoulder, lending her what little comfort she could. Padma turned into his arms, her shoulder shaking with grief. "If you let him die, I'll never forgive you, Phoebe," Phoebe said, her voice filled with fury. "Never! His death will be your fault." But Edward did not die. The doctors were able to save him with a long and arduous surgery, though the damage to his heart was significant and his prognosis was still guarded. Though it took some convincing, we managed to get the Taylors to leave the hospital once Edward was out of recovery and into the cardiac ICU. We took them back to Frasia's rather than to their hotel so that they could all be together. Matthew had advised a mild sedative for Padma, who had not slept in days. Frasier put Padma and Stella in a suite that overlooked the gardens. Miriam sent Phoebe up to her own rooms to rest. She'd taken one look at her daughter, given Marcus a good sniff, and informed Phoebe that this was neither a request nor open to further discussion. Phoebe, exhausted by all that had happened, put up a minor protest, but was in the end persuaded by Françoise. Charles fussed over Marcus, but he refused blood and wine. Matthew took both. "It's always the same," Matthew said. "Every warm blood thinks that a second chance at life is the answer to their prayers." "Of course it's not," Miriam said. "It's just another opportunity to do everything wrong all over again. I learned that the hard way in New Orleans." Marcus stood by the empty fireplace, staring at the door through which Phoebe had left. "What happens now?" Miriam asked Matthew. "There's no point in pretending we've stuck to the rules. Marcus might as well stay." "Phoebe's not staying here," Marcus said flatly. "I want her at home, away from Stella. Edward is stable. The doctors will tell us if there's any change." "Pickering Place is too small," Frasier said, "and there's nowhere to hunt, not even a garden, unless you are willing to have Phoebe roam Piccadilly Circus." "Marcus is thinking of Sept tours, Frasier." Matthew took out his phone. "I'll call Maman, if that's all right with you, Miriam." Miriam considered her options. I was used to her quick reactions. This thoughtful side of Miriam was unexpected and welcome. "If Phoebe wants to go with you, I won't oppose it," she said at last. We traveled down to Sept tours that night, hoping that the darkness would make the journey more bearable for Phoebe. She and Marcus sat together in the back seat, her head on his shoulder, their hands knotted together. Françoise sat next to them like a Victorian chaperone, though she spent most of her time looking out the window rather than at her charges. Ysabeau was waiting for us, as we knew she would be. She had heard the car's approach, the sound of the engine, and the crunch of tires on gravel, the only early warning system she needed. She helped Phoebe out of the car. "You must be tired," Ysabeau said, kissing her on both cheeks. "We will sit quietly together and listen to the birds as they wake. I always find that very restful in times like these. Françoise will draw you a bath first." Marcus came around the car with a small case of Phoebe's clothes. "I'll get you settled." "No." Ysabeau looked at her grandson with a forbidding expression. "Phoebe is here to see me, not you." But Marcus looked at Phoebe, wide-eyed. "I thought—" "You thought you would stay here?" Ysabeau snorted. "She does not need a man fussing over her. Go back to Les Revenants and stay there." "Come," François said, drawing Phoebe gently toward the stairs. "You heard Madame Ysabeau." Phoebe looked conflicted between her desire to be with Marcus and her respect for the de Clermont matriarch. "It won't be much longer now," she whispered to Marcus, before letting Francoise lead her away. "I'm not far," Marcus said. Phoebe nodded. "That wasn't fair, Grandmère," Marcus said. "It's too soon for Phoebe to have to make a choice like that, especially after how Stella behaved." "Too soon? There is no such thing," Ysabeau said. "We are, all of us, asked to grow up too quickly. It is the way the gods remind us that life, no matter how long, is still but a breath." 35, 75, 26 July. Phoebe was on her hands and knees digging in the soft garden soil. The sun had barely crested over the surrounding hills. Nevertheless, she was wearing a wide-brimmed hat to protect her from its rays, as well as the Jackie O-style sunglasses that had become an essential part of her wardrobe. Martha was working in the next bed, weeding around the leafy tops of carrots and the pale green stalks of celery. She had come from Les Revenants, where she had been helping Diana and Matthew with the children. Sarah and Agatha were still there, along with Marcus and Jack, so they didn't need her assistance as much as they had when they first arrived, jet-lagged and exhausted from America. Phoebe wiped a dirty hand across her cheek. There was a tiny fly there, and it was driving her crazy. Then she resumed digging. The sun was warm on her back, and the ground underneath her hands smelled fresh, like life. Phoebe plunged her trowel into the soil, breaking it up, readying it to be planted with the seedlings Martha wanted them to move from the greenhouse. Phoebe was sure there was some lesson to be learned from her work with Martha, just as there were lessons to be learned from Francoise and Ysabeau. Now that she was at Septours, lessons were woven into every activity. Since her father had been hospitalized, everything around Phoebe had shifted. Miriam had gone back to Oxford, placing her entirely in Ysabeau's care. Frasier had not wanted to spend these weeks before Phoebe made her decision under her stepmother's roof, though she planned on coming down for the day itself. In just 2 more weeks, Baldwin would be here, and the next stage of Phoebe's life would begin. She would be a fledgling vampire then. Within Ysabeau's household, the 4 women coexisted with remarkably few outbursts and little fuss. This was not how things had been in Phoebe's house growing up, where the 3 Taylor women had always been jockeying for position and control. Francoise and Martha were a formidable pair, both of them forces of nature, neither of them yielding an inch of their own power to the other, each respecting the other's carefully delineated sphere of influence. Phoebe still didn't understand what all the divisions of responsibility were, but she could sense adjustments to them whenever Martha appeared in the family apartments to look after Ysabeau, or when Francoise bustled through the kitchen on the way to mend a shirt. Authority, power, status, these were the variables that shaped a vampire's life. One day, Phoebe would understand them. Until then, she was content to watch and learn from 2 women who clearly knew exactly how to not only survive, but thrive. But it was from the castle's chatelaine that Phoebe was learning the most about how to be a vampire. According to Francoise, Ysabeau was the oldest and wisest vampire left on Earth. Whether or not this was true, Ysabeau made Frasier and even Miriam seem young and inexperienced by comparison. As for Phoebe, she felt every bit the infant whenever she was in the woman's presence. "There you are."
This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. Ysabeau glided across the garden, her feet making no sound on the gravel, her movements smoother and more elegant than even Madame Elena's. You too do know that you can't really dig to China, as the ancients hoped. Phoebe laughed. "There go my morning plans, then. Why don't you walk with me instead?" Ysabeau suggested. Phoebe stuck her spade in the ground and hopped to her feet. She loved Ysabeau's walks. Each one took her through a different part of the castle or its grounds.
Ysabeau told her stories about the family as they strolled through the courtyard or the house, pointing out where the laundries had been, and the candlemaker, and the blacksmith. Phoebe had been to Septours before, back when Matthew and Diana were time-walking, and Marcus had wanted her close. She'd returned after the couple came home, too, and a few times since the babies were born. But something had changed in Phoebe's relationship to the house. It was more than the fact that she was a vampire. She was a true de Clermont now, or, so Ysabeau said, confident that Phoebe's mind had not changed when it came to Marcus. "The sun is rising fast today," Ysabeau observed, looking up at the sky. "And there are no clouds. Why don't we go inside so that you can take off your hat and glasses?" Phoebe linked arms with Ysabeau as they turned toward the castle. Ysabeau looked a bit startled by the familiar act. When Phoebe pulled away, fearing she had broken some rule, Ysabeau instead drew her closer. The two of them walked slowly indoors, drinking in the early morning scents. "Monsieur Roux burned his croissants," Ysabeau said, giving the air a sniff. "And I do wish the priest would stop changing his laundry soap. I no sooner get used to the smell of one than he buys another." Phoebe sniffed. The sharp floral scent did not smell springtime fresh, but of chemicals. She wrinkled her nose. "Did you hear the fight last night between Adele and her new boyfriend?" Phoebe asked. "How could I not? They were on the other side of our wall and shouting at the top of their lungs." Ysabeau shook her head. "Madame Lefebvre, how is she doing?" Phoebe asked. "The old woman was in her 90s and still went around to the shops every day on her own, pulling a wire cart to hold her groceries. Last week she'd fallen and broken her hip." "Not well," Ysabeau said. "The priest went round yesterday. They don't expect her to live out the week. I will go and visit her this afternoon. Maybe you would like to come?" "May I?" Phoebe asked. "Of course," Ysabeau said. "I'm sure Madame Lefebvre would like to see you." They were inside now, and making their stately way through the ground-floor rooms. Ysabeau's salon, with its gilded furniture and Sèvres porcelain. The formal dining room, with the statues that flanked the door. The family library, with its worn sofas and piles of newspapers, magazines, and paperback books. Ysabeau's warmly colored breakfast room that always looked as though the sun was streaming into it, even on the cloudiest days. The great hall, with its high-beamed roof and painted walls. In each room, Ysabeau revealed something about what had happened here, once upon a time. "Diana's fire drake broke one of those," Ysabeau said, pointing to a large lion's head vase. "Philippe commissioned a set of 2. I must confess I was never very fond of them. If we are lucky, Apollo will break the other, and we can find something new to take its place." Another memory of Philippe popped up in the formal dining room, with its long, polished table and ranks of chairs. Philippe always sat here, and I sat at the other end. That way we could manage everyone's conversations and make sure that war didn't break out between the guests. Ysabeau ran her fingers over the chair's carved back. "We had so many dinner parties in this room. Sophie's water broke on this sofa on the day before Margaret was born," Ysabeau said, when they reached the family library. She plumped one of the cushions. Though the rest of the sofa was covered in faded brown, this cushion was a rosy pink. We did not have to replace the whole piece of furniture, as Sophie feared, only the cushion. "See, this one does not match the others." I told Marthe not to even try, but to use something that would always remind us of Margaret's birth. "Here, I tried to frighten Diana away from Matthew," Ysabeau said, a smile turning up the corners of her lips. "But she was braver than I knew." Ysabeau turned slowly around in the castle's lofty great hall, inviting Phoebe to do the same. This is where Diana and Matthew held their wedding feast. Ysabeau surveyed the large room with its suits of armor, weapons, and faux medieval decorations. I was not there, of course, and Philippe didn't tell me about it. It was not until Diana and Matthew returned from the past that I heard the tale. Perhaps you and Marcus will celebrate here and fill the hall again with the sound of laughter and dancing. Ysabeau led Phoebe to where a set of stone stairs climbed to the crenellated heights of the castle's square keep. Instead of climbing them as they normally would, Ysabeau drew Phoebe toward a low, arched door in the wall that was always locked. Ysabeau took a worn iron key from her pocket and fitted into the lock. She turned it and motioned Phoebe inside. It took Phoebe's eyes a few minutes to adjust to the changing level of light. This room had only a few small windows fitted with colored panes of glass. Phoebe took off her sunglasses and rubbed her eyes to help bring them into focus. "Is this another storeroom?" Phoebe asked, wondering what treasures it might contain. But the stale air and faint scent of wax soon told her this room had a different purpose. This was the de Clermont chapel and crypt. A large stone sarcophagus occupied the center of the small chapel. A handful of other coffins were set into alcoves in the walls. So too were objects, shields, swords, pieces of armor. "Humans think we live in dark places like this," Ysabeau said. "They are more right than they know. My Philippe is here, in the center of the room, as he once at the center of our family and my world. One day, I will be buried here with him." Phoebe looked at Ysabeau in surprise. "None of us is immune to death, Phoebe," Ysabeau said, as if she could hear Phoebe's thoughts. "Stella thinks we are," Phoebe said. "I'm not sure I understand myself. I just knew he wouldn't like it, that it would be wrong." "You cannot make every person you love into a vampire," Ysabeau said. "Marcus tried, and it almost destroyed him." Phoebe knew about New Orleans and had met those of Marcus's children who survived. "Stella may have been the first human to ask you to save someone's life, but she won't be the last," Ysabeau continued. "You must be prepared to say no again and again, as you did last night. Saying no takes courage, far more courage than saying yes." Ysabeau took Phoebe's arm again and resumed their walk. "People wonder what it takes to become a vampire." Ysabeau gave Phoebe a sidelong glance. "Do you know what I tell them?" Phoebe shook her head, intrigued. "To be a vampire, you must choose life, your life, not someone else's, over and over again, day after day," Ysabeau said. "You must choose it over sleep, over peace, over grief, over death. In the end, it is our relentless drive to live that defines us. Without that, we are nothing but a nightmare or a ghost, a shadow of the humans we once were." 3690, August. Phoebe sat in Ysabeau's salon, amid the blue and white porcelain, the gilded chairs, the silk upholstery, and the priceless works of art, and waiting, again, for time to find her. Baldwin strode into the room, his navy suit harmonizing with the room's color scheme. Phoebe had picked her dress to stand out, however, rather than blend in. It was a bright shade of aquamarine, a color that symbolized loyalty and patience. It reminded her of her mother's wedding clothes and Marcus's eyes and the color of the sea when it returned to the shore.
This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. Baldwin thought about rising and found she was already standing, offering a cheek to the head of her husband's family. "You look well, Phoebe," Baldwin commented after he'd kissed her, his eyes surveying her from head to toe. "Ysabeau hasn't been mistreating you, I see." Phoebe didn't acknowledge his remark with a response. After the past several weeks, she would walk across deserts for Ysabeau and was keeping a silent record of every slight uttered against the matriarch of the de Clermont clan. Phoebe intended to settle those accounts one day. "Where are your glasses?" Baldwin asked. "I decided not to wear them today."
Phoebe was battling a headache, and every time the curtains blew, she winced, but she was determined that her first long look at Marcus was going to be without any interference. When she'd seen him at the Salpêtrière, she had been too distracted by her father's condition to pay any attention to her mate. "Hello, Phoebe." Miriam entered. She was not in her usual black leather and boots, but in a flowing skirt. Her long hair fell around her shoulders, and her neck, arms, and fingers were covered with heavy jewels. "Excellent. We can get started," Baldwin said. "Miriam, do you consent to your daughter's decision to mate with Marcus, a member of my family and the Bishop Clermont scion, son of Matthew de Clermont? Are you actually going to go through the entire betrothal ceremony?" Miriam demanded. "That was my plan, yes." Baldwin glared at her. "You wanted it to be official." "Wait, don't we need Marcus to be here before we go any further?" Phoebe asked. "Where is he?" Her anxiety rose. What if Marcus had had second thoughts? What if he decided he didn't want her now? "I'm right here." Marcus stood just over the threshold, wearing a blue shirt, blue jeans, and sneakers with a hole in one toe. He looked handsome and slightly mischievous, as he always did. And he smelled divine. Freya was with him, though Phoebe had to tear her eyes away from her mate to give his aunt a proper hello. "Hello, Phoebe," Freya said, beaming. "I told you we would make it." "Yes," Phoebe said, her eyes fixed on Marcus. Her throat felt dry, and she had to struggle to get that single word out. Marcus smiled. Phoebe's heart thumped in response. Her senses clicked into overdrive. All she could hear was the sound of his heart beating. All she could smell was his distinctive scent. Her thoughts were only of Marcus. Her skin yearned for his touch. And just like that, he had her in her arms, his lips pressed to hers, the clean scents of licorice and bee-balm and pine surrounding her, along with 100 other notes she couldn't yet recognize or name. "I love you, sweetheart," he murmured in her ear. "And don't even think about changing your mind. It's too late. You're already mine. Forever." There were congratulations and champagne and laughter after Phoebe formally chose Marcus to be her mate. None of it made much of an impression on her, however. Phoebe had waited for 90 long days to announce her intention to irrevocably attach herself to another creature. When it came time to do it, however, all she could do was stare at Marcus with rapt attention. "You have a bit of red in your hair," Phoebe said, removing a strand from his shoulders. "I've never noticed it before." Marcus took her hand and kissed it, his touch electrifying. Phoebe's heart skipped a beat and then felt like it was going to explode. Marcus smiled. That tiny crease at the side of his mouth, she'd never noticed that before either. It wasn't a wrinkle exactly, but a light depression in the skin, as though it remembered precisely how Marcus grinned. "Phoebe, did you hear me?" Miriam's voice penetrated Phoebe's consciousness. "No, that is, I'm sorry." Phoebe tried to focus. "What did you say?" "I said it's time I left," Miriam replied. "I've decided to go back to New Haven. Marcus isn't going to be much use as a research partner for the next few months. I might as well be useful." Oh, Phoebe didn't know what she was supposed to say. A horrifying thought occurred to her. "I don't have to go with you, do I?" "No, Phoebe, although you might want to sound a little less anguished at the prospect of spending time with your maker." Miriam looked at Isabeau. "I'm trusting you with my daughter." Seeing Miriam and Isabeau facing each other, one light and one dark, was like watching two primeval forces of nature struggling to achieve balance. "I have always looked after her. She is my grandson's mate," Isabeau assured her. "Phoebe is a de Clermont now." "Yes, but she will always be my daughter," Miriam replied with a touch of fierceness. "Of course," Isabeau said smoothly. Finally, Miriam and Baldwin left. Their hands tightly twined, Phoebe and Marcus saw them to their cars. "How much longer do I have to wait to get you alone?" Marcus whispered. his mouth pressing lightly into the sensitive skin behind her ear. "Your grandmother is still here," Phoebe said, struggling to remain composed even though her knees felt bendy, and after their separation she wanted nothing more than to spend the next 90 days in bed with Marcus. If it felt that good to have him kiss her neck, what was it going to be like to make love? "I paid Freya to take Isabeau and Martha to St. Lucian for lunch," Phoebe giggled. "I see that meets with your approval," Marcus said. Phoebe's giggle turned to laughter. "If you keep laughing like that, they'll suspect we're up to something," Marcus warned, before swallowing her laughter in a kiss that left her gasping for air. After that, Phoebe was pretty sure Isabeau and Martha did more than suspect what would happen when they descended the hill to Madame Laurence's restaurant. By the time she and Marcus were finally, completely alone, Phoebe had had time to get nervous about what was about to happen. "I'm not very good at biting yet," Phoebe confessed, as Marcus drew her toward his room. Marcus gave her a kiss that left her dizzy. "Do we exchange blood before or after we make love?" Phoebe asked, once they were inside and the door was closed and locked. It was a very stout lock, she noticed, probably 15th century in date. "I don't want to do it wrong." Marcus was on one knee before her, sliding her knickers out from underneath her dress. "I'm so glad you didn't wear trousers," he said, shimmying the aquamarine linen up to expose bare flesh. "Oh, God, you smell even better than you did before." "I do?" Phoebe stopped worrying about what she was supposed to do long enough to thoroughly enjoy what Marcus was actually doing with his mouth and tongue. She gasped. Marcus looked up at her with the wicked expression that only she saw. "Yes, which is completely impossible because you were perfect before. So how could you be more perfect now?" "Did I taste different?" Phoebe asked, her fingers threaded through his hair. She gave it a little tug. "I'll have to do more research to be sure," Marcus said, giving her a grin before delving into her once more. Phoebe discovered that, like most things in life, vampires had no need to rush when it came to pleasure. She could expand her being into every moment of their lovemaking, unconcerned about the time, never worried if she was taking too long or if it was her turn to please Marcus. Time just stopped. There was no then, no soon, only a bone-satisfying, endless now. Every nerve in her body was tingling, seconds or minutes or hours later, when Marcus had finished reacquainting himself with her body, and Phoebe had explored his with the enhanced touch, taste, smell, hearing, and sight that she now possessed. She had never imagined she could feel so deeply, or be so completely joined with another human being. When Phoebe was moments away from climax, Marcus rolled them over so that Phoebe was balanced atop him. He was still inside her. Gently, Marcus cupped her face in his hands. He searched her face as though he was looking for something. When he found what he sought, Marcus drew her mouth toward his breast. Phoebe picked up a scent, elusive, mysterious. It was unlike anything she had ever smelled before. Marcus moved, slowly. Phoebe moaned as that maddening, alluring scent grew stronger. He put his hands on her hips, holding her tight to him, increasing the friction between them. Phoebe felt her body begin to spiral toward completion. Her cheek was resting on Marcus' chest, and she heard his heartbeat. Once. Phoebe bit into Marcus's flesh, and her mouth was flooded with the scent taste of heaven, of the man she loved and would always love. His blood sang within her, the notes echoed in his heart's slow cadence. Evermore. Marcus's thoughts and feelings coursed through her veins like quicksilver, a flash of light and fire that brought a kaleidoscope of images along with it. There were too many for Phoebe to acknowledge, never mind absorb. It would take her centuries to understand the tales that Marcus's blood told. Evermore, Marcus' heart sang. But there was one constant in the endless changing barrage of information. Phoebe herself. Her voice as Marcus heard it. Her eyes as Marcus saw them. Her touch as Marcus felt it. Phoebe heard her own heart answer his, the harmony perfect. Evermore. Phoebe lifted her head and looked into Marcus's eyes, knowing that he would see himself reflected in hers. Evermore. 37. Offense against the world. 13 August. My God, that's a griffin! Chris Roberts stood in the doorway to the kitchen in New Haven, holding a birthday cake and staring at Apollo. Yes, he is, I said, taking a tray of roasted vegetables from the oven. He's called Apollo. Does he bite? Chris asked. He does, but I have some of Sarah's peace water in case he gets anxious. The bottle in my pocket was filled with layers of different colored blue liquids. I took it out and gave it a shake. Come, Apollo. Apollo obediently bounded over. Good boy. I pulled the stopper on the bottle and dabbed a bit of liquid on the griffin's forehead and its breastbone. Ardwina stalked by with her bone. She gave Chris a sniff, then settled down to gnaw on it. And what the hell is that? Chris demanded. A dog. She's my birthday present from Matthew, a Scottish deerhound. Her name is Ardwina. Ardwetta? Willa? Chris shook his head and studied the gangly puppy, who was all legs and eyes at the moment, with tufts of gray hair sticking out all over her. What's wrong with her? She looks like she's starving. Hello, Chris. I see you've met Ardwina and Apollo. Matthew had Philip by the hand. The moment Philip saw Chris, he began to dance around him, babbling a mile a minute. Every third word was intelligible. Based on those I understood, he was telling Chris about his summer. Blocks, Granny, boat. Marcus, Philip said, reeling off the high points while he hopped in place. Jack, Griffin, Gammer. Deerhounds are supposed to look that way, I said, trying to answer Chris's question. And don't you dare give her a nickname. Ardwina is perfect, just as she is. Ardwina looked up from her bone when her name was mentioned and thumped her tail before returning her attention to her treat. Chris! Becca bellowed, barreling through the house like a Tasmanian tevil. She flung herself at Chris' knees. Whoa! Easy there. Hello, Becca. Did you miss me? Yes. Becca was squeezing Chris so tightly I was afraid she might cut off his circulation. Me too. Philip bounced up and down like an energetic tennis ball. Chris high-fived him, which pleased my son to no end. Matthew divested Chris of the cake, which made him an easy target for more of Becca's attention. Up, Becca demanded, holding her arms in the air so Chris could do her bidding. Please, Matthew said automatically, reaching for the bottle of wine on the table. Please, Becca said in a wheedling tone. I was going to go stark raving mad if she didn't stop doing that. Before I could say anything, though, Matthew kissed me. Let's settle for exaggerated courtesy tonight, Matthew said when he was through. Beer, Chris. Sounds good. Chris looked around at our new house. Nice place. A bit gloomy, though. You could paint the woodwork, brighten it up a bit. We'd have to ask our landlord first. It belongs to Marcus, I said. He thought it would be a good place for the twins, now that they're bigger. Since Apollo arrived, it had become clear that our growing family would not fit into my old place on Court Street. We needed a backyard, not to mention better laundry facilities. Marcus had insisted we use his sprawling mansion near campus while we looked for a place that was a little farther away from the hustle and bustle of New Haven, somewhere the children and animals could run. It was not precisely our style. Marcus had bought it in the 19th century when formality had been in fashion. There was carved wood everywhere you looked, and more downstairs reception rooms than I knew what to do with. But it was fine for now. Miriam hates this house, you know. Chris's lips curved up at the mention of Phoebe's maker. The precise nature of their relationship was something that Matthew and I speculated endlessly. "She doesn't have to live here, then," I said tartly, feeling a bit defensive on behalf of our new home. "True. If she does come back to the lab, Miriam can bunk with me. I've got plenty of room." Chris took a sip of beer. I looked at my husband in triumph. Matthew owed me $10 and a foot massage. I planned on collecting it as soon as Chris left. "Has anyone seen the box with the cutlery in it? I'm sure I labeled it." I rummaged around in the piles by the sink. Chris reached into the box nearest to him and produced a spoon. "Ta-da! Yay you! Magic!" Philip bounced up and down. "No sport, just an old Boy Scout trick. Open boxes, look in boxes, find stuff. Simple." Chris handed Philip his spoon and looked at Matthew and me. "Isn't he a bit young to know that word?" "We no longer think so," I said, stirring some bits of raw meat into Philip's beet puree. "Short of spellbinding, there is no way to keep the twins away from magic or magic away from the twins," Matthew explained. "Philip and Becca don't fully understand what magic is, yet, or the responsibilities that come with it, but they will, in time." "Those children will be spellbound over my dead body," Chris said roughly. "And I'm one of their godparents, so you can take that as a serious threat." "Only Baldwin thought it was a good idea," I assured him. "That guy has got to learn to relax," Chris said. "Now that I'm a knight and have to talk to him occasionally, I've learned he has no life outside of what he thinks is his duty to his father's memory." "We talked a lot about fathers and sons this summer," I said, "and mothers and daughters, too." In the end, even Baldwin came around on the twin spellbinding. As for the magic, well, story time is really fun at our house. I wiggled my fingers in the air in an imitation of how humans thought witches worked their magic. "You mean you're doing magic in front of them?" Chris looked shocked. Then he smiled. "Cool. So is the griffin yours? Did you conjure him up for the children to play with?" "No, he belongs to Philip." I looked at my son with pride. "He seems to be an early bloomer, magic-wise, and a promising witch, too." "And how did you get Apollo here?" Chris said, concerned only with the practicalities, not the bigger question of how a mythological creature came to be living in New Haven. "Does he have his own passport?" "It turns out you can't send a griffin on commercial aircraft," I said, indignant. "I checked both cat and bird on the form, and they just returned it to me and told me to correct my mistakes." "Sore subject," murmured to Chris, who nodded in sympathy. "We could get Ardwina onto a plane, and she's twice his size." "I don't see why we couldn't just smuggle him on board in a dog carrier," I grumbled. "Because he's a griffin?" Chris said. I glared at him. "Just a suggestion." I would have used a disguising spell, obviously. I lifted Philip into his booster seat and delivered the beets and beef to him. He tucked into his dinner with enthusiasm.
This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. Becca wanted only blood and water, so I let her have it in a sippy cup on the floor. She sat next to Ardwina to drink it, watching the dog chew her bone. "Obviously," Chris grinned. "I'll have you know, Apollo makes a convincing Labrador retriever," I said. "He's been a good boy in the dog park when we've taken him with Ardwina." Chris choked on his beer, then quickly recovered. "I imagine he's got good hang time, what with his wingspan. He might like a game of frisbee." As usual, Chris took the idiosyncrasies of our family in stride. "I'd be happy to play with him if you're too busy." Matthew took a platter of steaks out of the fridge. He kissed me as he passed by, this time on the nape of my neck. "I'm headed outside to grill these. How do you like your steak, Chris?" "Just walk it through a warm room, my friend," Chris replied. "Good man," Matthew said. "My sentiments exactly." "Walk a bit more slowly through that warm room with mine," I reminded him.
Savage. Matthew grinned. So Phoebe and Marcus made it to the big day, Chris said. Their official reunion was 3 days ago, I said. Though, of course, they had already seen each other. Sounds like things got a bit complicated for a while, what with her father's illness, Chris commented. We were all sure it would work out, I replied. You two seem good, Chris said, gesturing with his beer in Matthew's direction. On balance, it was a lovely summer, I said, thinking back over all that had happened. No work got done, of course. No, it never does, Chris said with a laugh. But otherwise, it was perfect. To my surprise, I meant it. And you're happy, Chris observed, which makes me happy. Yeah, I said, looking around me at the chaos of unpacked boxes and pureed beets, children and animals, stacks of unopened mail that had been collecting all summer, books and laptops, toys that squeaked and toys that didn't. I really am. That evening, after Chris left and the children were put to bed, Matthew and I sat out on the wide porch that wrapped around the corner of the house and overlooked the fenced garden. The sky is filled with stars, and the night air held a welcome note of coolness to balance out the heat of the day. It feels so protected here, I said, glancing over the yard. Our own private paradise, hidden away from the world, where nothing bad can happen. The slanting moonlight glanced off Matthew's features, silvering his hair and adding lines and shadows to his face. For a moment, just one moment, I imagined him an old man, and me an old woman, holding hands on a late summer evening, and remembering when our children slept safely inside, and love filled every corner of our lives. I know it can't stay this way, I said, thinking back over the events of the past summer. We can't stay in the garden forever. No. And the only true fence against the world and all its dangers is a thorough knowledge of it, Matthew said, as we rocked in silence. Together. 38. 120 August. Marcus drove through the center of Hadley, along the village green that preserved the town's colonial layout. Stately houses with carved doorways clustered around the leafy space with an attitude of determined persistence. He swung the car onto a road that led west. Marcus slowed slightly as they passed a graveyard, then pulled up in front of a small wooden house. It was far more modest than those in the center of town, with no extensions or additions to alter the original footprint. 2 rooms downstairs and 2 rooms upstairs around a central chimney made of brick. The house's facade sparkled with casement windows on the ground and first floor, and Phoebe adjusted her glasses to lessen their glare. There was a single stone step leading up to the door. Outside, a small garden in the front was filled with sunflowers that stood out against the white painted clapboards like polka dots. Like the house, the white picket fence had been freshly painted, and the wood was in surprisingly good condition. An old-fashioned sprawling rosebush filled the space under the windows on one side of the door, and a tall shrub with dark green heart-shaped leaves was on the other. Fields surrounded the house in every direction, and 2 ramshackle barns added a romantic note. "It's beautiful," Phoebe turned to Marcus. "Is it how you remember? The fence wasn't that sturdy when we lived here, that's for sure." Marcus put the car in park and turned off the ignition. He looked uncertain and vulnerable. "Matthew's been busy." Phoebe reached over and took her mate's hand. "Do you want to get out?" Phoebe asked quietly. "If not, we can always keep driving and stay somewhere else." It wouldn't be surprising if Marcus wanted to wait a bit longer. Returning to the home of his childhood was a major step. "It's time." Marcus opened his door and came around to open hers. Phoebe fished around in her purse and found her mobile. She took a picture of the house and sent it to Diana, as she had promised. Phoebe held tight to Marcus's hand as they walked through the garden gate. Marcus closed it securely behind them. Phoebe frowned. Habit. Marcus explained with a smile, to keep the Kellogg's hog out of Mace's garden. Phoebe caught him in her arms when he returned. She kissed him. They stood, arms locked around each other, noses touching. Marcus took a deep breath. "Show me our house," Phoebe said, kissing him again. Marcus led her down the short gravel path to the stone threshold. It was rough-hewn and uneven, a massive piece of rock that was weather-worn and had a dip in the center from the tread of hundreds of feet. The door had a split in the top panel, and its dark red paint was peeling. Phoebe scratched at it, and the paint underneath was the same color, as was the paint beneath that. "It's as though time stood still, and everything is just as I left it," Marcus commented. "Except the lock, of course. Mr. Security strikes again." When they turned the modern brass key in the substantial mechanism and pushed the door open, the air that met them smelled old and stale. There was a touch of damp, too, and a slight scent of mold. Phoebe searched for a light switch. To her surprise, she couldn't find one. "I don't think there's any electric," Marcus said. "Matthew refused to wire Pickering Place until about 20 years ago." Phoebe's eyes adjusted to the dim light coming through the ancient casement windows. Slowly, the house's interior came into focus. There was dust everywhere, on the wide pine floorboards, on the chamfered summer beam that spanned the width of the house, on the shallow sills that held the diamond panes on the casement windows, on the round newel post that punctuated the end of the banister. "Christ!" Marcus sounded shaky. "I half expect my mother came out of the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron, to see if I was hungry." They walked together through the 4 rooms of Marcus's childhood. First, the kitchen, with thickly boarded walls that ran horizontally around the room. They were painted with a mustardy yellow paint that had turned black around the fireplace where Catherine Chansey had cooked meals for her family. A long hook was all that remained of the iron equipment that once would have filled the brick enclosure, the trivets and griddles and deep pots. The beams that held up the rooms above were exposed, and cobwebs clung to the corners. There were a few pegs driven into the walls, and a rickety chair sat in the corner. A brighter yellow patch on the wall indicated where there had once stood a cupboard. They crossed the entrance hall and into the parlor, where another fireplace shared the same wall with the one in the kitchen. This room was grander, with rough plastered walls that had been whitewashed. Bits of plaster had fallen off here and there, and the dust was visible in the air thanks to the slanting rays of the afternoon sun. A long table sat in the center of the room, its dark wooden surface cracked and split. Pulled up to it was a small chair with holes in the backslat. Marcus touched the hooks over the fireplace.
This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. "This is where we kept my grandfather's gun," Marcus said. He rested his hands on the mantel. "My mother's clock sat here. She was probably buried with it, or else she left it to Patience." Phoebe slid her arms around Marcus' waist from behind and rested her forehead against his back. She could feel her mate's pain, but she could also hear the bittersweet note in his voice as Marcus remembered and remembered some more. She pressed a kiss against his spine. Marcus placed an old book on the mantel, slender and bound in brown leather. His fingers caressed the covers for a moment. He turned to face her and was distracted by something in the nearby corner. "Philippe's chair," he said in a tone of disbelief. Phoebe recognized the old blue-painted chair with the curved frond-like volutes at the ends of the crest rail, the gracefully tapered legs, and the substantial saddle seat. It was always in the same spot in Philippe's study at Septours, and Phoebe had never seen anyone sit in it, in spite of its sturdy construction. The paint on the arms was worn through to the bare wood, a sign that it had once been in constant use.
An envelope addressed to Marcus was propped against the finely turned spindles. Marcus frowned and reached for the letter. He slit the top with his finger and pulled out the single page. "Philippe would want you to have his chair," Marcus read aloud. "So would Dr. Franklin. Remember, we are not far away if you have need of us. Your father, Matthew." Diana had made sure Phoebe knew exactly how to get to their house in New Haven, which parts of the route were likely to be difficult in snowy weather, and every phone number where she and Matthew could be reached, just in case. "I'm not sure I have the nerve to sit in it." Marcus sounded slightly awed by his new possession. "If you don't, I will," Phoebe said with a laugh. "Ysabeau told me Philippe thought it was the most comfortable chair in the world." Marcus smiled and ran one finger along the armrest. "I must say, it suits this house better than it ever did Septour's." Phoebe thought it suited Marcus, too. Back in the front hall, Marcus stared at the newel post at the bottom of the stairs, where faded black ink delineated a jagged coastline. They climbed the stairs, which were narrow and swayed slightly under their weight. The 2 rooms upstairs were unfinished, with simple boards laid across beams to make the floor, and neither plaster nor wooden paneling to hide the wall's construction. Between the clapboards, you could see a few glints of sunlight. "Which room was yours?" Phoebe asked. "This one," Marcus said, pointing to the room over the kitchen. "Ma insisted we sleep here because it was warmer." The room was empty, except for an old brass rooster that looked as though it belonged to a weather vane. "It's much smaller than I remember," Marcus said, standing next to the window. "Do we need more than this?" Phoebe was already imagining the house with fresh paint on the inside, the panes of glass clean and gleaming, a fire crackling in the kitchen hearth and filling the house with homely sounds and scents. "Neither of these rooms have doors." Marcus' eyes darted around the room. "I'm not sure we could even get a bed up here." "What does that matter?" Phoebe laughed. "We don't sleep, remember?" "That's not the only thing beds are good for," Marcus said, his voice lower and more intense than usual. He pulled Phoebe into a kiss that was deeply possessive. Had she still been a warm blood, it would have left her breathless. But there was no rush for them to make love. They had hours and hours left in the day, and no need to look for food or shelter or warmth or light. "Let's go look at the barn," Phoebe said, drawing away and leading him back toward the stairs. They stepped outside the kitchen door that led out back. It would need to be planed at the bottom to make it easier to open and close, Phoebe noted. And it was a good thing they were vampires and impervious to cold, because the wood wasn't thick enough to keep out the chill for much longer. How had Marcus's family survived a Massachusetts winter with only that thin door between them and the snow and the wind? Marcus stopped in his tracks. Phoebe looked back at him. She recognized this spot. It was etched in Marcus's blood, just like the coastline of America was on the newel post on the stairs. "You made the only choice you could," Phoebe said, returning to his side. "It had to be done." "Hey!" A woman waved from the road. Her hair was iron gray, and she was wearing an apricot-colored shirt and white cropped trousers as though she were about to go on holiday in the Caribbean. "You two are trespassing. Get out of here or I'll call the cops." "I'm Marcus MacNeil. I own this place." His true name flowed smoothly off his tongue. Phoebe blinked, used to thinking of him as Marcus Whitmore. "Well, it's about time you showed up. Every year people come and clear the snow and mow the hay and make sure the roof hasn't collapsed, but a house doesn't like to be empty." The woman peered at them through wire-rimmed spectacles. "I'm your neighbor, Mrs. Judd." "Who's she?" "I'm Marcus's fiancée." Phoebe tucked her hand into Marcus's elbow. "Are you two planning on living here now?" Mrs. Judd looked them both over. "It would be awfully hard work to make this house habitable. It's not connected to the sewer or the power grid, for starters." Of course, nothing worth doing is ever easy. You're right, Marcus said. There are lots of stories about this place, you know. Somebody found a human skull under that tree. Mrs. Judd pointed to the large elm tree. They say the split in the door was made in one of the last Indian raids, and the cellar is definitely haunted. How enchanting, Phoebe said brightly, wishing this busybody would leave off the spooky stories until they got to know her better. You sound foreign, Mrs. Judd said suspiciously. English, Phoebe replied. I knew you were different. On this rather ambiguous note, Mrs. Judd decided that they had visited long enough. I'm going to spend Labor Day at the Cape with my kids. If you're going to stay here, can you bring in my mail? Oh, and if you could feed my cat, I'd appreciate it. Just leave food out on the back porch. She'll find it if she's hungry. Without waiting for a reply, Mrs. Judd trod off in the direction of home. Marcus wrapped his arms around Phoebe and held her close. His heart was beating a bit fast, which put their blood songs out of sync. I'm not sure if this is a good idea. I am, Phoebe sighed happily. I choose you, Marcus MacNeil. I choose this place. I choose to wake up here tomorrow next to you, surrounded by memories and ghosts, with no electricity and a falling down barn. Phoebe held Marcus until his blood stopped racing and their hearts were beating to the same rhythm. Evermore. I'm sure you never dreamed we'd end up here, Marcus said. It's not exactly a beach in India. No, Phoebe confessed, thinking of Pickering Place with its elegant furniture and the grandeur of Septours. Then she looked back at the MacNeil house. She thought of all that had been lost within its walls and all the joys that might be found there. I didn't realize how much this place still mattered to me, Marcus said. They stood, hands entwined, and looked over the farm where Marcus had lived so many years ago, and which was now his, hers, theirs. Welcome home, Phoebe said. Evermore, sang their two hearts. Evermore. Acknowledgements. I don't know where to start, and so I find myself taking Hamish Osborne's advice. Begin at the end. To Laura Tisdale and the entire team at Viking, thank you for the many kindnesses shown to the author and the depth of expertise you all brought to this project in every department and at every stage of its production. To my stalwart supporters, Sam Stoloff of the Francis Golden Literary Agency and Rich Green of ICM Partners, I could not do this without the two of you. To my publicist, Siobhan Olson of Feisty PR, thank you for taking on All Souls and reminding me to have fun. To my operations manager, right arm and co-conspirator, Jill Houth, I am so grateful for you every day and for all the many ways you make this possible. To my gentle readers, Candy, Fran, Karen, Corinne, Lisa, and Jill, thank you for always saying yes when I asked if I could trouble you with another draft. To my historical experts, Karen Haltonen, Lynn Hunt, Margaret Jacob, and Corinne Wolfe, thank you for being so patient with an early modernist who drifted into the long 18th century. I pestered you with questions, peppered you with my reactions to the period, and, in general, made a nuisance of myself. You responded with generosity and lent your considerable expertise to this book when called upon to do so. You will all know better than anyone that the remaining mistakes are my own. To the family and friends, two-legged and four-legged, who pick me up, dust me off, and carry me along, you know who you are. Thank you for being part of my circus. My mom, Olive, can share in this experience and is a source of joy as well as inspiration. Thanks, Mom, for always being my biggest cheerleader. To my Karen, no words could ever express how much your support and love make this all possible. First and last, this book is dedicated to the memory of my beloved father, John Campbell Harkness, 1936-2015, whose roots extended down into the soil of Pelham and Hadley, who lived much of his life in Philadelphia, and who shared his love of history with me. Contents: 1. Cover. 2. Also by Deborah Harkness. 3. Title page. 4. Copyright. 5. Epigraph. 6. Contents. 7. 1. Not. 8. Part 1. Time hath found us. 1. 2. Less than not. 2. 3. The prodigal returns. 3. 4. 1. 4. 5. The sins of the fathers. 5. 6. Time. 6. 7. 2. 7. 8. The burying place. 8. 9. Crown. 9. 10. 3. 10. 11. Liberty and restraint. 11. 12. Pain. 12. 13. 9. 13. 14. A life of trouble. 14. 15. Dead. 15. 16. Lame. 16. 17. Name. 19. Part 2. 'Tis time to part. 18. 15. 19. 21. 20. As the twig is bent. Father. 22. Infant. 23. 30. 24. The hidden hand. 25. Depend. 26. Babel. 27. Incense. 28. 45. 29. Their portion of freedom. 30. Duty. 31. The true father. 32. Future. 33. 60. 34. Life is but a breath. 35. 75. 36. 90. 37. Offense against the world. 38. 100. Acknowledgements. About the author. What's next on your reading list? Discover your next great read. Get personalized book picks and up-to-date news about this author. Sign up